The giant continued to launch its violent offensive toward the group. Its size was a problem since its enormous limbs were always in the path toward its chest. Noah was at the edge of the shields created by the defensive items. Golden light, wind slashes, lightning bolts, and so on filled his vision, but he paid attention only to the giant's movements. Its fists, invisible limbs, and tail landed on the shields, but the puppet didn't have a battle style. Its offensive was only a violent succession of attacks. Still, it didn't show any openings. Noah had to consider the path toward the center of its chest too, so he needed a long opportunity to land his blow. The ice that spread from its feet wasn't a problem, but he didn't have a long weapon like King Elba's. Noah would have to enter the dense aura around its body if he wanted to touch it directly. Tension mounted among the group, but no one dared to speak. Noah needed to focus, and the experts could only rely on his individuality to save their lives. Noah crouched, and his dark star spun to send power to his legs. He didn't leap just yet, but he wanted to be ready for when an opportunity arrived. Cracks spread on King Elba's golden shield as the offensive continued. The giant never stopped attacking, and the protections eventually started to deplete their power. The golden shield fell, and the attacks began to land on the array of lightning bolts. They eventually vanished too, and the task of protecting the group went on the wind slashes. "Don't activate anything else," Noah shouted when the attacks began to land on the prince's and princess shields. The experts wanted to activate more talismans and inscribed items to gain more time, but Noah needed the giant to expose itself. The closer its attacks were to the group, the more the path toward its chest would be free. True Speed and Elder Paul gulped when they saw their companions stopping their actions. Those that weren't managing defenses turned toward Noah and waited for him to act. The golden shields crumbled, and the three royals turned toward Noah. The layer of ice fell, and flying demons sat on the metal to wait for Noah's grand gesture. As every defense fell, the experts turned to look at Noah. They had more items ready, but they didn't activate them to let him work in peace. Brown beast-like puppets crumbled under the violent gales spewed by the giant's tail. The last defense crumbled, and Elder Regina turned toward Noah as the fierce currents in the magma landed on the group. The giant followed that attack with its fists, and its invisible limbs retracted in the meantime. Its tail retreated too as it charged another attack, and Noah finally saw an opportunity appearing in his vision. Noah leaped as the two fists fell toward the group. His figure swam right between the giant's arms and pierced the dense aura that covered its body. The aura applied heavy pressure on Noah's body as he landed on the giant's metallic chest. The experts on the ground activated their defensive items to block the incoming fists, but Noah acted before the protections formed. Noah's ambition surged and flowed inside the puppet's structure. The group saw the fists stopping midair before the entire giant exploded into a storm of metallic pieces. The explosion created a large empty area that the yellow magma refilled in an instant. The powerhouses on the ground kept their defenses active only to lower them when they saw no more strange shapes rising from the landmass. They had defeated the fourth guardian, but they couldn't be pleased about that result since none of them could see Noah. The explosion had flung him away. "I'll complete this mission with you," Chasing Demon conveyed through the magma. "But mark my word, if the demon prince doesn't return to the hive, none of us will." His message was for King Elbaz, but no one from the Elbaz family replied to that threat. Instead, the one to complain came from the Shandal Empire's side. "You can't expect us to remain here until we find him," God's left hand said. She knew that Noah had just saved their lives, but she had already given up on the matter. Noah was nowhere near them, and cultivators couldn't rely on their consciousness in that environment. The group didn't have any method to look for him, and she thought that the same went for Noah. "The patriarch doesn't expect you to do anything," Flying Demon said, and his lover promptly finished his line as she stepped forward. "He is saying that you want to find him if you care about your life." The atmosphere among the group became tense as the demons stated their position on the matter. Elder Julia only needed to move next to Dreaming Demon to express her stance too. The royals didn't say anything, but Great Elder Diana felt the need to make her stance clear to her ally. "I'm going to help you, "But I will leave if we can't find him." Chasing Demon didn't answer her, but a familiar voice suddenly reached the group and eased the tension that had built in those few seconds. "I need another inscribed robe," Noah said as he descended toward the landmass. "Mine broke during the explosion." Noah's figure slowly became visible to the experts on the ground. His robe was mostly gone, and the protective runes had vanished, making the magma affect his skin. However, Noah's body fended off the heat efficiently. Some red spot appeared on his skin, but the magma's scorching properties didn't manage to injure him deeply. Chasing Demon showed a proud smile as he saw Noah landing among them. He quickly handed him one of his spare robes, and Noah wore it right in front of the experts. Every powerhouse there was more than 1,000 years old. Noah was the only one still below the 900 years mark. None of them minded the sight of his naked body. Their thoughts pondered over the strangeness of his return. They couldn't explain how he had found his way back to them. After all, losing themselves was the greatest danger in that environment. "Don't use human standards to evaluate me," Noah said when he felt those curious gazes on him. The truth was that he had been quite lucky. The explosion had fended off the radiations, so his consciousness had been able to spread again for a short time. Noah had lied about his abilities, and the experts could vaguely notice that. Yet, none of them questioned him about his methods out of respect for his last gesture. He had saved their lives in the end. They couldn't disrespect him by inquiring on how he could keep track of where he was. Accepting that answer made room for another feeling. The experts had sensed Noah's boundless ambition before the last exchanges with the giant, and they couldn't help but look at him differently now. The demons and Elder Julia already knew about that feature in his individuality, but the others could only marvel at his drive's intensity. The powerhouses finally understood a large part of Noah's mindset. They became aware of the reasons behind his past actions. The story of his cultivation journey had instantly become far more profound now that they knew about his ambition. A strong drive was necessary to advance in the cultivation world, but Noah's ambition was so intense that it felt almost binding. He could only move forward. Everything in his life had to bring him closer to his goal. Their reactions varied. True Speed and Elder Paul felt inspired, but the more experienced powerhouses sensed a tinge of pity rising inside them. Noah lived for power. His main focus always had to be his growth. A life spent like that wasn't worth living for those that had many interests. The experts even marveled at how he had managed to maintain a relationship through the years, but they vaguely understood something when they realized who his partner was. Nevertheless, they all became sure of one thing. Noah would advance as long as he lived. For some reason, they even became certain that he would ascend one day. King Elbaz didn't show any emotion when Noah returned, but his underlings didn't manage to imitate him. Second Prince smiled when looking at him. He appeared truly happy that Noah was still alive and could find his way back to the group. Instead, First Prince and First Princess revealed ugly expressions. They didn't like Noah because he was the most promising new powerhouse in the world. Losing him there would have solved many of their future problems. Noah didn't care about the stairs. He had chosen to return because he didn't feel confident in succeeding in the mission without King Elbaz's knowledge. Still, the royals' leader was the only one who didn't reveal anything, so he wanted to proceed with the mission. There was no point in wasting more time in that hostile environment. The other powerhouses felt in the same way. They wanted to take care of the last guardian and return to the surface as soon as possible. "Let's move," King Elbaz said. He understood the group's mood, and he wanted to reach raw laws that he could absorb quickly. He was quite better off because his inscribed items were on a superior league, but he didn't like that place any more than his companions. The days spent walking through an identical scenery returned. The landmass showed some slight differences in its layout, but the group quickly became bored of that too. The magma's radiations became more intense as they neared the center of the landmass, and resisting the royal metal's effects became harder as they advanced. Their existences wanted to merge with the ground and expand far beyond their limits. The sensation caused by their direct contact with the metal was so tempting that some powerhouses had to take breaks in the magma from time to time. That became impossible at some point since their vision shortened further. Even King Elbaz couldn't see farther than a dozen meters as the plane's center drew near. The influence of the royal metal began to affect the entire area above the landmass too. Even with simple methods to avoid getting lost, the cultivators couldn't stop feeling that captivating sensation. The scenery eventually changed. The group had walked for years until they finally reached the center, and the sight amazed them beyond every limit. The landmass didn't end. It continued past the center toward another secret entrance to the area. Yet the yellow magma couldn't reach that point. It merely hovered over that spectacular spot. What is that? Noah thought as he gazed at their destination. The plane's center appeared as a massive rotating sphere with most of its body inside the landmass. Uneven white and dark lights made its structure and flew inside it in a perpetual motion. They didn't exit the sphere. The lights remained inside its shape and rotated together with the whole structure. "That's the fifth guardian," King Elbaz announced while wearing a stern expression. Even that mighty expert appeared in awe of that mystical object. The sphere radiated a faint aura, but every bit of its presence seemed to contain an unfathomable power. It was as if it carried the most intense meanings in the world, but they were so indistinct that they barely counted as such. Noah couldn't understand the nature of the object in front of him. Without the magma's radiations, his consciousness could finally expand freely, but he couldn't analyze the sphere's properties anyway. His mental waves shattered whenever they tried to probe those rotating lights. Moreover, the vague pieces of information that managed to return to his sea of consciousness didn't make sense. They felt too deep for anyone to understand them. Noah had seen gods in action and interacted with a few of them, but he believed that even they couldn't study those meanings. "What am I looking at?" Great Elder Diana asked, but King Elbaz could only shake his head. "I can only give you guesses and hypotheses," King Elbaz said. "I've tried everything, but I can't come up with certainties." "Your hypotheses are enough," Chasing Demon said as he stepped forward to stand next to the royal. King Elbaz glanced at him before heaving a sigh and explaining what he thought. "Every true meaning has similar features in terms of composition. The intensity can change, but you can't fail to recognize them." Even True Speed and Elder Paul nodded at that line. They were far more inexperienced than the rest of the group when it came to laws, but no one could mistake them for something else. "These meanings are different," King Elbaz continued. "They exist. We can see them flying in front of us. Yet, they are so faint that they escape even the most subtle mind." No one could understand where the royal was going with his speech, but everyone remained silent. They wouldn't approach the sphere without his explanation anyway. "They seem part of the world," King Elbaz continued. "But not of this dimension, not only this one at least. I think they are part of the very fabric of reality. They should be the true meanings of space and time." King Elbaz's revelation startled his companions. It wasn't rare for cultivators to touch on space and time when absorbing laws, but they had never seen them in that state. "Are the insides of the sphere a separate dimension?" Noah asked, even if he knew that his question was quite naive. He couldn't label something created by such laws as a simple separate dimension. That sphere carried meanings far more profound than that, but he didn't know how else to express himself otherwise. First Prince and First Princess despised his approximation, but they had to admit that there was no other way to describe the area. Even they would have thought about a separate dimension once hearing talks about space and time. "Yes and no," King Elbaz replied. "There is a separate reality inside, and everything in its fabric has raw laws that have yet to gain meaning. I think heaven and earth use it as a generator to refill lower planes when they lose too many laws." King Elbaz stepped forward after his explanation ended. He didn't know anything else, but the raw laws were right in front of him. He wanted to go inside the sphere, but he would bring his underling at this time. The three royals followed him while wearing excited expressions. They knew that they had to make sure that their father didn't lose his mind, but they couldn't wait to train too. Noah and the others also advanced, but a doubt appeared in their minds when they saw King Elbaz separating himself from the group together with his underlings. Their questioning gazes made the royal speak again. "The insides are strange. The deeper you go, the higher density of raw laws you'll find. I need to make sure that we don't separate, but I won't use my methods on you." The royal began to draw red marks on the area's edges on the landmass dug by the sphere. His underlings did the same, and they drew those marks on each other's bodies afterward. Some of the powerhouses could understand that those marks were simple inscriptions to track each other. Still, they didn't understand why the royals would need something like that. The sphere had a radius of 200 meters. It would be impossible to lose anyone in there now that the yellow magma wasn't a variable. Yet, the experts didn't think that King Elbaz had gone mad, and they began to review his words to see if they had missed some critical information. What does he mean by a separate reality? Noah pondered once he identified the core of the royal's explanation. He knew what it could mean, but he didn't think that such a thing could exist in a lower plane. When he reached the edges of the rotating sphere, Noah felt in awe, but his curiosity on the matter made him place himself behind First Princess. He couldn't get those inscriptions, but he wanted to end up in the same place as King Elbaz. The demons and Elder Julia went behind him and proceeded forward until all the royals had disappeared inside the sphere. Then, they crossed its edges, and the scenery in front of them changed again. Noah didn't feel any pressure when he crossed the edges of the strange sphere. Still, the world in front of him changed drastically once his eyes became used to the new environment. The yellow radiance disappeared, and his consciousness could expand freely. Noah found himself in a dark environment that had countless small white dots in the distance. Noah couldn't fail to recognize that scenery. That image had been in his mind since his attitude test in the Royal Academy. What had appeared in front of him was the starry sky that he had dreamt through his cultivation journey. Panic built inside Noah's mind as he understood where he was. The darkness around him didn't have any matter, and the stars were clear in his vision. He was inside the void without any protection. Noah quickly suppressed his consciousness and covered his figure in a layer of dark matter. But he soon saw that the void there didn't behave as he expected. His mental waves didn't disperse when they were outside of his sea of consciousness. They flew freely and undisturbed. They even appeared smoother in their motion. The same went for his body. Noah was flying in the complete emptiness, so he didn't have the slightest obstruction. There wasn't matter to slow him down. There is no breath, Noah thought after he dispersed his protections. The environment was barren. The absence of matter made it devoid of anything that Noah could absorb to refill his centers of power. The void is the absence of laws, Noah concluded. Luckily for him, the void in that separate reality didn't affect his mind, so he could study it in complete safety. Noah had seen the void many times in his life. His attacks always opened large cracks in the world's fabric, so that blackness wasn't an unusual sight. Having the chance to study it without facing its dangers was an irreplaceable experience. Still, he soon understood that the void wasn't special without its threatening capabilities. Being in the absence of laws made his movements and mental waves smoother. Noah felt that he could fly faster than ever there. His attacks were also stronger than usual since they faced no suppression from the environment. Yet there was nothing else to see. The void was only an empty space that didn't interact with anything. I should save my darkness, Noah thought as he inspected his surroundings. The lack of breath prevented him from cultivating, so he couldn't refill his dantian even if he wanted to. Noah was alone in the area. His consciousness spread to its limits, but he couldn't find any of his companions. That felt strange since the group had entered from the same spot. But the royals' tracking inscriptions began to make some sense now. King Elbaz must have known that they would have ended up in different areas of the void. Noah wasn't the type to remain still and see if something changed around him. He was an explorer, and the stars shining in the distance gave him a destination. He began to fly at moderate speed, kicking platforms of breath to push himself forward. That method allowed him to spare some darkness while giving him enough acceleration. The void appeared infinite. Noah spent days flying toward the stars without seeing any change around him. His consciousness remained unfolded, but he didn't sense anything either. The stars didn't become closer as he flew forward. Even as months passed, the scenery in front of him remained the same. It was hard to keep track of the passage of time in that environment. The same went for the distance that Noah had covered. He could only rely on the spinning of his dark star to calculate them, but knowing the numbers didn't help his current situation. Noah never stopped. He didn't know how to exit that separate reality, but he guessed that he only had to fly in the opposite direction. He didn't test that before because he didn't know how that environment worked. It would have been a problem if he teleported in a random spot of the Yellow Sea when he exited. No planet appeared in his range. Noah had initially guessed that the separate reality would imitate the universe's structure, but it seemed empty. The months became years. Noah felt slightly annoyed that he couldn't cultivate for so long, but his mind's growth appeased that feeling. Noah didn't need to use his spherical rune anymore because the 7th Xianxia rune was far better than any training method. Yet, he had recreated it in that environment. It only took a bit of dark matter and some darkness to rebuild the rune. Noah had gladly sacrificed a small part of his precious energy to continue his training. Even if Noah had yet to find his companions, his journey wasn't lonely. Night spoke a lot during the flight, and it often made appreciations to that dark environment. The pterodactyl didn't call it perfect due to the absence of the laws, but it liked how there was no light whatsoever. Of course, it complained that Noah was flying toward the only trace of light, but it didn't do anything reckless to stop him from reaching his destination. Something finally happened in his 3rd year of continuous flight. His consciousness came in contact with 2 different kinds of mental waves, and he quickly changed direction to meet the existences behind them. "It's you," First Prince said through his consciousness. He stood next to First Princess, and the 2 royals stared at Noah while revealing a tinge of disappointment. Noah neared them without any fear. He didn't like to work with the Elbas family either, but the 2 royals could lead him toward the only expert that knew something about that place. Moreover, he had already fought against First Prince during his attack on the Royal Academy. He didn't fear him even when he had worked together with his sister and defensive formations. He barely felt any danger now that he met him there after centuries of training. "Where is your father?" Noah asked in a plain tone, and the royals' eyes sharpened when he addressed them and their leader in that way. Yet, they were in the same situation, and they didn't want to face Noah if necessary. The sensations caused by his ambition were still vivid in their minds. It was only normal for the royals to respect him now. "He should have gone toward the stars," First Princess replied as she showed the red marks on her hands. The marks had turned into arrows that pointed toward the stars, and the red lines on First Prince's hands had gained the same shape. "Let's go then," Noah said as he began to fly in that direction. The royals didn't like that he had immediately acted as if he was their leader, but they didn't object and followed him. The trio resumed their flight, and Noah noticed that the 2 royals had a more advanced method to save breath in that environment. They had small runes under their feet that emitted soft shockwaves that pushed them forward. "What do you know about this place?" Noah asked after a few weeks spent in complete silence, but the 2 royals could only shake their heads at that question. "This is a test for us too," First Princess replied. "We can't rely on our father's might," First Prince said as a bit of arrogance leaked out of his figure. "Everything would be too easy otherwise." Noah didn't refute that statement. A strong backing was an incredible advantage in the cultivation journey, and the Elbas family had the most powerful one right now. Once a few months passed, the 3 unfolded consciousnesses saw another change in the area around them. They didn't find another companion, but their minds sensed something peculiar nonetheless. The trio's minds found a small white light hovering in the darkness. They didn't notice it initially because it was hard to keep track of the distance there. Still, they immediately understood what it was when their mental waves touched it. The 3 experts felt a tempting sensation invading their minds. Their very existence saw that small light as the best nourishment for their individuality. The group had found their first raw law. Noah didn't hesitate for even an instant. As soon as the raw laws entered his mind's range, his legs kicked the air to make him sprint toward that light. His experience as a lone cultivator allowed him to act before the royals, but they reacted rather quickly too at that sudden event. Noah reached the lump of raw laws in less than a second, and he stretched his hand toward that white sphere of light to seize it. He didn't know how to absorb that resource, but he trusted his body to handle that part. However, a fireball landed on his arm right before he could close his fingers around the sphere. The explosion that followed pushed the raw laws away and made Noah lose his chance to seize them. The royals appeared in that spot immediately after the explosion, but Noah had already shot forward to go after the raw laws. He didn't care about the two powerhouses. Killing them in a mission where King Elbaz was the leader wasn't ideal. Also, the raw laws were more important than that. The lump of light appeared distant again after the explosion pushed it away, but Noah instantly reached it. As long as it remained inside the range of his consciousness, the strange sense of distance in the void wouldn't deceive him. Another fireball exploded above Noah right before he could seize the white light. The raw laws shot downward at that point, and Noah followed after them. "Let's talk about this," First Princess conveyed as the two royals chased after Noah. The latter didn't stop, so she threw another attack to push the light away. Noah felt annoyed seeing his target escaping from his grasp at the last second again. He suddenly stopped chasing after it to deal with the problem, and the two royals immediately halted their flight at that sight. They didn't dare to come too close to him, and a chill ran down their spines when they saw him turning to fix his vertical pupils on them. "Talk," Noah said as he stared at the duo. He didn't want to fight if possible, but there were silent rules that had to be respected. "I'm stronger than both of you," Noah transmitted in a cold voice, "so I'll take the raw laws." The royals had never lived without a backing. They didn't know how things worked among lone cultivators. King Elbaz wasn't there to protect them, but Noah was still mindful of offending such a powerful existence. Moreover, he needed their tracking inscriptions to find other companions. "You have come in this mission thanks to our father," First Prince shouted through his mind. "It's only normal for the Elbaz family to take the biggest share of the gains." "Not the Elbaz family," Noah replied. "King Elbaz, and he isn't here. I only see two weaklings trying to use his name to seize something that they can't obtain with their own hands." Noah's sharp words hurt the royals' pride, and First Prince almost launched an attack at him as rage filled his mind. However, First Princess grabbed his wrist to stop him. "He wants us to use breath," First Princess explained when her brother looked at her with a confused expression. Noah revealed a cold smile when he sensed that. He didn't care that First Prince didn't fall for his taunt. He had already stated his superiority, so he could only send an ultimatum now. "I'm going to seize the raw laws again," Noah conveyed as he turned. "Stop me, and I'll take care of you two first." The royals watched him walking toward the white light. Noah could have reached it with a single leap, but he wanted the duo to decide how that situation would unfold. First Princess revealed an ugly expression. She felt mocked by Noah's actions, and her brother felt in the same way. Yet he didn't have her self-control. First Prince saw Noah's slow walk as a major insult. He felt as if the demon prince wanted him to drown in helplessness. Blood fell from his eyes and facial pores as anger filled his whole being. His sister wanted to stop him, but it was too late to interrupt his spell. The blood took fire and gave birth to an 8-armed titan. Golden runes shone on First Prince's skin, and their halo teleported him on top of Noah before he launched his attack. Noah had followed his actions with his consciousness, so the sudden appearance of the titan didn't surprise him. Still, that course of events made him sigh. Fighting the royals and offending King Elbaz were actions that he was willing to do if the situation required it. Yet, the fact that he couldn't recover the darkness lost in the battle made him less inclined to fight. Of course, First Prince had gone too far already. Now he could only blame himself for any unwanted consequence. Noah blew toward the lump of white light to make it leave that area before charging at the 8-armed titan. It would be easier to catch up with the raw laws if he pushed them. A battle among powerhouses would fling them far away, and they could even become too fast for him to reach them. The giant had punched downward, but massive slashes appeared on its dense flames when Noah charged toward the descending limbs. For arms fell apart by the time he reached the titan's chest, where First Prince was. Noah raised his finger and pointed it toward the royal. His arm performed a quick thrust that opened a massive hole at the center of the titan's body. Golden light filled the area. First Prince felt speechless when he saw that 3 of his life-saving inscribed items had activated at the same time to fend off Noah's attack. Always full of defenses, Noah cursed in his mind as the golden light shone on his face. A massive shield, an array of runes, and a reinforced armor stood between him and the royal. All of them radiated an aura at the peak of the lower tier. Those items would usually make First Prince untouchable among powerhouses in the gaseous stage, but Noah only saw a challenge in those defenses. His cultivation level didn't show it, but he was the strongest among the newly advanced powerhouses. No one even came close to his power after the extensive training inside the Divine Cut's aura. First Prince quickly suppressed his astonishment and poured more blood inside the Titan to refill the missing flames. Meanwhile, its remaining limbs threw fireballs at Noah in the hope of slowing him down. Noah's aura surged as he glanced at the fireballs, and his sharpness spread in the environment. His arms didn't move, but the attacks divided themselves in half under the effect of his influence. Then, Noah retracted his arm and stretched his fingers to make them take the form of a blade. First Prince felt an intense danger from that action, but his sister luckily interrupted Noah's preparations. A massive snake had formed around First Princess when she realized how strong Noah was. She knew the dangers of getting exhausted in that environment, but she couldn't leave her brother alone. The snake spewed a dense torrent of flames that reached her opponent right before he could launch his lunge. Noah had to leap upward to dodge the attack, but that gave the giant enough time to reform. 8 fiery arms swung in Noah's direction and threw fireballs. The blackness of the void had turned into a red environment in a matter of seconds, but Noah didn't feel danger when seeing those flames. "Let me out," Night shouted inside Noah's mind. "Let me kill their light." Noah ignored the pterodactyl and arched his fingers to swing his arms multiple times. Massive black slashes came out of his hands and crashed on the fiery limbs, destroying them and forcing the royal to retreat. Night was perfect for that environment, and it didn't even consume darkness in its current form. Its power came from the dark matter. Nevertheless, Noah didn't want to reveal its power just yet, and he still preferred to keep the royals alive. His hands were enough to handle the situation. The 2 royals stared at him while wearing unsightly expressions. Noah's power level made no sense, and they couldn't even begin to evaluate his actual battle prowess. Noah was only a peak rank 5 cultivator in theory, but his attacks could threaten defenses capable of blocking peak gaseous stage powerhouses. That was unreal for the standards of the cultivation world. The royals could understand that if Noah used his higher energy to express a prowess superior to his current level. Yet, Noah only relied on his bare hands to launch those attacks. There was only an explanation for that power. Noah had begun to walk the path to become a law even if his Danteon didn't evolve to the next level. As for how much power his individuality could wield, the royals couldn't predict that. They had come in contact with his existence, and that had proven that his potential surpassed their father's. There was another issue connected to that battle. Noah had used only his slashes, while the royals had relied on their best spells. First Prince and First Princess had initially thought that they could exhaust Noah due to his weaker Danteon, but that appeared as a tiny hope after the last exchanges. "Is that it?" Noah taunted them. As long as they kept on wasting breath, he would seize an easy victory while saving his darkness. Still, those tricks couldn't work on powerhouses, especially after they had understood his intentions. Even the impulsive First Prince had a brain under his thick arrogance. The duo exchanged an understanding glance and dispersed their flames. A series of inscribed items came out of their space rings. Both royals wore golden armor and wielded long swords that emitted flames on their own. Golden shields surrounded their figures, and an array of runes reinforced those already incredible defenses. The royals then took out a few talismans, and red runes fused with their bodies when they broke them. Their auras surged when the runes lit up, and more flames appeared on top of their weapons. The duo had come prepared for everything. First Prince and First Princess could even come up with ways to fight without wasting breath in a few seconds. This might be troublesome, Noah thought. The royals weren't weak, and their expertise in the inscription fields made them tricky opponents to fight. It would be different if Noah could go all out, But he didn't have a way to break those defenses without wasting more energy than his opponents. He would come out weakened no matter the outcome. "I guess I can't hold back too much," Noah concluded as the demonic sword came out of his space ring and landed in his hand. Knight complained that he had chosen his weapon rather than it, but Noah ignored it as the dark matter came out of his body and took the shape of a giant snake. Snore didn't change too much in the last centuries. Noah had only added a few weapons to its body, but he didn't do anything too invasive since he had yet to see how the dark matter would evolve. The blood companion's size had increased since Noah's Danteon had reached the peak of the 5th rank. It was more than 150 meters long now, and its structure appeared slightly unstable. Flashes of light flickered on its black body whenever the higher energy in its fabric underwent a surge of power. Those were dark glimmers, but they managed to illuminate the void anyway. Snore launched its elemental attacks without even waiting for the royals to act. Lightning bolts accumulated and shot from its horns. Flames came out of its mouth, and violent winds blew from its nostrils. The wings were useless in that environment since there wasn't any matter or breath to destroy. Noah couldn't create primary energy, so he could only use those abilities in their weakest form. The royals swiftly dodged the elemental attacks, but a storm of massive slashes appeared on their paths and pushed them far in the distance. Noah saw their defenses blocking the slashes, but he didn't chase after them. Instead, he sprinted backward, toward the lump of white light that he had blown away previously. It took him only a few minutes to reach the raw laws that were flying in the distance. They didn't stop since the void opposed no resistance to their motion, but they didn't go too far. Noah finally took them and inspected their structure. He had seen laws many times already, but they appeared different. There wasn't any deep meaning inside them. The laws were only an ethereal substance that could unleash an incredible power once it became complete. Noah had no idea how to absorb them. He felt tempted to place them directly inside his Danteon, but he didn't know if they had to go through some special process first. The royals eventually caught up and threw a series of runes around him. The inscriptions gave birth to golden lines that created a prison-like structure around Noah. The prison had formed too quickly. It seemed that the lines had some teleporting abilities since they had managed to isolate the area before Noah could even react. The lines became thicker as the prison became smaller. More runes formed on its surface, but Noah promptly launched a wave of slashes that crashed with them. The prison didn't budge. It continued to restrict, and it stopped when it isolated Noah in an area smaller than 10 cubic meters. Noah attacked again, but the outcome was the same. The lines weren't wholly material, so they managed to resist his slashes more easily. "We know you raided the Dark Gorge," First Princess conveyed. "This is the result of our studies on that peculiar species. A prison resistant to any attack and with great power at its basis. Give up and hand over the raw laws," First Prince continued. "You are a formidable opponent, but you need liquid breath to open a path in this item." The royals felt sure of the sturdiness of the prison. Their confidence came from the fact that King Elbas himself had created that item by using what he had discovered from the Nightblade pterodactyl species. The prison wasn't in the middle tier in terms of power, but its quality made it the sturdiest cell in the lower tier. Noah didn't have the amount of energy required to break through it. Noah looked at the prison and sighed. The Elbas family had always tried to chain him to their organization. The memories of his time in the Nation surged in his mind. He had changed so much in those centuries, but the royals didn't modify their behavior toward him. Yet that was their mistake. The royals kept on building countermeasures to his power without understanding his true nature. Noah never stopped improving, and he had a card to play even in that situation. "I'll give you plenty of food when you heal," Noah thought, and the demonic sword replied with a resolute roar. It didn't care that it was going to suffer as long as Noah came out victorious. Snore disappeared, and Noah closed his eyes. In his mind, sword saints performed identical lunges capable of launching an unstoppable force. That was the peak of the piercing attacks. Noah didn't master it yet, but he had trained in the lunge and the slash since his last training session with the divine cut. Noah half-crouched and retracted his sword. His mind became one with his existence, but the images of Sword Saint's lunge continued to play in his mind. The royal didn't know what to think at that sight, but their expressions soon turned severe when they felt the intense sharpness that had begun to accumulate on Noah's figure. The lunge's power is limitless, Noah thought as he thrust his blade forward. An unstoppable force assaulted the golden lines of the prison and created a large hole. Noah's attack didn't have any form, but the royals could see it flying in the void before dispersing in the distance. Noah came out of the prison only to notice that the raw laws in his hand had gained peculiar meanings. They radiated his ambition. Noah's darkness had halved after his last attack. Sword Saint's lunge was a technique that he shouldn't perform recklessly before mastering it. That wasn't one of Noah's casual slashes. It was part of Sword Saint's core inheritance. The energy that it depleted even surpassed the requirements of the demonic form. Yet, the power that it was able to unleash made up for that consumption. Noah had launched a lunge that even peak gaseous stage powerhouses would struggle to block while he was still a rank 5 cultivator. The royals couldn't explain that event. Their prison was one of the last items created by their father, but Noah had pierced right through it without even activating his iconic demonic form. Their battle intent waned at that sight. They didn't have stronger methods to fight him there, and Noah overcame them without relying on spells. In their minds, Noah's figure became even mightier. Feeling his ambition had already made them respect him more, but that battle prowess solidified his position. The Elbaz family had access to countless historical records and studies. Knowledge and expertise were the main qualities of all its members. First Prince and First Princess also had access to King Elbaz studies and records. No heroic cultivator could match their knowledge when it came to the cultivation world and modern inscription methods. Such a display of power made them sure of something. Noah was the most promising expert that the cultivation world had ever witnessed. No one in history had ever come closer to such might. Noah lost interest in the two royals when he sensed their battle intent fading. The muffled wails of his demonic sword came before opponents that he didn't even want to kill. The living weapon had already returned inside Noah's new space ring. Cracks filled the entirety of its surface, and some metallic shards had even fallen from its structure. Sword Saint's lunge had forced it to surpass its structural limits. Noah could only launch 2 attacks at that level without sacrificing the demonic sword. To think that I had to use the lunge before regrouping. Noah cursed in his mind as he transferred a few magical beasts' corpses in the space ring with Night and the demonic sword. The weapon ate in that separate space and began its recovery. Noah guessed that it would take half a year to heal completely, which gave him hope for future fights. The void in the separate reality was so vast that the demonic sword had plenty of time to heal before Noah met other struggles. Its current injury would be a problem only if he were unlucky enough to find a battle in that period. As soon as he finished dealing with the demonic sword, Noah moved his attention to the raw laws. The lump of white light had been in his hand when he performed the lunge. Noah's individuality had engulfed the laws during the attack, and they had gained his characteristics. They now radiated a thick ambition capable of burning forever. That feeling was identical to Noah's, and he also felt a sense of belonging when inspecting it. The royals didn't dare to move while Noah studied the lump of light, and they didn't do anything even when he ate it with a single bite. Noah knew that he only had one way to put an end to that fight, so he used the only method that he could think of to absorb that resource. Everything else was up to his dark star. The raw laws descended toward Noah's spinning heart and fused with its structure, unleashing a surge of energy that he had never experienced before. The star started spinning madly. The amount of energy to purify and distribute was so much that it had to overcome its limits to handle it. Noah felt his body becoming hotter. Trails of energy carrying his individuality spread everywhere inside him and nurtured his existence as a whole. His tissues became sturdier, and his muscles expanded. His internal organs' condition improved too, and his level inside the lower tier of the 6th rank advanced. Noah's mind also benefited from the raw laws. Its walls became thicker and sturdier. The mental sea flickered as its surface started to shine under the effects of such nutrients. His dantian obtained the largest share of nutrients. Darkness filled its insides as the trails of energy nurtured the organ and broadened Noah's already vast individuality. Noah smiled as he felt his centers of power brimming with power. The raw laws had refilled his dantian and improved his overall condition. Still, they weren't able to push his level past the 5th rank. What is your problem? Noah thought as he focused on his dantian. He was full of darkness, and the organ was already at the peak of the solid stage. That last surge of energy should have pushed it past that bottleneck. The distance from the 6th rank was less than a step in the end. Noah couldn't find the cause behind that delay. He could only guess that his individuality wasn't ready to begin the journey to become a law, but he had some doubts about that. His mind had already pushed his prowess past that stage. He knew that his existence had been ready for the breakthrough for a while by then. Is the vastness of my individuality the issue? Noah questioned himself. He knew that his path was right, so that was the only problem that could hold him back. Noah remained silent as he pondered about the issue. He didn't have a solution. Limiting himself was a path that he couldn't walk. His gaze suddenly went on the white stars in the distance. All those dots had to be masses of raw laws, and now he knew how beneficial they were. Maybe I can force the breakthrough even if I don't find an orthodox solution, Noah concluded. He was there to seize raw laws anyway, so he would see if that idea worked soon enough. Right? Noah thought as he recalled something. I don't feel any different. Where is the addicting feeling? King Elba's and God's left hand had stated that the raw laws caused an intense addiction. Even the royals' leader couldn't escape from their effects. Noah and the others had felt that and could confirm their words. Even the raw laws inside the black landmass threatened to make them lose their minds. However, Noah didn't sense any addiction after he absorbed them. He only felt stronger than before, but no lingering feeling had remained in his mind. Noah didn't believe that both King Elba's and God's left hand had lied about their qualities. He could only guess that his dark star had taken care of that dangerous feeling during the purification. This solves a lot of problems. Noah smiled again under the royal's stern gaze. The duo was worried that Noah would charge at them after seizing the white light, and his random smiles made his mental state even harder to read. They were ignorant about the raw law's effects too, so they didn't know how Noah would turn after absorbing them. A cultivator with such an intense ambition would surely cause a mess if he fell prey to his greed. Noah glanced at them after he had finished evaluating his condition. He was back at his peak, but he didn't want to resume his battle with the duo. That would be a waste of energy, especially after he had proven his undisputed superiority. Noah knew that he wouldn't have problems seizing the raw laws from now on. Did you damage your tracking inscriptions during the battle? Noah asked through his consciousness, and his plain tone reassured the royals. Don't underestimate our inscriptions, First Princess said. We have invented schools far more advanced than your elemental forging method. She was trying to maintain some of her arrogance in front of a complete defeat. Noah understood her intentions and avoided adding anything to that conversation. Let's go then, Noah said and turned to fly toward the stars in the distance. The royals showed unsightly expressions, but they followed him anyway. No one said anything, but the royals had silently accepted that they would be nothing more than a compass from now on. Everything would go to Noah until they managed to regroup with their father. Noah, First Prince, and First Princess found 3 more lumps of white light in the 5 months that followed their battle. The spheres had different sizes depending on how many raw laws they contained, but Noah took all of them without even asking for the royals' opinion. The duo from the Elbas family didn't complain either. They had accepted their position in the group and wanted only to find their father now. Noah's condition improved greatly because of those resources. The raw laws could increase the level of all his centers of power, which made them the best nutrient in the entire lower plane. However, his dantian didn't advance. The laws obtained his individuality when they came in contact with his aura, and they fused with his organ, but that wasn't enough to push it to the 6th rank. Noah didn't overthink about that matter. He didn't have another solution, so he would try everything that the separate dimension offered him. He didn't fear for the condition of his centers of power since his species had made them extremely durable. His dark star even removed the addicting properties from the raw laws. so he could push his Dantian's limits as much as he wanted. The royals' mood worsened as they saw Noah becoming stronger right in front of their eyes. Yet they never gave voice to any complaint. They could only wait for their father to rectify the chain of command. A change happened in that month. The royals and Noah had flown in the void for so long that they couldn't miss the appearance of two more consciousnesses in their range. Noah knew that King Elbaz wasn't among those two existences because he had paid attention to the royals' tracking inscriptions, so he immediately changed direction when he sensed them. Great Elder Diana and Elder Regina soon appeared in his vision. The two women were at the peak of their power, and broad smiles shined on their faces. Their expressions looked strange. They both appeared ecstatic, and they didn't even bother to inspect the trio that had joined them. "Did you find any raw law?" Noah asked before even greeting them. His instincts were sending confusing signals to his mind. Part of him felt in danger, while the other didn't find anything off with that situation. "Yes," Elder Regina said as her smile stiffened. Her expression began to relax after her answer, but some confusion still lingered on her face afterward. "Let's look for more," Great Elder Diana conveyed before directly turning to fly toward the white stars in the distance. She didn't even look at the others as she set off. Elder Regina appeared to struggle to disperse her confusion, but she quickly chased after her matriarch anyway. The royals exchanged an understanding glance, and Noah didn't fail to notice that gesture. However, he didn't look at them. His eyes sharpened, but he went after the duo from the council anyway. First Prince and First Princess hesitated, but Noah stopped to glance at them before resuming his flight. The duo understood his silent order and followed him through the void. Noah and the royals had understood that there was something wrong with the experts from the council. The raw laws had to be the cause behind their strange behavior, but they didn't appear dangerous just yet. Another month had to pass before the five of them found more raw laws. There were two lumps of white light, and Noah separated from the group to near the smaller sphere. Great Elder Diana did the same with the larger sphere, and her aura surged to make it gain her qualities. She then placed the raw laws directly on her low waist that absorbed them without any struggle. Noah felt slightly surprised by how quickly the matriarch had completed the absorption, but he didn't care too much about it. Still, Elder Regina suddenly appeared next to him, who was about to pour his aura in the raw laws in his grasp. "Give them to me," Elder Regina said, and her mental waves conveyed her threatening tone when they landed on Noah's consciousness. Noah ignored her, and his aura surged to bind that resource to his individuality. The elder watched him eating the lump of light, and her expression turned dark when it disappeared from her vision. "You!" Elder Regina struggled to send that mental message. "You stole them." Noah's eyes sharpened when he sensed her intentions. His reptilian pupils went on her eyes, and his consciousness focused on her confused mental sphere. Elder Regina gathered breath in her palms, but the sharpness carried by Noah's mind broke her concentration and made her lose her grip over that energy. Anger started to build inside her, but her mind was too confused to deploy any protection against Noah's influence. His mental waves cut right through her mind and forced her to sort her chaotic thoughts. Elder Regina struggled to focus, and her mental defenses suddenly appeared around her figure. Noah prepared himself to fight since he couldn't suppress her anymore, but the elder revealed her regular expression when she lifted her face again. "My apologies," Elder Regina said as she performed a deep bow. "It seems that I was about to fall prey to the raw law's addiction. Thank you for awakening me." Noah nodded at her polite gesture. He felt glad that he had avoided the battle again, but his problems didn't end there. A heavy consciousness unfolded and applied pressure to everyone in the area. The group recognized Great Elder Diana's aura, but they didn't see the council's composed matriarch when they looked toward her. Orange sparks crackled around Great Elder Diana's figure as she moved her gaze among her companions. Her eyes moved madly among the experts until they eventually stopped on Noah. "You stole them," Great Elder Diana conveyed, and the four experts felt her thoughts echoing inside their minds. The direct contact with her consciousness made them understand how messy her mental state was. Great Elder Diana's individuality focused on precision, so her chaotic thoughts didn't suit her at all. Noah's mind sent warning signals. His instincts even told him to leave the area and escape since the situation had become too dangerous. Yet Noah had nowhere to go. He was inside Great Elder Diana's range. He wasn't sure that he could escape her attack even if he relied on his movement technique. Matriarch, Elder Regina stepped forward to near Great Elder Diana. We have prepared sedatives to solve this issue. You can use mines if you want to save yours. Elder Regina took out a bottle filled with a dense green liquid and handed it to her matriarch. But Noah suddenly appeared behind her and threw her away before leaving in a hurry. Great Elder Diana exploded into a storm of lightning bolts that unleashed a destructive force in the environment. The power of the liquid stage of the 6th rank brimmed in those attacks, but they didn't hit any of her companions. First Prince and First Princess had always remained at some distance since their reunion, so they could escape the lightning bolt's range even if they noticed the attack after Noah. Elder Regina stopped herself after flying uncontrollably in the void. Noah had saved her with his last gesture, but the situation didn't seem good at all from her position. Noah reappeared in a distant spot in the void. The light radiated by the lightning bolts illuminated his face, and Great Elder Diana's consciousness still pressed on his mind. He wasn't outside her range, and he knew that escaping wasn't a possibility since the matriarch's eyes had remained on him for the whole duration of the spell. This isn't a fight that we can win, Noah thought as he stared at the lightning storm surrounding Great Elder Diana. The royals took a few steps back, but Noah promptly warned them with his cold gaze. They had to remain there and help him in case of need. Elder Regina wanted to get close to her matriarch, but Noah shot a cold glance at her too. Great Elder Diana wasn't in a state where she could recognize her. Great Elder Diana didn't advance, but she kept her eyes on Noah. She seemed set on making him the target for her anger. Noah didn't have to guess why he was in that situation. Great Elder Diana had become addicted to the raw laws, and seeing him eating them had triggered her anger. I can't escape either, Noah accepted in his mind as he evaluated the situation. The range of Great Elder Diana's mind was too large for him to escape without having to clash with her at least once. He could sacrifice one of the experts with him to gain time, but none of them would be up for the task. Moreover, Noah didn't want to escape alone only to remain lost in the void. The Alliance also needed Great Elder Diana, and the Divine Cut was in her domain. I guess I can always throw the royals at her if everything else fails, Noah concluded as his expression became resolute. He would go against a liquid stage powerhouse. You too? Noah conveyed through his consciousness, uncaring that Great Elder Diana could hear him. Deploy every protection you have and try to buy some time. Are you asking us to go against a liquid stage powerhouse? First Prince immediately complained. You are a fool. Why should we even help her? You either help her with me, Noah replied while pouring his coldness in his mental waves, or I'll leave and hunt you down if you manage to survive. Noah's threat wasn't empty for the royals. They had recently seen him overcoming what they thought to be mandatory limits, so they believed him when he said that he could escape the matriarch. First Prince went silent after the threat, and First Princess nodded at Noah to confirm their cooperation. They didn't like to work with him, but the Elbaz family needed Great Elder Diana too. King Elbaz had already revealed that he had fallen prey to the addicting properties of the raw laws. If that happened again, the group of experts needed the second strongest cultivator's help. Give me your sedatives, Noah conveyed when looking at Elder Regina. She didn't hesitate to fly toward him and hand a few bottles containing a green liquid. Thank you for this, Elder Regina said. But Noah ignored her. He wasn't doing that for the council or Great Elder Diana's sake. His interests and life were at stake there. Great Elder Diana didn't attack during that interaction. Noah could sense some struggle in her consciousness, but he had no idea how to exploit it. It would be different if he had to face the demons, but he didn't know the matriarch enough to force her to regain control of her mental faculties. Go, Noah said at the royals. Launch something. The duo from the Elbaz family shot a surprised glance toward him, but they decided to follow his orders when they saw his cold reptilian eyes again. They timidly took out a series of inscribed items meant to restrict their opponents and threw them at Great Elder Diana before retreating by a few hundred meters. A series of golden runes and a black thread flew toward the lightning storm. The cord enlarged during the flight and began to move on its own as it encircled the powerful spell. Great Elder Diana was far from her peak in that condition. Her centers of power were full of energy, but her mental state didn't allow her to express her individuality. She was a violent addict, angry at someone who had taken the last dose from her. Her surges of energy were chaotic, and her spells were a messy display of power. Nevertheless, her attacks had liquid breath as fuel. That alone gave her enough power to be above any gaseous stage powerhouse. The lightning storm reduced the black thread into ashes, but the spell's intensity diminished in those spots. The golden runes approached those areas, and many of them fell apart. Still, a few managed to fly past that protection. My laws! Great Elder Diana shouted through her mind and lifted her arm to deal with the incoming runes. Sparks gathered in her palm, but a tremor ran through her consciousness, and her spell dispersed the energy that it had accumulated. That forceful interruption even caused a backlash. Deep cuts appeared on the matriarch's arm as the breath that had accumulated there left the limb in a hurry. The golden runes successfully landed on her body and released a halo that restricted her movements. Even her consciousness shrunk under their effects. Go talk to her, Noah said to Elder Regina. Use any topic that can make her regain focus. It had become evident after the last exchange that Great Elder Diana was helping them in the battle. Part of her mind wanted them to win and restore her mental faculties. Elder Regina nodded and flew on the opposite side of the lightning storm to tell a few stories that only she and her matriarch knew. They were mostly tales about conversations shared while they restored the natural paradise on the western coast. The struggles inside the matriarch's consciousness became more intense as the runes and Elder Regina suppressed Great Elder Diana and made her cooperate. Yet, the lightning storm still raged around her. That spell was a continuous defense that fed on her reserves of energy to expand. Noah shot toward the array of lightning bolts at that point. A layer of dark matter covered his figure, and snore formed before engulfing him in its massive body. Layers of rocks and ice covered the blood companion and turned it into a statue. The void's unique environment allowed it to maintain its momentum even if Noah couldn't sprint, since he was inside it. The royals controlled the runes to use all their power right before the snake statue crashed on the lightning storm. Elder Regina did the same by telling something more intimate about the matriarch. Great Elder Diana's consciousness shrunk even more, and the lightning bolts in her defensive spell slowed down while her confusion intensified. The snake statue crashed on the storm then. The lightning bolts made massive holes inside Snore's defensive layers and destroyed every protection in only a round of attacks. The blood companion suffered too, and its body fell apart as all those powerful attacks crashed on it. Noah knew that Snore couldn't block the attacks, so he had relied on his iconic spell to cross that barrage. When the row of lightning bolts was about to fall on him, black smoke came out of his skin and covered him in a corrosive armor. The lightning bolts had gone past many layers of protection, but they still destroyed the armor and unleashed their remaining power on Noah. Yet, he used that delay to sprint toward the other side of the storm. Snore fell apart, but Noah reappeared in the defensive spell's insides with 2 long wounds on his back. Gray smoke came out of the injuries, and some of his internal organs were visible, but Noah didn't care and pressed forward. Great Elder Diana was still too confused to react to his arrival. Noah swiftly grabbed her chin and poured a bottle of the sedative that he had just taken out of his space ring inside her mouth. The matriarch gulped, and her expression quickly returned to a stern one. The lightning storm disappeared when Great Elder Diana regained control of her mental faculties. Her consciousness unfolded again, but it didn't apply any pressure at that time. Noah Bulvin, Great Elder Diana said as she straightened her position and adjusted her robe. What can I do to thank you? Noah revealed a cold smile before replying in his usual manner. Leave all the raw laws to me from now on. I would have no chances against her in normal conditions, Noah thought after reviewing the battle with Great Elder Diana in his mind. The group had resumed their flight toward the stars in the distance, But Noah couldn't shake off the sensation of impotence felt in front of such a powerful expert. Great Elder Diana had been barely conscious, and part of her mind had held her real power back during the battle. She couldn't even rely on her individuality, but she had been a threatening opponent anyway. The injuries on Noah's back were proof of how distant he was from the liquid stage in terms of prowess. Great Elder Diana's raw display of power was able to wound him deeply, even when he deployed his best protections. The lack of a rank 6 Danteon held back the power that Noah could express. Gaining access to rank 6 darkness would bring his overall prowess to the next level. Moreover, the new darkness would make his dark matter evolve, unlocking many creations that Noah had chosen not to approach while his higher energy was unstable. There was so much to improve when it came to his creations. Yet, his Danteon appeared unable to leap in the next rank. Noah could only stuff it with raw laws for the time being. The group of 5 encountered other lumps of white laws along their way. Noah took them without any opposition nor complaints, and his injuries healed in a couple of months with their energy. Great Elder Diana had promised that she would leave every raw law to Noah, and she didn't want to risk falling prey to the addiction again. The same went for Elder Regina, since she had come close to going mad too. The royals couldn't even begin to start a negotiation. Noah was stronger than them, and he had the backing of the most potent powerhouses of the council now. There was nothing First Prince and First Princess could do. Noah didn't even glance at his companions whenever light entered in the range of his mind. He directly seized them, knowing that they were rightfully his. It took another year for the group to find a change in the environment. The number of raw laws on their path had increased, which hinted that they were nearing the center of that separate reality. Noah had eaten more than 15 lumps of light when he sensed the traces of a battle. The group found True Speed and Elder Paul fighting over a fist-sized sphere of light. That was the largest mass of raw laws that Noah had ever seen, and the 2 experts from the council had to rely on their sedatives to fend off its captivating aura. The 2 cultivators fighting to seize it appeared lost in their anger. Their expressions were a mixture of rage and anxiety as they launched attack after attack at their opponent. Their auras didn't reveal any trace of confusion. They appeared utterly lost in their addiction. Still, their cultivation level had increased. Noah inspected the battle for an instant before glancing at Great Elder Diana, who nodded in response. She then stepped forward and used a minute speck of her liquid breath to create a few lightning bolts. The duo had understood each other with a simple exchange of gazes. Great Elder Diana would capture their addicted companions, since it was far easier for her to do it. The lightning bolts shot toward Elder Paul and True Speed, and prison-like structures formed around them. The 2 insane cultivators tried to launch themselves at the crackling bars, but they fainted as soon as they touched them. They were lucky that Great Elder Diana's individuality focused on precision. She managed to hold back her power so much that her lightning bolts didn't hurt the 2 experts. Noah seized the raw laws while Elder Regina and the matriarch neared the trapped experts and poured sedatives in their mouths. An intense sensation of power filled Noah as the 2 woke up. Great Elder Diana left the experts in Elder Regina's hands. She would handle explaining their situation and what had happened while they were prey to their addiction. Elder Paul and True Speed shot incredulous gazes toward Noah when they learnt of how he had saved them all from Great Elder Diana. Still, they had already given up on the raw laws. Going mad had taught them about the dangers connected with that resource. They would have remained without any breath in the middle of the void if Noah's group didn't appear to stop them. The group resumed their flight once again, and it didn't take much before they encountered another lost companion. God's left hand appeared in their vision, and she didn't show any sign of addiction even if her power had increased. "Oh!" God's left hand conveyed while revealing a surprised expression at the sight of the group. "You are all fine." She was surprised that the journey through the void didn't result in any casualty, especially when it came to the weaker experts. God's left hand guessed that Great Elder Diana had found them all and kept them away from the raw laws, but the surprises weren't over for her. Noah stepped forward, and Great Elder Diana followed him. Elder Regina went too, and the trio reached God's left hand to hold a meeting away from unwanted ears. "I'll leave the biggest share of raw laws to you," God's left hand began without hiding her surprise when she saw that the royals didn't join the negotiations. She let the matter go since they didn't complain, but the council's matriarch left her speechless. "All my shares will go to the demon prince of the hive," Great Elder Diana said, and Elder Regina continued on the same line. "Mine will go to Noah Bulvin as well." God's left hand's eyes widened, and they went on Noah, who replied with a cold smile. The expert from the Shandal Empire couldn't even begin to guess what had happened in the past years. Noah had a rank 5 Danteon, but every powerhouse was stepping back to leave all the resources to him. God's left hand eventually calmed down, and she expressed her position with clear words. "I don't know what you did to gain their favor, but I won't sacrifice my share to you. I'll take the second biggest part of raw laws out of respect for Great Elder Diana." "I'll take the biggest share then," Noah replied. "But True Speed also joins the hive. He owes me his life. You can ask him if you want." Elder Regina avoided to meet God's left hand's questioning gaze, but Great Elder Diana nodded at her without showing any ripple in her stern expression. The matriarch of the council knew that Noah was fearless during negotiations. He had also dealt and tricked King Elbaz. Seeing him replying so fiercely at the offers of a cultivator far stronger than him made her sure that Divine Demon had chosen his heir well. Noah was a demon to his very core. True Speed couldn't vouch for him since he was still back in the group, but Noah turned to glance at him. The expert of the Empire lowered his head at the sight of the reptilian eyes. Still, there was only respect in that gesture. God's left hand didn't wholly believe Noah, but she didn't mind giving up part of his share to keep the whole group happy. After all, she represented the weakest organization in that team. Moreover, she had already absorbed many raw laws during her solitary travel in the void. She had come prepared for the addicting properties of that resource, but her mind was reaching its limits. Giving Noah and the council some face couldn't hurt her. The demon prince was even doing her a favor in handling so many raw laws by himself. "You have a deal," God's left hand concluded, and Great Elder Diana gestured to the others to join them. They would resume their flight immediately. The number of raw laws eaten by Noah in the voyage through the void was immense. The matriarchs of the Shandal Empire and Council couldn't believe that he had yet to advance after absorbing so much true meaning carrying his individuality. Noah's Danteon remained at the peak of the 5th rank. Powerhouses in the liquid stage would feel the effects of so many nutrients, but his center of power remained unaffected. That peculiarity couldn't escape the matriarch's attentive eyes. They were both experienced in the cultivation journey, but they had never seen nor heard of such a peculiar case. Moreover, Noah showed no signs of addiction. He ate far more than God's left hand, but he never took breaks. Instead, the matriarch had to avoid absorbing raw laws if she had seized some in the previous month. Noah didn't even rely on external items to keep his mind in check. He appeared utterly undisturbed by that immense amount of nutrients that invaded his body and nourished its every fiber. The matriarchs decided to explain that peculiar quality with Noah's hybrid status. Still, even if they came close to the truth, they couldn't imagine how wrong they were on the matter. Noah's dark star was a bottomless pit capable of purifying any energy and redirecting it where he needed it the most. His body improved by leaps and bounds even if it only took a minor share of the raw laws. Noah had already crossed the halfway mark of the lower tier, and that alone explained how much he had eaten. His companion felt in part envious of his qualities, but they mostly admired how resilient Noah was to any adversity. Even the void couldn't affect his greatness. The group proceeded without ever stopping, and the stars in the distance eventually became closer in their vision. They began to show their true form of massive spheres of white light covered in a tempting aura. Great Elder Diana and Elder Regina started to consume large quantities of sedatives to fend off the aura leaking by those massive stars. God's left hand had to reduce her absorption of raw laws to once every 2 months for the same reason. Noah liked that situation. He could eat even more since everyone struggled to face those auras. Truth be told, Noah wasn't immune to the captivating properties of the auras. Still, it was easier for him to resist them since he had never suffered from addiction to the raw laws. It was as if he had returned to the black landmass in the Yellow Sea. He only needed to remain focused on his existence to avoid falling prey to that sensation. Entire years passed with no one saying a word. Cultivators didn't mind the silence, but that was a different situation altogether. Only the demons, Elder Julia, Second Prince, and King Elbaz had yet to appear. They made the strongest assets of both Hive and Elbaz family, so the group couldn't help but worry about their state. Of course, that feeling wasn't the same for everyone, but all of them feared the eventuality that King Elbaz had gone mad again. It would be even worse if that happened to all the missing experts. Then, the group found their first white star. It suddenly became bigger in their vision, and its radiations almost made a few of them dive in its light. Great Elder Diana directly retreated when she felt her mind wavering. She dragged Elder Regina and Elder Paul away with her until the white star was nothing more than a large sphere in the distance. God's left hand tried to resist its captivating qualities, but she felt forced to imitate the council's matriarch to avoid going mad. True speed went with her since his situation was far worse. The royals remained in front of the giant sphere for a long time before moving their eyes on the monster that could bathe freely in that radiance without suffering any adverse effect. First Prince and First Princess had yet to touch the raw laws to resist them quite efficiently. However, Noah was on another level. He could float directly in front of that captivating mass without moving a single step forward. The royals couldn't go that close without losing themselves. They would have to rely on inscribed items to fend off the radiations and limit their absorption to only a small chunk of the entire star. Go with the others, Noah ordered at some point, and the royals could only leave to join the group that had retreated in the distance. Noah didn't mind that others watched him in action, but the star was too big compared to the lumps of white light found along the way. He needed more time to eat all the raw laws inside it, and he guessed that the dark star would take a long time to purify and redirect them. It would be different if the demons or Elder Julia were there or he could trust someone among the group. However, he was alone, and the only ones capable of resisting the aura belonged to King Elbaz's faction. Noah stepped inside the white star and floated until he reached its center. His consciousness slowly became denser as his ambition filled his mental waves, and the raw laws around him gained their qualities. Is this what I'll feel when I'll reach the stars? Noah pondered. Noah felt boundless and without any limit, with the white sphere carrying his individuality and resonating with him. His existence felt more than simple energy contained inside an array of flesh and bones. It was part of the world, of an entire reality illuminated only by his brightness. Still, that was the complete opposite of what he wanted. Noah desired power so that he could wield. He wouldn't sacrifice his uniqueness to become part of a larger system. This path toward light can't suit me, Noah thought as he inhaled to begin his feeding on the raw laws. Everything about me belongs only to me. I might take the world one day, but it will never have me. The white star shrunk as Noah ate. The cultivators in the distance could sense how the faint radiations that reached their position became less intense. Noah ate without placing any limit to his greed. Every raw law around him belonged to his centers of power, so he would make sure they had them. The strange connection with the world that Noah had found during the absorption enlightened him on a matter that had annoyed him since he had reached the void. His dantian absorbed most of that true meaning without growing. Everything fused with its structure, but the breakthrough didn't start. Nevertheless, Noah could finally understand what his organ required now. It was something that he had tried to complete in the last centuries without any success. My destruction can fuse all my individuality into a blade, Noah thought as the light around him slowly dimmed. My path with the hybris has peaked in my current form. My creation has altered the cycle of life and brought it into my palm. Those were the main aspects of Noah's individuality. They reflected his largest paths that then had countless ramifications. Yet, he had failed to notice one obvious problem. His dark star was a proper center of power now, and it needed to be ready to step on the path of the laws for his individuality to advance. Noah had always connected the copies of his elements to his creation, but it seemed that they had gained a central role, with the dark star being his fourth center of power. It is as June said, Noah concluded in his mind as the light around him went completely dark, and the white star disappeared. I need to create my world. Elements had distinct features that made them different from each other. Those qualities didn't identify them since spells had various effects, but their nature was to follow them. Light and darkness were complete opposites, and they even repelled each other. The light element was soft, almost weightless. It could fill entire areas without affecting anything, and it focused on purity rather than sheer quantity. It was calm and captivating. Some of Daniel's leadership skills came from his innate aura as a cultivator with a light aptitude. Instead, the darkness element was heavy. It was violent and abrupt, and it didn't care about anything that it destroyed in its expansion. Darkness appeared able to engulf everything. It strived for quantity, and it didn't stop at anything. Both elements shared similar features too. They were a core part of the world's fabric, and they were everywhere. They also tend to expand as long as they had space. Nevertheless, Noah couldn't replicate the light element even if it had those similarities with his aptitude. He had even tried meditating next to Daniel, but that only originated negative sensations inside him. The matter didn't appear to have a solution, but the enlightenment gained inside the white star stated that he had to complete the creation of his world if he wanted his individuality to advance. That was a requirement set by his dark star. His new center of power made his individuality even harder to improve, and Noah could only accept that annoying feature. What will happen with all this energy then? Noah questioned himself about that issue. His dantian had absorbed the largest share of raw laws among his centers of power. Still, they had only fused with its structure without adding any other effect. The raw laws kept on refilling his dantian, but they didn't improve it. Their energy had still flowed there though, and Noah didn't know what had happened to it. Maybe it will show some change once I manage to advance, Noah thought. I wonder if I can still force it with this resource. Noah didn't give up on the possibility of forcing the breakthrough. That was the easiest method, especially since he didn't have a solution for the light element. The group rejoined Noah when they saw the white star disappearing, but they felt surprised when they saw him. They couldn't understand how he was still at the peak of the 5th rank even after absorbing so much true meaning. Noah didn't explain anything and turned to continue his long flight. The others could only follow him without asking any questions related to his cultivation level. The endless void filled their days again, and only the casual appearance of raw laws made them deviate their path. Yet, Noah often flew toward them on his own in that part of the travel. The radiations filled the whole area. The group was too close to the bigger stars to avoid their effects, and even Noah had begun to struggle to continue moving forward without relying on external items. Luckily for them, both the Council and the Shandal Empire had prepared for that journey. The two matriarchs had many potions and pills that could keep their minds calm and unaffected by the radiations. The experts began to trade those resources and keep notes of eventual payments that they had to complete once returned to the surface. Only the royals remained out of the cycle since they had brought their methods and didn't sell to anyone. Noah found more giant stars to eat, but the outcome was always the same. Only his mind and body showed improvements, while his dantian remained the same. The experts eventually had to rely on the raw laws to refill their dantians. The long journey cost them small bits of breath at every sprint, and they had flown for more than a decade already without even cultivating once. Of course, the others alternated themselves in the absorption to keep in check any adverse reaction. Noah's body advanced steadily in the lower tier and even neared its last part. His mind improved in sturdiness, and his spherical rune enlarged it at a steady pace. At some point, the group finally found the remaining team members, but the scene that appeared in front of them was more complicated than it seemed. The Hive's experts were at some distance from a system of 7 massive stars that radiated dense auras. The light in the spheres seemed about to become solid due to the pressure that those radiations created in the area. The blackness of the void didn't exist there. The 7 stars managed to illuminate every corner of the area, since they formed a wide static circle that left large empty paths among them. Chasing Demon, Flying Demon, Dreaming Demon, and Elder Julia were right outside of the dense area. They kept their eyes fixed on the whirlpools that the radiation formed on the void, but they didn't show any sign of addiction. Second Prince was right in front of them, in the middle of the dense radiations. He kept his eyes closed as he floated in a cross-legged stance among them. The radiations gathered in the red crystal at the center of his forehead. Small traces of white light flew with them too and flowed inside Second Prince as he continued his meditation. His level saw a constant increase during that process, but his training was nothing compared to what was happening in the middle of the Seven Stars. Noah moved his gaze only to find King Elbaz floating in a cross-legged position right at the center of the array of stars. He was in the denser spot and where the largest number of radiations amassed, but a golden light covered his skin and protected his body. Noah neared the four from the hive who could only shrug their shoulders at his questioning gaze. Their version of the story then explained how they had ended up in that situation. Apparently, the black and white sphere in the Middle Sea could lead anywhere inside the separate reality. Considering the size of that world, even the slightest difference during the entrance would bring cultivators to a completely different place. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon had quickly found each other with their personal methods, and they had met Chasing Demon along their way. During their hunt for raw laws, they had found King Elbaz, Second Prince, and Elder Julia who were flying toward the stars. The situation had changed at that point. King Elbaz had gained the monopoly over every raw law and had given some of them only to Second Prince. The demons and Elder Julia had become like the rest of Noah's group. They weren't strong enough to oppose the powerhouse dictating the rules, so they could only continue to fly, hoping for a change in that trend. That didn't happen until they found that array of stars. King Elbaz had immediately shot toward its center and had cultivated since then. "Why are you still here then?" Noah asked after their story ended. King Elbaz was busy, so they could leave to look for other raw laws. They were there to increase their personal power in the end. "No one leaves," King Elbaz conveyed as his consciousness expanded. His mental waves could cross the pressure generated by the stars and reach the group outside of their dense influence. "Every speck of raw laws belongs to me," King Elbaz continued. "They will be the foundation for my ascension. I've invited you here only to be my audience." Noah remained speechless. The content of King Elbaz's message stunned him. But what surprised him the most was that the royal didn't appear insane when he spoke. King Elbaz was in complete control of his mind. He had said that without having become addicted to the raw laws. King Elbaz's message carried a subtle threat that made every cultivator tremble. Even Noah couldn't avoid reacting to the innate fear that a solid-stage powerhouse caused inside him. That was the same sensation that Noah had felt when he faced Great Elder Diana. The only difference was that the fear coming from King Elbaz's meditating figure was 100 times more intense. The royal had been clear. The experts had to stay there and watch him as he absorbed raw laws to complete his journey through the heroic ranks. How long will it take? Noah wondered as he suppressed his survival instincts. His body rarely felt such intense instincts anymore, but King Elbaz's mental waves had awakened the primal side that Noah had long since left behind. King Elbaz's orders had one fundamental problem. Everyone on the scene would gladly give up on the raw laws to avoid facing the strongest expert in the world. However, King Elbaz had been in the liquid stage just a few centuries ago. Even if he had advanced as soon as he left the surface, that would only add a bit more than 300 years to his time spent in the solid stage. Powerhouses would usually take millennia to advance through the entirety of the 6th rank. King Elbaz was in the last stage of that path, and his words hinted that he needed an audience until he ascended. "This can take thousands of years," Noah concluded in his mind. Hoping that the raw laws will reduce that time to a few centuries is just delusional. The raw laws could help King Elbaz reach the peak faster, but Noah's centers of power couldn't afford that long period spent without growing. His mind would be fine, but his body and Danteon would surely suffer from some stagnation if he left them be for millennia. The situation was even harsher for the other experts since they didn't have Noah's dark star. Noah's aura revealed his internal struggle. His power was everything to him, so he couldn't remain calm when King Elbaz threatened his potential. "What's in your mind?" Flying Demon asked. He was the first to sense what Noah was thinking, and the demons paid attention to that mental message. Noah turned toward the trio. Chasing Demon and the others shared his mentality, and he was almost sure that they had his same goals. They wanted to become gods and ascend toward the white world above. A calm smile appeared on his face as he accepted what he was about to propose. Noah had almost forgotten what it was to live without nothing to lose, and he instinctively became serene at the thought of putting everything on the line. Death is not too bad, Noah conveyed, and a tremor ran through the demons when that message reached their minds. Noah had never spoken with them about his transmigration. June had desired to have that part of his life all for herself, and the demons had respected that. Still, he had now begun to reveal something, and there was only one possible reason behind that gesture. I always imagined it as a peaceful end to such a long life. Chasing Demon replied as a broad smile appeared on his face too. His aura had also become less tense after understanding what Noah had in mind. I don't know about peace, Noah replied, and a short laugh echoed through his consciousness. I would describe it as empty. A second of silence followed his answer, but Flying Demon's loud laugh soon broke it and claimed the expert's attention before he announced his position. I can deal with empty, Flying Demon said, and Dreaming Demon smiled seeing her lover getting so excited. She didn't say anything, but she nodded at Noah to express that she would accompany him in his plan. What is happening? Elder Julia asked when she saw the three demons and Noah conversing happily while King Elba's mind covered the entire area. The other experts stared at them while wearing confused expressions too. They had heard the whole conversation, and they couldn't understand what they had in mind. The Demon Prince is tired of living, Flying Demon proudly announced while nearing Noah. We think that it would be a pity to let him die alone. Noah and Flying Demon exchanged a glance before laughing together. They appeared almost insane in Elder Julia's eyes, but Great Elder Diana's laugh soon joined theirs. I like your idea, Great Elder Diana said while nearing the demons. Let me accompany you in this last march. Elder Julia finally understood what they were about to do at that point, and her expression froze for a second. Then her face relaxed, and she began to laugh together with them as she accepted death. The remaining experts slowly understood what was happening, and they felt shocked about that plan. God's left hand even expressed her stupor. Are you all dreaming? You can't succeed. The laughing group turned toward the matriarch, and they answered according to their character. Noah shrugged his shoulders and spoke in an aloof tone. I've already died once. This whole life is nothing more than my stupid dream to reach the stars. I've dreamt for 1,000 years. Dreaming Demon conveyed. I don't mind closing my eyes again. This is all time stolen from heaven and earth for me, Flying Demon said among his laughs. Why would I care if I were to die here? Chasing Demon glanced at Great Elder Diana before adding his mental message too. I'm nothing more than a corpse dreaming the dead. I think it's time to wake up, even if it will be for the last time. I never thought I would die fighting together with Divine Demon's disciples, Great Elder Diana said as she glanced at the demons. Fate sure is funny. It will be even funnier if we were to succeed, Elder Julia said, and everyone around her laughed at her joke. God's left hand watched the group and shook her head. Her eyes then went on the 7 stars and King Elba's figure among them. The royal had heard everything, but he didn't act to stop what was happening. He either didn't care about the matter or he didn't consider the group a threat. First Prince and First Princess suddenly understood the group's intentions, and they shot next to Second Prince, who was inside the dense radiations. Golden runes appeared on their robes and a series of shining lines formed to create large crowns on their heads. The radiations didn't surpass those inscriptions, so they could remain next to their meditating brother at ease. God's left-hand side before joining the laughing group. True Speed followed her. Elder Regina and Elder Paul did the same, and she surprised her companion with her sudden laughs. You are insane, God's left hand said. But I obey only the Almighty. I won't let this man decide on my future. A slave till the end. Noah mocked her, and God's left hand replied while showing a smile. Has anyone ever told you that you should respect your seniors? Noah laughed again, and the rest of the group did the same. The relaxed atmosphere among them didn't reflect the plan that had brewed in their minds. Do you have a strategy? God's left hand asked. But the demons and Noah could only smile to reply to her. They were about to attack a solid-stage powerhouse in the middle of 7 captivating stars and dense radiations. 3 royals also were in their path, and they had some of the best items in the world. There was no time to plan things out. They would only become stronger if the group left them to meditate freely. "Do as you wish," Noah said as he stepped forward, and black smoke began to come out of his skin. "Be sure to make a mess before you die. I advise you to step back." First Prince conveyed as he and his sister deployed their inscribed items. A golden halo surrounded them as armors, shields, and long swords appeared next to them. "It's too late for that," Second Prince said as he interrupted his meditation to stand up. His stern eyes analyzed Noah and the others before a broad smile appeared on his face. The experts next to Noah deployed their methods to defend against the demonic form, but their instincts told them that they wouldn't be enough to block it. Still, they didn't have time to focus on Noah's spell. Their surprise had to wait. Now there was only their desperate march. The group had decided to attack King Elbaz. None of them wanted to give up on their potential, so they had to face the royal if they wanted to continue on their path. Some of them had considered the possibility of escaping. However, King Elbaz was at his peak, and no one could stop him on the surface. Dealing with the problem now was their only chance to ensure a future for their cultivation journey. The experts spread around the 7 stars when Noah activated his iconic spell. They summoned their weapons and unleashed their aura without any care for their reserves of breath once they took their position. Great Elder Diana took out her black lenses and created crackling spheres behind them as she prepared her offensive. Chasing Demon wielded his stick covered in magical beast carvings, and his breath flowed inside it as he became ready for battle. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon were together. They didn't rely on any inscribed item, but hundreds of white flowers grew around them, and dense mental waves invaded their fabric. Dreaming Demon's individuality wasn't suitable for the environment of the void, but she could empower her lover's spells. They had to work together to express their prowess to their fullest. Elder Regina summoned an army of puppets. Various magical beasts made of sturdy rocks surrounded her and pointed their fangs at the 7 stars. Elder Julia disappeared, but countless wind slashes formed in the area. Weapons of various types also appeared and filled every empty spot around the royals. Winds started to blow inside the void. Hurricanes formed as God's left hand unleashed her individuality. She was a calamity sent by a god, and the area was about to experience her power. Elder Paul and True Speed were together too. The council's expert uncovered his right arm to reveal a red mass that covered his limb's upper part. His living weapon had improved again, and he didn't hesitate to activate its power by creating a series of fiery lions in front of him. Yellow sparks ran on True Speed's legs and tore apart the lower part of his robe. His furry legs became visible to everyone, but no one cared about them in that situation. Noah stepped forward. The black smoke coming out of his figure surrounded him in a corrosive cloud that hid the features of his armor. The 3 royals lost track of his presence, but they didn't dare to move their eyes away from the cloud. Their arrogance didn't make them blind. The royals could see that Noah's demon form was far more dangerous than before, but they didn't let their surprise distract them. The area was about to fall into complete chaos, and they could only rely on their inscribed items to defend unless their father interrupted his meditation. No one attacked. Everyone waited for something to trigger the now inevitable battle. The eyes of the experts slowly focused on the corrosive cloud that hid Noah. The black smoke expanded, and it would soon touch the area covered by the dense radiations. It seemed that both attackers and defenders had silently decided to wait for that moment to start the battle. Tension built among the royals. They began to take step-backs together with the expansion of the cloud. The pressure that they felt became even more intense when they sensed how relaxed their opponents were. The royals didn't believe it first, but the attackers had given up on life to make that assault. God's left hand and others' determination wasn't as intense, but they knew that they could die quickly too. When the corrosive smoke touched the aura dense with radiations, mayhem engulfed the entire battlefield. The spheres behind Great Elder Diana's lenses released lightning bolts that the black glass enhanced. They shot toward King Elbaz and exploded into a crackling gray cloud. Chasing Demon activated his stick, and an army of magical beasts made of a rocky substance formed before charging at the 7 stars. Flying Demon detonated his flowers, and Dreaming Demon empowered their properties. A layer of ice covered the entire battlefield, and a storm of ice shards ravaged the area while spreading the demon's individuality further. Elder Regina's puppets shot toward King Elba's, and many of them detonated when they came in contact with the dense radiations of the raw laws. The many wind weapons around the array of stars flew forward and severed everything they could. A few of them managed to get past the radiations, but they reached the gray cloud nonetheless. God's left hand unleashed her storms. Her hurricanes crashed on the star in front of her and released violent gales that ravaged the area. True Speed and Elder Paul launched their abilities too. The Elder made his lion's charge at the royal, and True Speed kicked the air to throw yellow lightning bolts that landed directly near King Elba's position. A series of black sabers came out of the corrosive cloud. They exploded once they touched the royal's inscribed defenses, and they spread the dark smoke further. The attackers had launched their offensive. Some of their attacks had targeted King Elba's, but many had focused on covering the entire battlefield. Noah had aimed for the royals since they stood on his path. He had used part of the revisited shadow copy spell to launch sabers carrying the corrosive smoke. Still, they were only casual attacks meant to test his opponent's reactions. The attacks made a mess out of the area. The void couldn't fall apart, but part of the light inside the stars separated from the spheres and spread in the environment. The powerhouses didn't destroy the raw laws, but their spells had affected the structure of the stars and disturbed King Elba's meditation. The royals soon became visible again. A golden light pierced the corrosive smoke that had surrounded them and revealed their shining figures. The golden shields around them had been enough to block Noah's casual attack, but there was no happiness in their expression. First Prince, First Princess, and Second Prince didn't even bother to check their condition before turning toward their father. A gray cloud had covered King Elba's figure, and many attacks had pierced it while he remained hidden inside it. His consciousness didn't show any reaction at those attacks, so everyone knew that the offensive didn't hurt him. The gray smoke soon dispersed and revealed King Elba's surrounded by a thick array of golden runes. He had activated an inscribed item to fend off that offensive, but annoyance soon spread through his mental waves. King Elba's broke his cross-legged position and stood up. His gaze swept the experts of the other forces and expressed his reluctance to take part in that struggle. Why do you even fight this? King Elba's conveyed through his consciousness. He found that desperate effort completely pointless. The attackers didn't answer. Their reply was another series of attacks covering the entire area and filling the void with their destructive might. The fact that King Elba's had come out unharmed from the first wave of attacks didn't stop Noah and the others. They had always known that the royals' leader was a monster, so they didn't feel surprised about that outcome. The attackers knew their charge was a desperate attempt to save their potential. They wouldn't have accepted death if the task was easy. The second wave of attacks crashed on the area inside and around the 7 stars, giving birth to a second gray cloud with a darker shade at that time. The cloud didn't have time to disperse since the third wave of attacks suddenly crashed on the battlefield. Noah and the others weren't using their strongest spells, but their offensive was relentless. The fourth wave of attacks arrived, but a sea of flames exploded from the middle of the stars and fended off the incoming offensive before it could reach King Elba's. The flames were dense and violent. They were nothing more than a causal counterattack from the royals' leader, but they destroyed every spell in their path and forced the enemy experts to retreat. Noah was inside the corrosive cloud when the flames arrived. His instincts sent warning messages that made him retreat until he was outside of the fire's range. The scenery changed when the flames dispersed. Most of the corrosive smoke had disappeared, and the fire didn't spare the dense radiations either. Only the stars and the royals had remained untouched. King Elba's had made sure to spare his resources and his underlings during his wide attack. King Elba's became visible again when the fire went away. He was in the same position as before, but his expression showed a tinge of disappointment. "That's everything you can do?" King Elba's asked as his arrogance spread in the area. "I need a powerful audience." My achievements will be meaningless otherwise. His mocking words hit the leaders of the enemy organizations deeply. They didn't make them rely on reckless tactics, but they reminded them how behind they were in terms of cultivation level. Chasing Demon, Great Elder Diana, and God's left hand knew that they couldn't overcome that difference in sheer power with numbers. Only something or someone equally strong could make King Elba's back off. The two matriarchs and patriarch exchanged a glance and silently decided to go all out. God's left hand took out a black fan from her space ring, and a quasi-rank 7 aura filled the void. Great Elder Diana donned an orange armor covering her entire body, and another quasi-rank 7 aura spread in the environment. King Elbas stared with interest at their weapons, and their might didn't scare him in the slightest. His expression showed his pure curiosity at the sight of such powerful inscribed items. Nevertheless, his expression froze when a rank 7 aura filled the void with its oppressing might. Chasing Demon had taken out the dark red puppet that Noah and the others had obtained in Chandal's separate dimension. The puppet was only the size of a fist when Chasing Demon wielded it. Yet, it began to grow as soon as he poured his breath inside it. The consumption of energy wasn't high. The puppet only needed a bit of breath to activate. The fuel that it needed was inside its structure, and only the ground of the new continent could refill it. King Elbas watched as the puppet quickly transformed into a massive humanoid giant that was more than 500 meters tall. Even the other experts remained speechless at the sight of such a titanic weapon. Chasing Demon sat on top of the giant, and his breath gathered in front of him to give birth to two smaller titans. The demon would deplete less energy if he could use actual ground and reinforce it with his breath. However, the separate reality didn't have any matter, so he had to materialize it through a spell. The quasi-rank 7 weapons of the other leaders appeared mere playthings when placed next to the dark red titan. Its aura was so oppressing that even the stars stopped refilling the area with their radiations. He has taken it out, Noah thought from inside his corrosive cloud. He didn't know where Chasing Demon had stored the puppet, but he noted inside his mind to ask him about that if they ever survived. I should get serious too, Noah concluded, and his palms opened to let dark matter on them. A flame that radiated boundless destruction formed, and water capable of taking any shape appeared next to it. Rocks radiating an intense craving for life followed them, and angry winds encircled those elements. The last ones to gather were the orange sparks imitating heaven and earth's tribulation, and the dark matter in its raw form. Noah's elements had aligned in his hands, and they circled themselves as if they wanted to fuse. Noah knew what he had to do to advance. He had to make that part of his individuality advance, which meant bringing those elements to the next step. They would become the very fabric of his world, but he lacked one last fundamental element before the technique could take form. The battle against King Elbas could be his last one, but his dark star worked better when his life was in danger. Noah thought that he could accelerate the arrival of the Enlightenment if he relied on his higher energy to fight. Snore formed next to him, and night came out of the new space ring. The demonic sword appeared above him too, but none of them attacked just yet. For some reason, the royals didn't move from their spot even if their father had mighty opponents everywhere. They seemed focused only on Noah, and they didn't show signs of retreat when the divine titan made its appearance. Noah wanted to make things difficult for King Elbas, but the presence of the royals on his way made his plan impossible to actuate for now. He had to take care of them first if he wanted to scheme against their leader. Do they fear me so much? Noah smiled at that thought before launching his elements. Snore did the same once it saw the attacks. Noah was the greatest variable in that battle. His power didn't even come close to King Elbas, but that wouldn't be his first time landing a decisive blow on an opponent that was far above his level. Moreover, his physical strength was a deadly weapon for humans. Noah only needed a touch to shatter even the mightiest human body. The royals didn't care about the experts with a predictable prowess. Their father could handle them. Their only problems were those full of surprises, and Noah was the first one that had come to their minds. A wave of fire, water blades, formless winds, and lightning bolts came out of the cloud. A layer of sturdy rocks covered the attacks and increased their power as they flew toward the royals. Corrosive smoke came out of them too. Noah's demonic form followed all his attacks, and it only waited for his opponents to come in direct contact with the smoke to show its new effects. The royals placed their defensive items in the attack's trajectory, but an intense shockwave broke their concentration and made the elemental blows land on their golden armors. Second Prince had to rely on a fiery shield to block them. The leaders had launched their spells and had used their inscribed weapons to siege King Elbaz, who had wielded a series of quasi-rank 7 items. He had a rectangular golden shield in one hand, and its surface absorbed the lightning bolts coming out of Great Elder Diana's orange armor. There was a fiery sword in his other hand, and King Elbaz used it to fend off the threatening winds created through God's left hand's fan. As for the Titan, King Elbaz had to take many disposable quasi-rank 7 items to summon a series of golden discs that blocked the incoming attacks. The Titan slammed its massive hands on the golden discs that had moved in its trajectory right before they could reach the white stars. Chasing Demon snorted, but he threw the 2 weaker giants forward, and he detonated them before King Elbaz's flames could take care of them. The only thing holding the rank 7 Titan's power back was Chasing Demon's cultivation level. He couldn't unleash its full potential nor rely on some of its unique features because his mind and Danteon weren't up to the task. He could still activate some of its most powerful abilities, but doing that would leave him drained and could hurt his centers of power. That outcome wasn't ideal in an environment without energy to absorb. The detonation caused by the smaller Titan's self-destruction overcame the flames that King Elbaz had launched to block them. It also spread a shockwave that covered the entire battlefield, affecting everyone in the area. First Prince, First Princess, and Second Prince blocked Noah's elemental attacks, but the corrosive smoke that he released touched their skin. Even if the golden halo radiated by their inscribed items weakened its destructive properties, the smoke still managed to affect the royals with some of its new features. Black spots appeared on the royals' faces. The sudden invasion of a foreign substance shocked the trio and forced them to take out precious drugs to counter its poisonous properties. However, Noah wasn't the type to let that opportunity go. His fingers straightened to make his hand resemble a blade, and his mind focused on activating one of his revisited spells. A rune rose from the mental sea and flew toward the walls of Noah's mind. The diagram had an unclear form that changed shape according to the contents of Noah's thoughts. Darkness rose from Noah's Danteon and reached the spot where the rune had landed. The mental energy inside the diagram's fabric activated its effects once paired with the breath. Noah raised his hand before lowering it slowly. His fingers molded the corrosive smoke as they cut through the cloud, and 3 fiendish figures formed in front of him. It wasn't easy to see them inside the cloud since they had corrosive smoke as their material. Yet, Noah knew that 3 humanoid figures had formed in front of him, and their appearance resembled his when he donned the fuming armor. The shadow copy spell didn't change too much after the modifications. Still, Noah could only activate its effects on the demonic sword back then since his individuality had the shape of a saber. Sword Saint's training had expanded that aspect of his existence. Every part of Noah's individuality flowed inside his sword arts now. Everything about him had become a sword. His entire being radiated an intense sharpness that didn't come only from a small part of his existence. That removed any limit from the shadow copy spell. The ability could now copy Noah in his strongest form, even if it had other restrictions and weaknesses regarding the copy's actual power. A fiendish figure came out of the cloud when the royals drank their drugs to defend against the poison. The fuming armor had changed after Noah had modified the demonic form, but the difference didn't involve its core aspect. The fuming armor still featured a long tail, a pair of horns, a draconic helmet, and long claws. Yet, the smoke that it leaked enveloped the area in a dense and dangerous sensation. Moreover, the smoke appeared to have a will of its own. It spread in the environment as if looking for prey. It acted as a predator in its hunting ground. The royals saw the fiendish figure and prepared themselves to defend against any trick behind that frontal attack. They didn't believe that Noah had charged directly at them without any scheme to back him up. Still, The fiendish figure continued its reckless charge until it was about to crash on the trio covered in the golden halo. The royals couldn't hesitate anymore at that point. Everyone in the world knew that Noah was lethal in close quarters, so they had to fend him off before he could lay a finger on them. First Princess and First Prince took care of the matter. The drug had yet to remove the black mark spreading under their skin, but they relied on their best attacks nonetheless. Blood came out of the duo's fingers, and two massive fiery figures formed. An 8-armed titan and a giant snake surrounded the three royals and condensed their flames on the spot where the fuming copy was about to land. First Prince and the others couldn't hide their surprise when they saw the fiendish figure releasing a few black lines before exploding into a cloud of corrosive smoke. The royals immediately deployed their investigative items. A white orb appeared among them and poured its shining light on the cloud that tried to pave its way through the flames. But it didn't find any trace of life. Noah wasn't there. He had managed to invade the area around them with his smoke, but his exact location was still unknown. The royals didn't dare to let their guard down. But another fiendish figure suddenly flew out of the first cloud and entered the second one. First Prince activated the orb, but the fuming armor came out of the cloud to explode inside the flames again. The two fiery creatures focused on fending back the new smoke, but two more fiendish figures flew toward the trio at that point. Both fuming armors wielded a sword as they flew directly toward the royals. First Prince and the others didn't know what to think anymore, so they launched everything they had on the opponents. Blood fell out of Second Prince's eyes, and a fiery 9-headed hydra formed next to the other giant creatures. The three spells were the maximum expression of the royals' prowess. The three royals were about to launch their attacks at the two fuming enemies when they sensed the arrival of another shockwave. The leader's battle was infuriating behind them, and they had already suffered from their carelessness. The royals couldn't let its shockwaves take them by surprise again, but they couldn't ignore the fiendish figures either. Noah had done that on purpose. Differently from the royals, he was completely relaxed and could focus on the leader's battle. He could predict when a shockwave was about to fill the environment from the rank 7 Titans' movements. Exploiting that opportunity was only a matter of timing afterward. That was the only reason why he didn't use the 3 copies at the same time. He needed to gain time to create that opportunity. The royals gave up on attacking and focused everything they had on defending. Their flames became denser as the creatures surrounding them shrunk, and the light of their inscribed items became more intense. That probably was one of the highest defensive power that gaseous stage powerhouses could wield. "Stack them up," First Princess shouted, and First Prince immediately followed her orders. Second Prince felt slightly confused, but he did as she asked anyway. The 3 massive creatures fused to form a denser and formless wall of fire. The flames inside the wall became so thick that their power stepped on the liquid realm when paired with the golden protections. First Prince and First Princess knew that Noah had an attack capable of piercing even the strongest defense. His lunge was a terrifying attack that they didn't know how to deal with. The best they could do was creating a defense with power in the liquid stage and hope that it would be enough to stop the lunge. It would be better to prevent it, but setting a line of protection had the priority. The fiendish figures didn't perform any slash. They crashed on the dense flames and exploded into a cloud of corrosive smoke fused with the others in the area. The royals waited for Noah to attack, but their white orb didn't sense anything. It was as if their opponent had disappeared. Seconds of tense silence passed among the flames and darkness. The royal spells eventually fended off the corrosive smoke and allowed them to see the environment again. First Prince and the others didn't find anyone in front of them, but their father's angry mental waves told them that something was off. "What are you even doing?" King Elbas conveyed, and the royals turned only to see that a white star had disappeared. There was only Noah in its spot. King Elbas was in a tough position. His opponents launched a relentless offensive, and the rank 7 Titan was an item that he couldn't stop completely. He could only rely on his stash of quasi-rank 7 items to limit the Titan's influence on the battlefield. The golden discs eventually broke while King Elbas deflected and blocked the matriarch's offensive. He took out a quasi-rank 7 phoenix-like puppet at that point, and the creature set off to deal with the Titan. Golden fire surrounded the phoenix as it exchanged blows with the titan. Its efforts allowed King Elbaz to gain a few minutes, but the puppet soon crumbled under the might of an actual divine item. King Elbaz threw another quasi-rank 7 phoenix at the titan, and he had another 4 when the second one fell apart. Once his stash of powerful puppets ended, he began to rely on disposable weapons that pushed Chasing Demon's giant away. The 3 attacking leaders almost couldn't believe their eyes. King Elbaz's stash of powerful items appeared endless, and a chill ran down their spines when they recalled all the small battles that had happened in the past. King Elbaz must have had that stash for a while by then. Many of those quasi-rank 7 items went back to when he was still a liquid stage powerhouse. The royals' leader was an unparalleled existence. His expertise didn't have limits, and he had begun to break the barrier among stages since he was only one of the world's leading forces. His performance was spectacular. The leaders of the major organizations were deploying everything they had, but he came out unscathed from every clash. Still, Chasing Demon and the others knew that even his immense potential had limits. King Elbaz was a monster, but his stash of powerful items had to end at some point. Their exchanges continued until a sudden change in the battlefield forced King Elbaz to focus elsewhere. The royal's mind covered the entire battlefield, but the Titan's continuous assaults forced him to neglect most of what happened outside of his fight. The rank 7 Titan slammed its fists on a quasi-rank 7 shield that had appeared in the trajectory of its attacks. The item broke, but the giant had to recover its limbs to prepare for its next offensive. The clash between the two created a shockwave that spread outside of the array of stars. Still, its intensity wasn't enough to kill the powerhouses fighting outside of it. King Elbaz could finally focus on the entirety of the battlefield again in that moment of break. The weaker experts were still launching attacks at him, but his fiery swords destroyed them together with God's left hand's blows. He didn't even have to mind an offensive on that level. Then, his focus moved on his underlings, and he felt slightly satisfied with their battle prowess. The royals' dense fiery wall surpassed the limits of their stage. It would be foolish not to recognize such an achievement. However, his anger surged when he saw that one of the 7 stars had disappeared. That large mass of raw laws had been there just a moment ago, but now there was only Noah in its spot. 6 left, Noah thought as a cold smile appeared on his face. He had to admit that the royals were strong when they worked together and deployed their inscribed items. Only his lunge could breach their last defensive measure, but he couldn't waste one of his 2 attacks for them. Noah couldn't use his strongest attacks when he wasn't sure that the leaders could deal with King Elbaz. In case everything else failed, he could still aim to surprise him. Still, the royals weren't an easy target, so he had switched to a less difficult prey. The stars didn't defend themselves in the end. They were there, begging for someone to absorb them. Noah didn't have a particular reason to target the stars. They refilled his dantian and improved his overall condition, but taking them away from King Elbaz didn't help him in the task. King Elbaz only needed to find another way to advance or scour the void for more raw laws. Losing the stars didn't ruin his potential. Noah only wanted to make him mad. He didn't know if those small failures could affect the royals' power, but every cultivator would eventually commit mistakes if the pressure became too heavy to handle. King Elbaz had 9 experts targeting him with a continuous offensive, and 3 of them had items that forced him to defend. An angry mental state might make him lose. Chasing Demon didn't waste the opportunity created by Noah and poured large quantities of breath inside the Titan that spread its aura in the environment. The demon paled after that action, but small rocks came out of the Titan and gave birth to an army of humanoid puppets that radiated a quasi-rank 7 aura. The rank 7 Titan's main feature was life. It suited Chasing Demon's individuality, allowing him to use less breath when activating its abilities. The puppets moved slowly and deployed themselves in a battle formation as they pointed their heavy limbs at King Elbaz. The Titan grabbed a dozen of them and threw the group at the royal in the distance. King Elbaz wanted to make Noah pay for stealing his resources, but Chasing Demon wasn't giving him any time to breathe. He had to deal with that expert, but the offensive of the others blocked his every move. He had to change the trend of that battle. He might end up losing otherwise. The humanoid puppets reached King Elbaz at high speed. Their fists pointed at his face, body, and legs, and some of them aimed for the area around him. King Elbaz had to use his golden shield to block Great Elder Diana's offensive, and his sword to deal with God's left hand and the other experts. His hands were full, but his inventory had everything he needed to block the puppets. A series of inscribed daggers came out of his space ring and destroyed the puppets while crumbling shortly after. King Elbaz cursed when he evaluated the cost of those lost weapons, but he felt glad that he had managed to defend once again. His consciousness remained unfolded, but he focused directly on Noah since he knew what type of troublemaker he was. Yet, he found out that another star had disappeared during the last exchange. Noah didn't even bother to look at the royals after he had fed on the first white star. He had directly cast his demonic form again, launched a few copies to spread his smoke, and left for more raw laws. The royals couldn't catch up with him, and King Elbaz was too busy to mind him. Instead, Noah had the best resource of a lower plane at hand, and he wouldn't wait until someone seized it. Noah improved and refilled his reserves. It only took him a few instants to take all those raw laws and redirect them to the Dark Star. Only his organ could handle such intense and fast training. King Elbaz couldn't stand that situation anymore and decided to take the battle toward the next step. He had never been a vicious fighter, but he would be merciless on that day. Blood fell from the royal's fingers, and an unstable flame began to form. Then, the fire expanded until it became a large sphere that shone everywhere in the region. Power accumulated in that spell, and an explosion soon arrived. The flames shot everywhere, and a fiery sea accompanied it in its destructive might. The flames engulfed everything. They spread quickly and crossed the 5 stars before continuing further. King Elbaz had poured 10 drops of blood in that attack. His might far surpassed the average power that a solid-stage powerhouse could wield. Every expert on the scene had to rely on evasive maneuvers and powerful inscribed items only to create a chance for their survival. After all, King Elbaz's higher energy wasn't something that they could block. Chasing Demon had it easy. The rocks on the Titan's head moved and opened an area where he could hide. Yet, the others didn't have a divine item at hand. Great Elder Diana began to sprint backward. Her orange armor stored lightning bolts that she could control, and they showed their power during her escape. However, even if she accelerated by flying on top of lightning bolts, the flames touched her and melted her armor. The energy contained in the armor exploded outward right before the flames threatened to reach Great Elder Diana's back, and that detonation allowed her to escape their range unscathed. God's left hand used her fan to push herself outside of the flames' range. She swung her arm continuously to create gales that slowed down the fire and flung her away. Her acceleration surpassed Great Elder Diana's. The flames managed to touch her fan and melt part of it, but her weapon could still work by the time she had reached a safe area. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon had never been too close to the battle. Her individuality empowered the white flowers and ice shards, allowing them to remain in a relatively safe spot. They only had to detonate all the ice and flowers accumulated during the past exchanges to escape from the fire's range. Their spells had never managed to touch King Elbaz directly, but they were tricky to deal with in the long run. The demons hoped that his fiery blade broke at some point. Elder Regina and Elder Julia shared the same desire. Their attacks had never managed to get past King Elbaz's innate defenses, and that made them feel rather useless. The arrival of the flames made of higher energy forced them to act. Elder Regina gathered all the beast-like puppets around her and used them as armor that pushed her outside of the fire's range. Elder Julia had never been visible since the beginning of the battle, but she reappeared in a safe spot in the distance even before the flames could cross the remaining stars. True Speed and Elder Paul didn't have any flashy method or item at hand, but the former was half-hybrid, and his legs allowed him to escape from that dangerous situation in no time. The same didn't apply to Elder Paul, who ended up surrounded by flames before he could even summon a fast lion to help him escape. The experts on the scene could only watch the flames covering Elder Paul without releasing anything in the environment. It was as if the Elder had wholly disintegrated in a single attack. The flames ran over the royals, but they appeared immune to their destructive power. They looked around each other in the hope of finding their elusive opponent who had dared to anger their father. Still, when they looked in Noah's last spot, they could only find a humanoid crack hanging on the void. This doesn't feel too different, Noah thought as he sprinted through his dimension. He had initially feared that the void would place a limit to the moves that involved dimensions due to the lack of matter. Yet, he was even faster than before there. Maybe the walls among dimensions are thinner here, Noah thought as he stopped. The battlefield had turned into an inferno of fire during his escape, and only 4 existences dared to live in that environment. King Elbaz didn't have to defend from his energy, and the royals were safe and sound too. The only one taking the attack head-on was Chasing Demon, but he had the protection of a divine item. All the other experts had retreated. One single attack from King Elbaz had been enough to fend those powerhouses. He appeared genuinely unstoppable. King Elbaz's surprises didn't end there. The royal teleported among his flames and reappeared on top of the Titan's head. His fiery sword appeared in his grasp, and 20 drops of his blood flowed inside it. The weapon began to shine with a golden radiance as yellow flames came out of its surface. The fire focused on the tip of the blade right before King Elbaz slashed with it, aiming at the spot where Chasing Demon's path had appeared. It seemed that King Elbaz wanted to take out the most troublesome opponent, and Chasing Demon was on top of the list due to his rank 7 item. Cracks appeared on the surface of the sword as a thin golden slash came out of it. The weapon crumbled after it launched its attack, but King Elbaz didn't even look at it. He only focused on the attack. The slash crashed on the Titan's head and spread a thin line that radiated its golden light even if it was only a mark. The fissure wasn't deep, but the sole fact that King Elbaz had managed to inflict some damage to it showed his potential. The giant began to move again, but King Elbaz threw more blood on the flames that had formed in his palm and exploded into another sea of fire. The experts had just begun to near the battlefield, but they had to retreat again at the sight of King Elbaz's higher energy. The royal reformed on top of the giant to execute the same attack as before. He had to use another powerful weapon that crumbled again, but another golden mark appeared on its head, and its arms rose to grab him. King Elbaz teleported away. He appeared able to go anywhere in an instant as long as there were his flames on it. As soon as the Titan attacked, King Elbaz teleported behind it to repeat his offensive. He took out a new sword that crumbled after his slash. Golden marks accumulated on the Titan's head as King Elbaz continued with his offensive. The experts in the distance wanted to help him, but the royal released more flames every time to isolate their battle. Chasing Demon's decision to remain inside the range of the Sea of Flames had isolated him from his allies, and no one could come in his aid now that the situation had reached that point. The army of puppets had fallen apart during the first wave of flames, and King Elbaz's continuous reactivation of his defensive spell made it impossible for Chasing Demon to counterattack. Only one solution became viable in his mind. He had to escape from there and regroup with the others. The Titan instinctively understood what Chasing Demon had in mind and turned to retreat outside the range of the flames. Puppets came out of its back to detonate too. King Elbaz had a hard time chasing after Chasing Demon, but he poured drop after drop of blood to make up for his lack of speed. His complexion paled, but that gave him the chance to spread his flames further and teleport next to the Titan. The Titan and King Elbaz's chase continued for a few minutes, and the golden marks on its head became more than 30. The royal became satisfied at that point. He had wasted so many rank 6 and quasi-rank 7 weapons there that he would need to spend entire millennia on building everything back. Yet, he had reached his goals and his next teleportation showed that. King Elbaz teleported on top of the Titan's head and touched it directly. The golden marks began to shine at that point, and an explosion followed. A third of the Titan's head disappeared, and Chasing Demon came out full of injuries. King Elbaz's preparations had been meticulous. All his slashes had served to gather enough energy to inflict a decent amount of damage on the divine puppet. The effort left him weakened. King Elbaz had used his blood to create higher energy and empower his weapons, so his incredible prowess had a price. Chasing Demon floated in the void near the maimed Titan. Burns and large wounds filled the entirety of his body, but he was awake. The explosion had fended off King Elba's flames, but they quickly expanded again and neared his defenseless body. The royal also teleported in the nearest fiery spot to prepare his final attack. King Elba's didn't wield any weapon at that time. Blood flowed out of his fingers, and golden flames formed in his palms to take the shape of two long spears. As the flames around him advanced, the royal pointed the spears at chasing demons' floating body before giving them a soft push. The spears spread fire as they crossed the void. Their flames fused with the red ones and advanced to encircle chasing demon with an inferno of higher energy. There was no escape from that situation unless the demon was able to fly through the flames. The Titan moved right before the fire could touch its master. Its mouth opened, and a deafening metallic cry came out of its massive figure. The sea of flames shattered as dense vibration covered the battlefield and destroyed everything in their path. Even the 5 white stars crumbled as the shockwaves separated the raw laws inside them. The golden spears fell apart, and King Elba's tried to teleport away only to find out that the space around him was too unstable to activate that technique. The vibrations engulfed King Elba's, and blood flowed out of its mouth as he activated countless disposable items to resist that shocking attack. Surprise appeared in his expression. The royal had calculated what chasing demon could unleash with his current cultivation level, but that attack had surpassed his expectations. Golden shards covered King Elba's. His inscribed items shattered as soon as they came out of his space ring, but he had to sacrifice them to weaken the shockwaves. "Are you really ready to die?" King Elba's conveyed as a tinge of anger filled his mental waves. Chasing demons straightened his position and flew back to the Titan. Blood flowed from his ears and eyes, but the most striking feature was that a hole had formed on his low waist. Still, he appeared stronger than ever. His cultivation level rose until it broke through the limits of the gaseous stage, and liquid breath flowed out of his hole to fuel the Titan. A secret art, Noah shouted in his mind as he analyzed the battle. He had resumed collecting every raw law that he found, and the Titan's cry put even more distance between him and the royals. Noah was free to act as he wanted now that the fire was gone, but chasing demons' gesture darkened his mood. There was no turning back from a secret art. The patriarch had sacrificed his Danteon to obtain a temporary surge of power, but he alone might not be enough to handle King Elba's. The experts around the battlefield resumed their offensive once the vibrations vanished. They wanted to support chasing demon, but none of them could come close. King Elba's could kill all of them with his flames. That defensive method was a barrier that they couldn't cross with their current power and assets. Night, Noah thought, and the consciousness of the pterodactyl focused on him. Night had returned inside the space ring when Noah charged at the royals. It had yet to have its chance to shine, but the battlefield didn't give it many openings. "Are you finally letting me join the fray?" Night replied in an excited tone. The journey through the yellow magma had made it quite restless, and the years spent in the void didn't solve its boredom. "I need you to kill one of them," Noah conveyed. "It doesn't matter if you crumble in the process." "Will I get a new body?" Night asked. The chance to become part of the battle didn't make it forget about its needs. "I'll make your final body if you succeed," Noah answered, and an excited roar echoed inside his mind. That was the only reply that he needed before turning to stare at his pursuers. The 3 royals had tried their best to stop Noah, but they often lost sight of him. The Titan's cry had also forced them to retreat, which made them almost give up on their task. However, they found Noah staring at them right before they decided to focus on the other experts. A chill ran down their spine when they saw those reptilian eyes coupled with a stern expression, but they deployed their spells and items to prepare for the battle nonetheless. The massive fiery figures and the golden halo of their items surrounded the trio once again. Noah stared at them for a second before summoning his corrosive smoke. The black cloud appeared again, but dark winds blew from inside it and spread the corrosive smoke more quickly. It didn't take much before the royals found themselves surrounded by Noah's spell. The fiery figures fended off the corrosive smoke, but the trio was inside Noah's cloud. They knew that his attack could come from anywhere. 3 fiendish figures suddenly crashed into the flames. They fought and struggled to reach the royals, but they could only consume part of their fire. Still, a dangerous sensation suddenly rose inside the royals' minds. They looked around the cloud only to see that countless black sabers had come out of the smoke and were attacking their spells. That wasn't enough to pierce their defenses, but Noah had just begun to launch attacks. He didn't need to pay attention to his energy since the raw laws refilled his centers of power after every absorption, so he went all out. Snore slammed on the flames. A layer of rocks and ice covered its figure, and other elemental attacks shot from its head. Slashes of various size joined the sabers in digging through the flames. They all came from a different angle. It was as if Noah was flying around the royals and launching attacks nonstop. 2 different waves of flames crashed on the royals' defenses. One of them created a starry sky, while the other carried violent destruction. Mental attacks took form in the void too. Massive ghostly swords joined the offensive and unleashed their power on the encircled royals. Noah had ultimately decided to fuse the ghostly saber spell and the mental saber spell. He had lost some diversity by uniting those attacks, but his individuality was too big to contain it in such small swords. The royals almost couldn't believe their eyes. They were 3 gaseous stage powerhouses, but Noah had managed to surround them with an insane number of spells. Their flames could barely hold back the siege. There were so many attacks around them that they couldn't break their concentration for even a second. Noah had hoped that the royals would focus only on what they could see. His spells were slowly digging through the flames, but his dantian was about to become empty already. He could sustain an offensive on that level for less than 10 minutes. His darkness couldn't fuel so many spells at once and for a long time. Still, those attacks were only a diversion. The royals poured everything they had to stop the enemy spells, but a tall, dark line suddenly appeared right inside their 3 fiery creatures. The line widened to create a black portal where a 4th fiendish creature came out. The royals didn't even have time to redirect their defenses that the figure slashed with the small blade in its hands. The warp spell had changed after Noah's modifications. He had been unable to teleport himself for a while, but rebuilding its diagram had unlocked that feature again. Noah didn't create a portal anymore. He used the theory behind his movement technique to cut an opening inside the world's fabric. Once inside that personal dimension, Noah could open an exit to come out. The new warp spell wasn't a proper teleport anymore, and it wasn't as immediate as Noah's movement technique. Yet, it allowed him to move undisturbed and unnoticed behind the enemy defenses. Noah was inside the 4th fiendish figure. His corrosive smoke couldn't expand inside the flames, but he had slashed with the demonic sword before the royals could even start to restrict him. The royals didn't have time to redirect their defenses. A large chunk of their flames disappeared before the golden shields around them fell into pieces. Noah's slash released a black line that crashed on their armors and created large cracks before the golden runes on their bodies stopped his attack once and for all. Even with the surprise effect, Noah didn't manage to hurt the royals. Both First Prince and First Princess poured more blood in their flames to increase their density. Instead, Second Prince remained in a daze as the crystal at the center of his forehead shone. A shadow came out of Noah's slash. Second Prince suddenly awakened and retreated, but his brother and sister didn't see that attack until it was too late. First Prince saw a huge but strange figure for less than an instant before the golden runes on his body crumbled, and half of his torso separated from him. That was a clean cut. First Prince didn't even have time to react to the sudden assault, but he tried to ignite the blood coming out of his injury to cast a massive spell. Yet no breath gathered at his command. It took him a second to realize that his dantian was in the part that night had cut away. First Princess tried to recover the half-torso, but the shadow reappeared, and she could finally make out its shape after the light of the flames shone on its figure. The creature was similar to the pterodactyls inside the dark gorge, but its lines appeared denser. Moreover, the pressure that it radiated didn't belong to a simple beast in the 6th rank. Her flames condensed around her body, but Second Prince intervened before the two could clash. A drop of blood flowed from his crystal, and a dense red light came out of it. Night wanted to kill First Princess too, but it suddenly lost any control of its body. The beam had severed its head from the rest of the dark matter, turning it into nothing more than a floating triangle that leaked energy. First Princess was livid. She amassed her dense flames to create a sphere ready to explode on the pterodactyl's head. Yet, danger filled the entirety of her mind as Noah appeared above her. Noah didn't have the fuming armor over him. The new flames had eventually defeated his spell, so he had to fly across First Princess Snake without any protection. Red spots formed on his skin as the flames burned him. Still, his eyes remained fixed on First Princess Head. Noah lifted the demonic sword that was still in the form of a small knife and pointed it at the royal. He wielded it with 2 hands, and his arms slowly descended as they aimed for the laws that made her defenses. Second Prince launched another red beam, but a large vortex and snore appeared in its path. The Blood Companion used its statue form to weaken the attack, and the vortex absorbed the remaining energy of the blow. Nothing came for Noah. His defenses had blocked the blow and had given him enough time to finish his attack. First Princess could only stare in fear at the descending blade. The runes around her body exploded before a drop of blood fell from her forehead. Then, a black line divided her in half, and her consciousness went dark. Noah didn't show any happiness at that sight. He descended to retrieve First Princess Dantian, and he moved toward First Prince's center of power after he ate it. "Don't you dare!" First Prince sent threats with his consciousness, but Noah had already taken his Dantian by that time. Night slowly floated back inside the space ring as Noah ate that organ too. First Prince felt fear. The flames still filled the environment, but Noah didn't care. He let them burn his skin as he walked toward the royal and grabbed his head. "No dash." First Prince tried to say something, but Noah applied some pressure and reduced the royal's head to a bloody pulp. 2 powerhouses had died in a few exchanges. They had survived Noah's offensive multiple times only to die when they had given up on their favorable position. They didn't have any chance against Noah without an escape route or covers behind their backs. The flames continued to burn Noah. The fire-resistant runes on his robe couldn't do anything against that empowered fire. Yet, he didn't leave them even after he finished the 2 powerhouses. Second Prince saw Noah turning in his direction. Large red patches had appeared on his face, but the royal didn't dare to underestimate his opponent for even a second. The 2 of them stared at each other for a few seconds before the royal stepped back. His gesture was a clear statement that he had no intention to join that battle any further. Noah kept on watching him while the flames around him dispersed. He then seized the space rings from the 2 corpses and turned to fly toward the nearest amass of white light. The truth was that he had depleted most of his darkness for that last offensive. His Dantian was in a critical condition, but he had finally taken care of those keeping him away from King Elbaz. Now he could study the main battle and see if he could influence it. King Elbaz and Chasing Demon had continued to fight while Noah was busy dealing with the royals. Chasing Demon had returned on top of the Titan that launched loud cries whenever King Elbaz tried to cover the battlefield with flames. The hole on the demon's waist continued to pour liquid breath inside the divine item. Each second that he passed in that state worsened his condition, but the royals' leader had a hard time dealing with that new power. The Titan could finally show part of its true might now that Chasing Demon had given up on salvaging his centers of power. Hordes of smaller puppets came out of its body, and its movement appeared smoother. King Elbaz would generally rely on his sea of flames to destroy the army, but the Titan shouted often, and its vibrations always made him waste many inscribed items. The royal had actually retreated since Chasing Demon had activated the secret art. The experts around him were even continuing with their offensive, so injuries eventually appeared on his body. Great Elder Diana would always exploit the seconds right after the vibration's dispersion to launch precise lightning bolts at her opponent. Instead, God's left hand waved her fan continuously, and King Elbaz always had to deal with her gales on top of escaping from the Titan's offensive. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon managed to slow him down from time to time. Their attacks weren't as effective as their companions, but they created flaws in his defenses that the others exploited. True Speed had joined his matriarch after Elder Paul's death, and he limited himself to launch his yellow lightning bolts. That continuous offensive slowly exhausted King Elbaz, who had already injured himself to land a blow on the Titan. The situation appeared quite grim for him. Hope spread among the attackers. They were doing it. King Elbaz appeared unable to defend against their joint offensive, and his condition worsened after every exchange. Still, King Elbaz was the best inscription master of the world. Using powerful items against him could work for a while, but his expertise would become an essential variable in a long battle. Chasing Demon pressed on. The Titan waved its massive fists while the Royal dodged the army of puppets that charged at him. The Titan would destroy some of the puppets with its attacks, but the latter detonated into a storm of rocky shards that forced King Elbaz to deploy more defensive items. The Royal's leader had used more than 50 items in the 6th rank by then. Many of them were at the peak of the upper tier, while only a minority had quasi-rank 7 power. The number of items already used was incredible. Only Shandal could match his accumulation of weapons, but he was a god who had lived for more than 50,000 years. Nevertheless, even King Elbaz's huge stash began to dwindle. The Royal tried his best to cover any signal of that event, but everyone noticed how he relied less and less on his items as the battle continued. There were some attacks that King Elbaz couldn't block on his own, but all the others were for his flames to handle. The Royal's leader had to save them for critical situations. The trend of the battle didn't change. King Elbaz even risked dying a couple of times since his reaction time had increased as injuries piled on him. It was as if he was waiting for something to happen, which was the same moment that all the others on the scene feared. The Titan was about to punch through a series of puppets to reach King Elbaz when its movement stopped. No sound echoed in the area, but the eyes of the experts went on chasing Demon. The hive's leader spat mouthfuls of blood as he crouched on the Titan's shoulder. His skin had turned gray, and energy leaked out of his hole instead of going into the divine item. Chasing Demon had activated a secret art to unleash that battle prowess. That empowerment had its limits, and it seemed that he had finally met them. King Elbaz smiled as he exploded into a sea of golden flames. All the puppets around him burned into ashes and blocked the offensive of the other experts. He was finally free to do as he wished. The Titan couldn't roar unless chasing Demon poured liquid breath in it. King Elbaz was too tired to teleport in another spot among the flames, but he could still charge at his opponent. The fire on his path became denser as spears took form and flew with him toward the coughing demon. There seemed to be nothing able to stop that charge. After all, the expert spells couldn't go past the thick golden flames. Some of them even began to plan their escape. Suddenly, the division among organizations returned, and any powerhouses that didn't belong to their force became disposable. However, the experts soon focused on the battlefield again since a black line appeared on King Elbaz's path and enlarged to create a portal. The Royal felt surprised at that sight, and a dangerous sensation filled his mind when he saw more than 1,000 spiked spheres coming out of it. The spiked spheres had various power. Most of them were in the lower tier, but a few reached the peak of the tier. That kind of threat couldn't scare him away usually, but King Elbaz had suffered too much in the battle, and he didn't have the items to face that attack head-on. He could only slow down his charge so that his flames would take care of the instabilities. The spheres detonated and released their spikes. The flames in a small area retreated due to the might unleashed by more than 1,000 explosions, but they soon advanced again. Noah had begun to use saber-shaped runes as the spikes of the instabilities for a while by then, but they couldn't do anything once the golden flames swept them. The difference in level was too great. The golden flames were one aspect of King Elbaz's higher energy in the end. Weapons that couldn't even reach the middle tier couldn't compete with that power. Still, a massive punch crossed the melting array of spikes and crashed on the spears that had formed during King Elbaz's charge. The Royal had the time to escape because he promptly detonated some inscribed items taken out of his space ring. A deafening roar spread through the battlefield and destroyed the sea of flames. The Titan had awakened, and its master was controlling it again. Chasing Demon became visible again after that exchange. His skin was still gray, and blood flowed out of his hole, but he stood proudly on the Titan's shoulder as he controlled it to suppress King Elbaz. Noah's interruption had gained enough time for his patriarch to recover, with the only difference that chasing demon wasn't strictly better. He had decided to sacrifice even more of himself to continue fueling the secret art. King Elbaz could only curse Noah. The victory was so close, but his sudden attack had brought him back to the previous situation. The royal knew that he wouldn't last until chasing demon became unstable again. There was too much coming at him, and Noah was quite troublesome to deal with due to the new warp spell. Fine then, King Elbaz conveyed through his mental waves, and his aura suddenly became stronger as he escaped from the various attacks. Golden flames surrounded his body, and the Titan roared to destroy them. Yet, they endured the vibrations and continued to cover his figure as a transformation happened inside him. King Elbaz was the original creator of higher energy according to his research. That field was still vast and unexplored, so there was a large room for improvement. The royal had avoided choosing which path to take because he had never been in a hurry. He was the strongest in those mortal lands already, so he had never needed to gamble when it came to his power. However, the experts of the other organizations were about to kill him. It was pointless to hold back some of his resources for the sake of the future. King Elbaz's aura became more intense. The golden fire fed on his skin and blood to become stronger and apply modifications. When the royal came out of his cover, his injuries had started healing, and his eyes shone. His figure began to release even more flames at that point. King Elbaz hadn't advanced to the 7th rank, but his power appeared far different than before. The experts couldn't understand what had changed, but Noah inspected the scene and became aware of how King Elbaz had pulled that power-up off. Noah was the only one to notice and understand the change because he had seen those same features in June. She was fundamentally different from the other cultivators because her centers of power didn't have breath. The same had happened with King Elbaz. He had decided to abandon his breath and use only his higher energy as his fuel. That gave him more of the resource that he needed to fight and a superior starting point in terms of sheer power. Moreover, King Elbaz had studied the Titan enough to know its weak spots. He only needed to take a small disc and other inscribed items before resuming the battle and aiming for those areas. Noah knew the differences among stages and ranks far too well. After all, his greatest weakness was his lack of darkness in the 6th rank. When Noah saw King Elbaz bursting with incredible power, he immediately knew what had happened. The royal had thrown away his breath to make his centers of power run only on higher energy. The transformation would generally need a long period of seclusion and invasive drugs to take effect, but King Elbaz had completed it in a matter of instants. It was as if his centers of power were ready for that moment. King Elbaz only needed to set his mind for his entire being to transform. The golden flames illuminated the void and spread around King Elbaz. They didn't create a fiery sea, but they covered his figure, creating innate protections against any enemy attack. The experts spread around the battlefield pressed on with their offensive. They didn't care that their centers of power were nearing a critical state. The only thing that mattered was that King Elbaz couldn't leave that area alive. Various attacks flew toward the royal. Lightning bolts, dense gales, storms of ice shards, puppets, and wind slashes flew toward him. Yet, those spells could only burn when they touched the golden flames. King Elbaz's fire had changed. Even his previous golden flames couldn't destroy the enemy spells so quickly. Their overall destructiveness had increased in ways that the experts couldn't understand. Chasing Demon didn't let King Elbaz's new technique scare him. The Titan swung his fists toward the royal and clashed with the fire without showing any hesitation. King Elbaz didn't dodge. A golden flare spread through the void as both massive fists landed on his figure. A shining radiance filled the environment, and the result of that clash shocked everyone once the light dimmed. The fists had clashed with the flames, but they didn't manage to close on King Elbaz. His golden fire was so dense that even a divine item couldn't break through it with its sheer power. Chasing Demon inspected the scene without revealing any emotion. However, those who knew him well could see the amazement in his eyes. The hive's leader had relied on a secret art to push his cultivation level to the liquid stage. That was the only way to unleash more of the Titan's power. Still, King Elba's new form could block the Titan's blow without relying on any particular technique or inscribed item. The golden flames had reached a level that ignored the widespread labels of the cultivation world. The flames appeared incredibly strong, but their power was still in the solid stage of the 6th rank. The fact that they had blocked the Titan's attack didn't make any sense for those who didn't know about the higher energy's unfathomable prowess. Even Noah felt shocked about that outcome. The higher energy's power was exponential, and it increased by leaps and bounds along with the breath level. The golden flames had surpassed even his expectations. Stopping the Titan's blow with their sheer power was something that no one would ever think to be possible. Noah felt some helplessness watching that scene, but his ambition surged too. Seeing that the higher energy could have such might pushed him to focus his whole being on completing the last step needed for his breakthrough. The lines of the divine deduction techniques illuminated the insides of Noah's mind as they consumed his mental energy. His dark star began to spin faster as his whole existence focused on overcoming the bottleneck that kept him stuck in the 5th rank. Noah was flying on the edges of the battlefield when he saw the power of King Elba's flames. He had continued to absorb any raw law in the environment while watching the main battle, and he had intervened without stopping his looting. The sight of such prowess made him lose himself inside his ambition. Noah desired power so badly that his entire existence was trying to push his level to the next stage. He didn't have any clue on how to complete his project with the dark matter. The light element was too distant from his existence, so he even lacked a starting point in that matter. However, his mind had reached a state that benefited any enlightenment dawning upon him. His existence had become ready to advance. Noah only needed the trigger for the breakthrough now. King Elbaz laughed when he saw his flames stopping the fists. His aura surged as his arrogance reached its peak. He had managed to stop a divine item without the help of inscribed weapons or secret arts. There were virtually no superior achievements that he could accomplish while in the heroic ranks. His cultivation level increased on its own. King Elbaz advanced inside the solid stage without absorbing any energy from the environment. His individuality was striving for the status of lower right in front of his enemies. Chasing demon couldn't let him continue. Allowing King Elbaz to improve was foolish, and he didn't have much time left anyway. The Titan roared, and thick shockwaves spread through the battlefield. King Elbaz's flames endured them, but chasing demon's attack had only begun. An army of puppets came out of the dark red massive figure. Chasing demon spat a mouthful of blood as the clay-like material that made the Titan began to morph. One of the Titan's arms transformed into a long hammer that the puppet grabbed with its free limb. Chasing demon's right arm exploded as the giant ripped off the weapon to swing it toward the royal. King Elbaz had to suppress his arrogance when he saw the hammer swinging in his direction. The dangerous sensation that he had felt at that sight forced him to focus on the battle. A series of spears took form among the golden flames that surrounded his body. They shot toward the hammer and exploded into a violent surge of energy that slowed down the weapon. The hammer continued in its trajectory even if it had lost part of its power, but King Elbaz could stop it with its flames at that point. Strange, Noah thought as he watched the battlefield. He should be able to push the Titan away if he used techniques fueled on his higher energy. Noah could see details that others missed due to their lack of knowledge about higher energy. He had created Snore and Night's body with the dark matter. His runes also used higher energy as their core material, and the same went for the elemental forging method. June had adapted some of her old spells to her black sparks too. She had it easy since her diagrams had already seen heavy modifications to match her perfect circuit, but that didn't mean that King Elbaz could do the same. The higher energy was different from the breath. Regular diagrams didn't work with it, and even the core ideas behind those techniques couldn't fit the incredible power contained in it. King Elbaz had managed to fuel his centers of power with higher energy, but he had yet to use specific spells or techniques that relied on it. He was only controlling his golden flames with his mental waves, which was similar to what Noah did with his other elements. This might be his limit, Noah thought as coldness filled his mind. His centers of power were full since he continued to absorb raw laws, so he could use the divine deduction technique without minding his mental sea. He suddenly stopped flying around the battlefield, and his hand slashed the void. A black line appeared in front of him and created a portal where he slashed again before pouring dark matter. King Elbaz was using his golden flames to destroy the army of puppets when a black line appeared next to him. A wave of dark fire came out of it, and ice soon followed it. A series of sharp rocky weapons came after them, and violent gales blew after those attacks. Darkness spread among King Elbaz, but his flames barely felt any pressure. They were too strong to suffer from those attacks. The portal didn't close until a series of thick lightning bolts came out of it. They crashed on King Elbaz's figure before burning together with any other trace of dark matter. King Elbaz barely noticed Noah's elemental attacks. They weren't any different from the expert's offensive, so he didn't pay much attention to them. The puppets born from the Titan began to detonate right after Noah's offensive. They covered King Elbaz with sharp rocky shards and intense surges of energy, but the golden flames blocked everything. A moment of peace followed the explosions. King Elbaz wore an arrogant smile when he saw that his injuries had completely healed, but his expression froze when a new cut appeared on his cheek. The event surprised everyone on the scene. The flames didn't lose against any attack, but some energy had pierced them anyway. Even King Elbaz had to ponder over the matter to explain how that had happened. He can't use any spell with his new energy, Noah suddenly conveyed with his consciousness, and everyone on the battlefield heard his message. His flames still belong to the fire element. They share the same innate flaws of that aptitude. Cultivators use spells to change the nature of their elements and made them unleash different effects. Water could pierce flames in the form of ice, and the same went for other aptitudes. Noah had the same problem with his higher energy. The dark matter didn't want to become light no matter how hard he tried. King Elbaz had to suffer from the same weakness since he couldn't use spells to make up for the flame's innate flaws. That piece of information wouldn't usually help to defeat King Elbaz. The sheer power carried by his flames was enough to fend off any attack that came at him. However, 8 powerhouses were attacking him non-stop, and Noah launched causal blows whenever he found the right opportunity. Flames didn't have an exceptional defense in their raw form. They were violent and intense, but they couldn't offer much protection unless cultivators used them with a suitable spell or technique. King Elbaz's flames had to deal with different types of attacks, but they never changed form to deal with them most efficiently. Their structure slowly became more unstable during the assault, but the experts' attacks couldn't reveal their flaws due to their lack of power. Still, Noah had launched a varied offensive. The dark matter that made his elemental attacks weakened the flame structure and allowed chasing demons' puppets to inflict some damage on the royal. King Elbaz didn't have to worry about that small cut, but Noah's actions had revealed a crucial weakness in his current status. The royal's leader had obtained enough power to fend off the Titan by giving up on his breath, but he had sacrificed his variety in terms of spells by doing that. Moreover, he had used many inscribed items to defend against the Titan in the early stages of the battle. King Elbaz was able to unleash more power than ever in his current condition, but he also had more evident disadvantages. The experts instantly understood the meaning behind Noah's message. Anything that could give them hope was well accepted in that battle, and Noah had just provided them with significant insights into their enemy's power. All of them had many spells in their arsenal. They rarely used the majority of them since they couldn't express their individuality to their fullest, but that didn't matter in that situation. Their attacks couldn't defeat the flames anyway. It was better to use specific spells to destabilize King Elbaz's higher energy and open a path where chasing demon could strike. King Elbaz had to admit that he didn't think about that flaw in the chaos of the battle. Resorting to the higher energy had been the right call, but that had turned him into nothing more than a solid-stage powerhouse. He wasn't a resourceful leader anymore. The higher energy had made him a target that had an evident weakness to exploit. King Elbaz didn't blame himself. That chaotic battle would lead anyone to commit mistakes. Instead, his hatred focused on Noah. The two of them respected each other, but they were their worst enemy in that situation. Noah's knowledge of the higher energy made him the greatest obstacle in his plan. The experts changed their approach. They launched spells and attacks that aimed to destabilize the golden flames. They didn't know how stronger the higher energy was than the average breath, so they could only rely on their knowledge of the elements to give Chasing Demon a chance. True Speed had a limited variety in his battle style, but his companions didn't suffer from his hybrid status restrictions. They could use everything they had memorized in their life. Great Elder Diana took out her lenses again, and they arranged themselves in a line. Her lightning bolts lost part of their precision when they passed through the layers of black glass, but their power skyrocketed in the process. God's left hand folded her fan and swung it to launch dense winds at King Elba's. The demons gave up on spreading flying demons' flowers and focused everything they had on creating a storm of ice shards. Elder Julia amassed her wind slashes to create a few dense weapons that contained all her power. Elder Regina did something similar by fusing her puppets to summon 3 large snakes that flew toward the royals. Since flames were weak when it came to defending, the experts condensed their attacks to destabilize a few areas around King Elba's. The royals' leader blocked all the attacks without even bothering to look at them, but a few cuts appeared on his body when the remaining puppets sieging him detonated. The energy released in the explosion managed to pass through those destabilized areas and inflict some superficial wounds. That wasn't much, but it was better than being powerless against King Elba's power. King Elba's flames blocked the Titan's fists once again, but the royal had long since abandoned his smile. His enemies were wounding him. There was nothing to be proud of in that situation. Another problem appeared as more exchanges followed. King Elba's had to burn himself to create higher energy, so his condition weakened as the battle continued. The royal had drugs that could provide an instant regeneration, but that didn't fix the issue. It would be better to rely on the surge of energy generated by the raw laws to heal. However, when King Elba's focused on the battlefield's edges again, he noticed that almost every trace of white light had disappeared. A face appeared in his mind at that sight. He knew the culprit behind that event, and his anger surged when he saw him flying toward the few remaining raw laws in the area. King Elba's almost didn't believe what he was about to do, but he wanted to take care of that nuisance. A wave of golden flames came out of his feet, and the royal ignored everything coming at him as he flew toward his new target. Noah had never stopped collecting raw laws during the battle, and his flight was so peaceful that he could always keep his attention on the fight. His body had improved a lot after absorbing those raw laws. Noah had begun to near the peak of the lower tier when he saw King Elba's flying at high speed toward him. Noah felt an instinctive fear at that sight. The strongest expert in the world had abandoned his battle to take care of him. Yet King Elba's wasn't too fast. His lack of spells made him rely on his bare flame's propulsion to accelerate, and that gave Noah enough time to deploy his movement technique. King Elba's found nothing more than a human-shaped crack dug inside the void when he reached Noah's previous position, but he didn't give up on catching him just yet. Noah escaped without even looking at his companions since he knew that they had no hope of catching up with King Elba's. Even his movement technique wasn't enough to match the acceleration created by the golden flames. Noah's only hope was to reach the Titan before the royal could find him. That was only a faint hope. King Elba's appeared able to follow Noah's movements while he was inside his dimension, and he didn't stop his chase for even a second. Violent tongues of flames came out of the royal's feet as he shot through the void. Noah's senses were far from perfect while he used his movement technique, but he could feel the immense dangerous sensation that his pursuer caused inside his mind. Chasing Demon and the other experts had reacted to King Elba's attack quickly. They had all begun to move toward him without giving up on their safe spots. It would be pointless to save Noah while dying in the task. Chasing Demon was the only one that kept on flying, disregarding his safety. Chasing Demon was about to lose his centers of power anyway. He would rather die saving the future leader of the hive than survive as a maimed cultivator. The fact that King Elba's had left the battlefield to chase Noah worsened the expert's overall situation. Chasing Demon would soon run out of fuel for his secret art, and their hopes would vanish at that moment. King Elba's couldn't escape from the battle to deploy that tactic before. All his arrogance would be pointless if he couldn't deal with a gaseous stage powerhouse that had relied on a secret art. Yet, Noah had given King Elba's an excuse to make Chasing Demon waste time. Noah had only himself to blame for that turn of events. Noah exited from his dimension only to create another human-shaped crack. He couldn't stop for even a second with King Elbaz following him, but the situation didn't look good for him. King Elbaz was too fast, and he had to take a long path to gather with the experts without meeting him. Crossing him was also out of the question since Noah knew that he couldn't dodge any of his abilities. His mind understood that before Noah could even turn those instincts into thoughts. He wasn't fast enough to regroup with the others before King Elbaz reached him. The divine deduction technique was still active, and his dark star redirected all his energy toward his mental faculties. Noah was at his mental peak in that situation, but he couldn't think of any way to survive. Damn it! Noah cursed as he continued to fly. Is this the end? Noah felt doomed. Nothing among his techniques and spells could help him survive that chase. King Elbaz would reach him and kill him without any doubt. The demonic sword, snore, and night felt his desperation. They were too close to his mind not to sense that intense emotion. The blood companion and the living weapon remained silent. They knew that Noah needed to focus on finding a solution. Yet night wasn't as polite as his other assets. Why don't you just kill that shiny eyesore? Night complained as if there was nothing wrong with what it said. Go and kill him. Shut his light forever. Noah heard those words inside his mind, and he couldn't believe how delusional the pterodactyl could be. How can I even kill him? Noah asked. You are just a talking head in my ring, and I have nothing that can stop him. We are dead. That was the truth. Noah had reviewed everything he had and could wield, but nothing could help him survive. Are you giving up? Night asked, and Noah could only sigh at that question. He had one last move available, but doing that would remove even luck from his chances. Still, Noah had never relied on luck in his life. His determination and ruthlessness were the only things that had made him reach his current peak. The experts were flying while keeping an eye on King Elbaz's movements, but they felt shocked when they saw Noah coming out of his dimension and stopping in the void. He didn't escape. Noah turned toward his incoming opponent and released dark matter as he watched the royal become closer. Noah knew that his current spells couldn't save him. So, he decided to bet everything on his dark matter and the power it could release once he completed that path. That was a gamble, but Noah had nothing to lose. He was dead anyway. He would use the danger caused by King Elbaz to push his power forward at least. The dark matter took the shape of the elements that Noah had managed to copy, and he tried to force the creation of light while his eyes remained on King Elbaz. The dark star spun faster than ever, and its rotation speed continued to increase as it tried to push Noah toward his survival. The dark matter began to flicker, and surges of energy caused small flashes of light that went dim after a few seconds. Noah couldn't keep the dark matter shining for long, and something told him that he wasn't executing the right approach. Making his higher energy sparkle wasn't the same as recreating the light element. What are you even doing? Night complained again when it saw the light coming from the dark matter. The demonic sword and snore roared and hissed at the pterodactyl through their mental connection. They wanted it to shut up while Noah was in that dire situation. Yet, Night didn't care about them and continued to complain. Why are you forcing that wonderful darkness to shine? Noah felt annoyed after his higher energy went dark. All the other elements were in front of him, but the light didn't want to form. The pterodactyl then made him even more irritated during those anxious moments, and Noah couldn't help but answer him to vent. I need light, you stupid creature. The world has light as one of its core elements, and I need it to make my own. Noah was about to make one last attempt before King Elbaz reached him, but Night spoke again and disturbed his concentration. Aren't you the creator? Can't you make a world without light? Noah was about to scold it again, but something inside him broke at its words. It was as if a veil disappeared from his mind and revealed to him the truth behind that matter. Have I ever needed the light element? Noah questioned himself. It had felt natural to attempt to copy all the elements after he had managed to reproduce the heaven tribulation's lightning. Noah wanted to create a world in the end, so he had to imitate the harmony around him. However, Night was right. He was the maker. He could make any rule and harmony he wanted without limiting himself to the simple imitation. Heaven and earth had chosen to use 7 elements to create the world, but Noah could make his with 6. No one could stop him nor point out flaws in that project. Did my ambition blind me? Noah thought as the dark matter in front of him began to transform. Noah's ambition was boundless, so he had desired to complete his copy of the elements before attempting anything different in that field. He was so focused on taking everything that he couldn't see how he had never needed the light element in the first place. King Elbaz saw the changes happening in front of Noah while he flew toward him. The dark matter had taken the form of 6 elements, but they suddenly began to fuse. The dark matter then expanded and enveloped Noah's figure in a thick cloud made of higher energy. King Elbaz didn't hesitate for even a second before shooting right into it. King Elbaz flew through the dark matter before noticing that something was off. The higher energy took peculiar shapes that he recognized, and he even saw a proper building at some point. The royal didn't know what Noah was creating, but he could sense him at the center of the cloud, so he never stopped his flight. However, his eyebrows arched when a rank 6 aura spread inside the darkness. King Elbaz flew across the mutating dark matter. The world around him changed as the rank 6 aura spread through it. Various shapes formed as he moved toward the center of the cloud. Buildings appeared from time to time, and a large landmass formed at some point. The dark matter inside those shapes was dense. It appeared to have a solid form, but the power that it contained wasn't superior to that inside the gaseous higher energy. King Elbaz understood that Noah was advancing to the 6th rank and that the breakthrough had triggered an evolution in his higher energy. Noah had been like him just a few exchanges ago. He had used the higher energy only in its raw form or to empower some of his creations. However, he was now fueling a technique with it. The dark matter never kept its solid form for too long. Intense tremors ran through the cloud and radiated a deep humming sound that echoed inside it. King Elbaz initially thought that the vibrations followed Noah's heartbeat rhythm, but he had to withdraw that hypothesis. The humming sound resembled a rotation of some sort, but the royal couldn't understand the cause behind it. The dark matter continued to transform. King Elbaz even saw an entire town forming before crumbling into a wave of dense gas. His curiosity had long since peaked, but he didn't stop to study the area. King Elbaz reached the center of the cloud, and he found Noah floating among his dark matter. Dark gales flowed out of his chest and poured higher energy in the area, but Noah didn't seem to suffer from that. The royal stopped to analyze Noah. His curiosity eventually had the best of him, and his mental waves spread to study what was happening around him. Noah released dark matter continuously and in immense quantity. The humming sounds echoed every time the dark star performed a rotation and poured higher energy into the environment. The process didn't appear to be under Noah's control. He had his eyes closed as he floated among his dark matter, and the shapes that it took came from the depths of his subconscious. King Elbaz couldn't help himself. Noah's higher energy appeared as the perfect tool for a creator, and the royal had an unstoppable desire to own it. Still, his attention soon had to focus on something else. Noah's Dantian had already reached the 6th rank by then, but its power grew every time he exuded higher energy. Noah wasn't cultivating, but his Dantian improved nonetheless. It was as if his organ had stored so much energy that it didn't need any external resource to grow. King Elbaz saw that the dark matter became unstable as Noah's cultivation level increased. A faint, dangerous sensation appeared in his mind, and that forced him to suppress his curiosity. He had no idea how Noah could threaten him, but he wouldn't ignore his instincts. He had chosen to go after the demon prince for a reason in the end. It was better to kill him before he became even more troublesome. A tongue of golden flames gathered in his hand and took the shape of a long spear. King Elbaz was about to launch it toward Noah, but the fire lost its form while he threw them. King Elbaz felt shocked. He had yet to create spells meant only for his higher energy, but that was a simple manipulation. Flames gathered in his palm again, and another spear formed. However, the same thing happened. The weapon fell apart as he was about to throw it, and the golden fire dispersed inside the dark cloud. King Elbaz's curiosity returned at that sight. The best inscription master in the world couldn't condense his higher energy anymore, and he had to know the reason behind that shocking event. "You might want to leave," Noah said as he opened his eyes. His focus went on his dark star, and he completely ignored the royal as he studied the changes inside him. His dantian had advanced in the 6th rank, and all the raw laws that he had absorbed showed themselves. They had always been inside his organ, waiting for it to accept their power. Noah had overcome the bottleneck. All the power that he had accumulated during the journey through the void was now showing its effects. Rank 6 darkness accumulated inside his dantian even if he didn't cultivate. Gaseous sword-like a mass of energy took form inside his organ and enlarged it. His dantian didn't even try to oppose some resistance. It enlarged at the faintest internal pressure, and it continued to grow as more darkness accumulated in its insides. Noah surpassed the halfway mark of the gaseous stage in a matter of minutes, and his growth didn't stop there. His dantian continued to advance, and it soon surpassed the level of his body. Part of the darkness flowed inside the dark star and gathered in its core. The higher energy that made his 4th center of power became denser and poured all the superfluous dark matter into the outside world. Noah had started creating his world to trigger his breakthrough, but his dark star had continued to fuel it on its own. All the superfluous dark matter became part of the cloud. King Elbaz couldn't understand what he meant with that warning, but the dangerous sensation intensified as Noah's level increased. It had only been a faint feeling initially, but now it had become something far more serious. The royal's leader knew that he would suffer some injuries if he remained there. The sole thought that something like that was possible shocked him, but he didn't leave the cloud anyway. King Elbaz was a researcher. There was a gaseous stage powerhouse with the ability to scare him, and his curiosity needed to know how that could happen. Deep humming sounds spread through the cloud, and a peculiar scenery took shape as the dark matter transformed again. Buildings and defensive walls appeared around Noah, and their forms were quite detailed, even if part of their fabric remained in a gaseous state. King Elbaz didn't recognize that place, but a cold expression appeared on Noah's face. Noah didn't choose to create that. The dark matter had done everything on its own, and it had built a place that he knew far too well. Bulvan Mansion. Noah thought as an intense tremor originated from the dark star and spread in the dark matter around him. The buildings fell apart before the entire cloud stopped moving. "What is happening?" King Elbaz asked. "Why can't I command my higher energy as I wish?" King Elbaz wore a severe expression, but his eyes sparkled with intense curiosity as he inspected the changes in the dark matter. Everything around him was unknown, and Noah held all the answers. The dark star released another tremor, and the dark matter in the area began to converge toward Noah. The process was slow initially, but the dark star released an even more intense tremor that made the dark matter speed up. A third vibration followed it, and the higher energy formed proper gales that flowed back into Noah's chest. Noah released a grunt as he felt that surge of energy. Having so much dark matter condensing inside his dark star gave birth to immense pressure, and he even crouched to endure it. King Elbaz watched as the cloud disappeared to take place in the void. Noah had reabsorbed all his higher energy at that point, but his level didn't stop increasing. The darkness continued to flow inside the dark star and increase its density. Noah felt as if he was about to explode, but he couldn't suppress the process no matter what he did. He couldn't contain that power, and his instincts advised him otherwise. Noah could only give in to that pressure and let the dark star handle the rest. King Elbaz was still mesmerized by that event that he almost didn't react in time to avoid the flares of dark matter that suddenly came out of Noah's chest. A rotating dark sphere enlarged from the center of his torso then, and Noah's figure soon disappeared inside his higher energy. The dark star expanded violently and engulfed Noah in its raging rotations. An intense gravitational pull spread in the void and attracted every lingering speck of energy. The raw laws didn't escape that, but they moved slowly. King Elbaz retreated as the star expanded. Its surface was still gaseous, but its density slowly increased as more darkness came out of Noah's dantian to fuse with the 4th center of power. Flares shot out of the rotating sphere. Power surges happened as the dark matter became denser after every rotation. There were different layers at the beginning. The dark matter was almost solid in the center of the sphere but looser toward its edges. However, everything slowly collapsed. The dark star stopped expanding and condensed. Power surges caused flares that shot through the void, but the dark matter always returned to the rotating sphere even if it went far away. The sphere stopped shrinking when it reached a radius of 5 meters, but a second collapse happened in its core. Its edges had become solid, but its insides transformed into a rotating whirlpool that exuded an even stronger gravitational pull. It was as if the edges had turned into a container for the black hole at its center. The fabric of the void began to shatter under the pressure released by that strange object. The void didn't have any matter, but it still belonged to a set dimension. The black hole's pulling force wasn't strong enough to affect the world, but its dense radiations appeared able to influence that reality. The black sphere resumed its shrinking process and dragged the shards of broken void with it. Noah slowly became visible again, and he kept his mouth open as his head looked upward. Those who knew him could guess what he was doing even if no sound spread through the void. Noah was roaring at the sky to announce his breakthrough. A large patch of liquid blackness formed around Noah as the black hole shrunk until it disappeared inside his chest. His body shook as the fourth center of power resumed its normal functions, and an intense wave of energy filled all his tissues. His body soon reached the peak of the lower tier under the nurturing of the black hole, and his dantian did the same by reaching the peak of the gaseous stage. His consciousness expanded, and his mental waves became heavy thoughts capable of covering the entire battlefield. Snore came out of Noah's body on its own and began to hiss at the sky. Its structure trembled as the new dark matter replaced the old one, and its size grew to reach the rank 7 Titan. The Blood Companion unfolded its giant wings, covering a 600 meters area with their size. Its feathers trembled as the new dark matter improved their structure. Noah had undergone a complete breakthrough right in front of everyone. The evolution of his dark star had shocked all the experts on the scene. The dark star had become a black hole contained in a layer of solid dark matter. The darkness that flowed inside it became denser and purer before the center of power redirected that energy back to Noah's tissues. Noah felt as if his body was about to explode with all that energy filling him. He had never thought that he could be that powerful, but his path had finally become clear now. There were no more foggy areas nor doubts. Noah had completed his absorption of external laws to step on the path that would lead his existence to become something equally strong. Noah was finally walking the path to transform into a law. A faint true meaning formed inside him, but it was still too weak to match the divine entities. King Elbaz had tried to analyze the dark matter's qualities during Noah's breakthrough, but his calculations could only make him more amazed. The dark star's power was immense. It contained so much energy that even a few powerhouses would find it hard to match. Learning that such a dangerous and incredible object was part of his body explained why he had expressed so much power while being in the 5th rank. The dark star appeared as the best power core in the world. It could sustain Noah's body for centuries without ever depleting its energy, and it had now evolved into a black hole capable of condensing even more fuel. The experts of the other organizations took note too. They had initially believed that the dark star was part of a cultivation technique connected to Noah's dantian. However, they soon understood that it was something entirely different. The dark star had singular energy that was outside of the dantian's realm. It resembled King Elbaz's golden flames, but it was also entirely different and unique to Noah. Moreover, it was part of his existence, which gave him something that the experts found hard to believe. The dark star absorbed and released energy. It had advanced together with Noah's dantian, so it had a strict connection to his individuality. Only centers of power behaved like that, but the dark star didn't match any known organ in the magical beasts and cultivators fields. There was only one possible explanation. Noah had created a 4th center of power. That realization shocked everyone. Noah didn't only turn into a hybrid when he was a human cultivator. His existence needed more, so he had evolved his status further. His incredible prowess had an explanation now. His body had long since surpassed the hybrid's realm, and the reason for that was the dark star. The experts didn't let that event stun them. They had continued to advance toward King Elbaz while Noah completed the breakthrough, but the royal acted before they could reach him. King Elbaz gathered his flames in his palm again and threw the fiery spear that formed toward Noah. The power of his higher energy filled the void and radiated a heavy pressure. The flames appeared to touch on the absolute limit of the 6th rank. Nothing could be stronger than them without stepping on the divine stage. Noah had yet to understand how strong he was after the breakthrough, but the fiery spear flying toward him didn't give him any time to analyze his new power. The black hole rotated inside the solid dark sphere, and large quantities of dark matter came out of him. A vast cloud formed in less than an instant and enveloped both Noah and King Elbaz. The spear flew through the dark matter undisturbed. Noah's higher energy had evolved, but it wasn't strong enough to oppose King Elbaz. However, the flames that made the weapon slowly lost their detailed shape and dispersed inside the cloud. The spear disappeared before it could even reach Noah. "What trick are you using?" King Elbaz shouted, and the sound of his voice echoed inside the dark environment. The sound was another clue connected to Noah's new technique's true nature, but that didn't help King Elbaz. He still couldn't understand how the dark matter worked. Chasing Demon and the other experts eventually entered the cloud too. The hive's patriarch was in an awful state, and he had turned into nothing more than a corpse who could barely stand up. Noah came out of a gale of dark matter flowing next to the patriarch. King Elbaz had temporarily lost track of him, so he had some time to prepare a plan. "This technique won't suppress him for long," Noah said, and Chasing Demon appeared surprised that sound could fly there. "He will soon understand how to overcome the limitations that I've applied to him." "What do you suggest?" Chasing Demon replied weakly. "I've created an opening in the void during my breakthrough," Noah answered as a cold smile appeared on his face. "Let's throw him there." Chasing Demon's eyes lit up for a second, but his expression soon turned grim. He didn't have much power left. He could control the Titan for one last exchange before his entire existence turned into dust. Noah understood what he had in mind, and a structure rose from under him. It resembled the underground mountain where Chasing Demon used to cultivate, but it had raw laws on its summit. Noah had gathered and absorbed raw laws while his dark star transformed into a black hole, but he didn't forget about his patriarch. Chasing Demon was the only one in possession of a weapon capable of dealing with King Elbaz. Losing him would mean the death of all the experts in the area, so he had to live no matter what. Noah had saved some raw laws for him. He didn't know how gone Chasing Demon was, but that resource had brought him directly to the peak of the gaseous stage. His individuality had been ready for that level of power, but the raw laws still managed to provide the energy necessary for the growth of his Danteon. There was a chance that they could fix Chasing Demon's centers of power too. Chasing Demon and the Titan had lost their right arm during the last exchange with King Elbaz. His condition had weakened further while he followed him to save Noah. He was on the brink of collapse, so Noah's gift could reveal itself as a lifesaver. "What is this technique?" Chasing Demon asked as he stepped off the Titan to land on the mountain. The raw laws gathered toward his maimed body and fused with his centers of power to fill him with energy. "This is my world," Noah replied without hiding anything. That answer alone couldn't explain the depths of his technique anyway. "It's a bit dark," Chasing Demon answered as some color returned to his skin. The wound on his arm also healed, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile when he realized how powerful his successor had become. "It fits my tastes," Noah smiled back before leaving the demon to his absorption. He still needed to warn the other experts about his plan. King Elbaz tested different types of attacks while inside the dark cloud, and he was getting near the answer that he sought. None of his golden flames ever managed to fly longer than an instant, but he slowly understood what held them back. Noah reappeared at some distance from him, with Snore standing proudly behind his back. The other experts did the same as they prepared spells from different areas of the battlefield. King Elbaz wasn't close to the liquid blackness that Noah had unintentionally created, but it was the expert's job to take care of that matter. "This area doesn't follow the normal laws of the world," King Elbaz announced when he saw his enemies appearing around him. "Let me guess. You set the rules so that they can benefit you. This is your domain where you can pretend to be a god." Noah had no words to say to King Elbaz, He felt surprised that the royal had understood so much about his techniques in only a few minutes, but that wasn't the time for admiration or respect. The experts had to deal with King Elbaz, or he would deal with them. There wasn't any other possible outcome in that situation. Snore spread its mouth as it prepared its elemental attacks. The dark world trembled as the Blood Companion launched a series of blows toward King Elbaz. God's left hand and the others followed the same tactic as before. They relied on attacks that the fire element would typically struggle to block in its raw form. A series of spells and techniques flew toward King Elbaz, who could only deploy his golden flames around his figure to block them. The fire clashed with the attacks, but its structure soon wavered due to the dark world's limitations. King Elbaz was right. Noah's world didn't belong to anyone but himself. He set its rules and decided how foreign energy would behave. Since his target was King Elbaz, Noah had applied limitations to his flames. The air in the dark world was nothing more than thin dark matter, so no one could escape its restrictions. King Elbaz took out an inscribed item when he saw his flames dispersing. A large golden shield formed around him and fended off the attacks. Yet, it broke after it completed its task. The royal had begun to run short of inscribed items for a while by then. Chasing Demon had forced him to use almost everything he had to stop the giant. King Elbaz only had a few disposable items now. They would generally save him in normal situations, but everything was more difficult for him inside the dark world. Moreover, the disposable items would break after one use. It didn't matter how powerful they were. King Elbaz couldn't rely on them to block his enemy's offensive forever. The experts and Noah began to assault him with a never-ending offensive. They had long since stopped caring about the condition of their centers of power, and they were focusing everything they had on dealing with the royal's leader. King Elbaz couldn't remain unscathed for too long. He didn't rely on his inscribed items at times, so the enemy's attacks managed to land on his body after his flames dispersed. Long wounds appeared on his body. The golden robe turned into a mess of rags and destroyed tissues as the experts pressured him to no end. That seemed to be the end for King Elbaz, but he could still hide surprises. King Elbaz's flames slowly began to resist Noah's limitations. The dark world used Noah's will to apply its restrictions, and his higher energy empowered those qualities. Yet King Elbaz was amazing. He had understood how the dark world worked, and he had already learnt how to deal with it. His flames became more intense as time passed. The might that they carried was so fierce that the dark matter couldn't limit their effects anymore. King Elbaz would waste more energy in that way, but everything would be worth it if he managed to escape from that siege. Noah didn't show any fear when he saw that King Elbaz could stop their offensive without relying on disposable items. They weren't the main force anyway. King Elbaz began to advance when he felt that he had become used to the amount of higher energy he had to release to overcome his limitations. He had only needed to make his flames denser and more powerful. Nevertheless, a giant figure suddenly came out from the thick dark matter under him and grabbed his fiery figure. Chasing Demon and the Titan reappeared on the battlefield without revealing any trace of their presence. Noah had used his dark world to hide them and create that opportunity for a surprise attack. The demon looked far better after he absorbed the raw laws. His cultivation level radiated the aura of a liquid-stage powerhouse, but some of his injuries had remained in place. The hole in his low waist was still there, and his right arm didn't regrow in those minutes. Yet, his skin regained some color, and he didn't appear as a corpse anymore. King Elbaz radiated flames that stopped the Titan from squeezing him to death. Its massive fingers even suffered from the power released by the fire, and large boulders fell from them. Still, chasing Demon didn't want to kill him. Noah's plan had higher chances of success, so he controlled the Titan to fly in the direction of the ruptured void. The Titan flew at high speed. The dark matter around it helped its movements and allowed it to go faster. Noah followed the Patriarch as he adjusted the dark world to his needs, and the experts chased after him while they kept their spells ready. The large patch of liquid blackness eventually appeared in their eyes. The void had already begun to fix itself, but there was enough space where they could fit King Elbaz. Chasing Demon controlled the Titan to accelerate. Its remaining arm rose to clash with that portal to another dimension. Its fist slammed into the liquid blackness that opposed some resistance before allowing it inside. King Elbaz tried to unleash as many flames as possible, but he couldn't avoid reaching the other side of the crack. The crack in the void continued to heal while the Titan kept King Elbaz trapped on the other side of the liquid blackness. Tongues of golden flames came out of it from time to time, but the divine item held strong. Chasing Demon's skin began to turn gray again. It seemed that the effort was reverting the effects of the raw laws, but he didn't dare to diminish his output of energy. He had understood that Noah's technique had limits and that King Elbaz had already begun to overcome them. There wouldn't be another chance to defeat him if he failed to keep the royal in the other dimension. The dark red surface of the Titan began to burn under the effects of King Elbaz's flames. The golden fire moved in an orderly manner and according to precise lines to unleash a strange aura that appeared to be quite effective against the divine item. King Elbaz had understood how the Titan worked by then. Its structure was still mostly a secret, but he had learnt enough to target its innate flaws. The experts gasped at that sight. King Elbaz was in an unknown environment and inside a divine item's grasp, but he still managed to attack at full power. Their eyes went on the expanding void. They wished that they could do something to quicken the fixing of the crack, but they could only wait and hope that Chasing Demon would hold strong. The crack was inside Noah's dark world, but he didn't have any power over the other side. Even the Titan had to struggle to pierce the liquid blackness. His strength alone wasn't enough to affect the situation. Silence spread among the group. The experts could only hold their breath as the golden flames began to cover the Titan's arm. The fire even reached the giant's shoulder as it continued to unleash its destructive properties. Noah tried his best to suppress the golden flames, but they were too dense for his dark world. His will couldn't apply any restriction on them when they were so dense. Even with his recent breakthrough, Noah remained a gaseous stage powerhouse. He couldn't surpass King Elbaz when it came to raw power. Chasing Demon couldn't move. His whole focus was on pouring the entirety of his cultivation level on the Titan to fuel its incredible strength. Part of it also went on keeping its structure intact, so he couldn't break his concentration for even a second. The flames eventually reached him before continuing to spread on the rest of the Titan. Chasing Demon burned, but his concentration didn't waver. His eyes remained on the shrinking crack. His mind had cut away any other input and made him focus only on his task. His organization and friends' future was at stake, so he didn't care if his body crumbled in the process. Flying Demon's aura surged at that sight. Flowers grew from his figure as his mental waves became violent and messy. His eyes remained fixed on Chasing Demon. He wanted to memorize that moment without interfering with his patriarch's heroic sacrifice. Dreaming Demon was in a similar condition. She wore an ugly expression as she clasped her hand around Flying Demon's arm. Her gesture didn't aim to hold her lover's back. Her fingers stabbed in his skin as she did her best to restrain herself. The two demons suffered the most intense emotional blow, but Elder Julia and Noah weren't too better off. Elder Julia had known Chasing Demon since the Coral Archipelago. The hive had yet to be born at that time, and there were only separate sects ruling the underground world in the islands. She had seen the rise of the hive under Chasing Demon's leadership. They had started from a small and isolated area in the sea, but now they belonged to one of the world's greatest organizations. Noah still recalled the few conversations that he had with Chasing Demon. The patriarch had never complained about his behavior. It didn't matter how many forces he offended. Chasing Demon would always deploy the assets of the hive to back Noah up. Chasing Demon had never tried to suppress Noah. Instead, he had done his best to push him further on the cultivation journey. The patriarch had even provided Noah with pieces of information that only powerhouses could know, only to help him in his path. Noah had always known that he lacked something. He could never sacrifice himself for the sake of his organization. However, he couldn't help but feel pure respect toward Chasing Demon's action. The patriarch had lost the love of his life after ravaging Demon's betrayal, but he had continued to train to exact his vengeance. His efforts to benefit the hive didn't stop after he killed his mortal enemy. Chasing Demon had devoted his entire existence to spreading his master's teachings, and the Hive now was an organization full of entities who were proud of the label Demon. Divine Demon might have preferred him to abandon everything and focus on his path, but Chasing Demon was different. Noah had felt something during his long period of training. The Patriarch had reached his limits. His potential and will didn't allow him to advance further. The thought that someone with such a grim future could still focus everything on his organization made him respect Chasing Demon even more. He was a true leader, and the Hive wouldn't be the same without him. Tisha, Chasing Demon suddenly said while his figure burned. His words echoed through the dark matter, and Dreaming Demon's attention focused on him. You have always had more foresight than any of us, Chasing Demon continued. I know that you will do your best to build a future for the Hive. Dreaming Demon couldn't muster the strength to answer him, but she performed a deep bow before focusing on his figure again. She wouldn't dare to miss his death. Arthur? Chasing Demon spoke again, and Flying Demon's aura became peaceful as he focused on his words. You've suffered more than any of us, but you didn't let your pain destroy your future. I leave Master's inscriptions and the defenses of the Hive to you. Be sure to discipline that stubborn automaton. A tear ran down Flying Demon's left eye before performing a deep bow and resumed to watch his old friend. Julia, Chasing Demon continued, you have handled every political matter while I spent my time cultivating. I can't think of anyone else who could manage the Hive better than you. Elder Julia nodded before bowing. Chasing Demon had basically named her the new leader of the Hive, preferring her to his old friends. She couldn't feel more honored. The golden flames covered the whole Titan and threatened to burn the dark world. Yet, they remained on the divine item as they focused all their power on it. The crack had almost closed by then. Chasing Demon only needed to hold on for a bit more to defeat King Elbaz once and for all. Still, his goodbyes weren't over yet. Noah Bulvin, Chasing Demon said as his figure crumbled and the giant started to speak with his voice. Demon Prince of the Hive, Divine Demon's heir. Noah's attention spiked as Chasing Demon listed his titles, and his eyes remained fixed on the giant as it continued to speak with the Patriarch's voice. You have defeated opponents far stronger than you since you were only a human cultivator, the giant said as its arm broke and it used its body to block the opening in the void. You have surpassed every expectation, and your potential knows no limits. You are the best cultivator that the world has ever seen, and your power doesn't follow any common sense or label. The giant began to crumble, and only ashes came out of the golden flames. Nevertheless, Chasing Demon's voice continued to echo through the dark world. I know you don't want to be a leader, but you still deserve a title worthy of your achievements. From now on, you will be defying Demon. May the immortal lands tremble when they hear your name. The Titan slowly disappeared, consumed by the golden flames. King Elbaz had achieved something incredible by destroying a divine item while being in the heroic ranks, but Chasing Demon had the last say in the matter. The flames dispersed and the ashes spread in the dark world to reveal a perfectly intact void. The crack had disappeared. The structure of that separate reality had reformed, and King Elbaz didn't manage to cross the liquid blackness before it was too late. Quickly, Elder Julia suddenly shouted as she looked toward Flying Demon. Freeze his ashes. We might be able to bring him back. Her statement didn't reveal that the Hive had secured spots in the Second Life formation, but the experts from the other organizations still shot suspicious glances at her. The Hive members didn't answer, and God's left hand lowered her head to avoid revealing any clue about their secret cooperation. The fact that Flying Demon didn't act made Elder Julia understand that her idea wasn't feasible. His reaction forced her to review the situation, and she eventually reached the same conclusion as her companions. The group was in a separate reality where laws worked differently. The Second Life formation required the connection with the cultivators to be active when they died, and Chasing Demon had turned into ashes while part of his consciousness had fused with the Titan. The journey back to the surface would take them years, especially now that they didn't have a guide. That period was enough to make any connection dissipate unless someone had access to particular methods. Moreover, Chasing Demon had poured his entire existence in the Titan to fuel its abilities. Even if his connection with the formation were still active when they returned to the surface, it would find no cultivator to resurrect. Chasing Demon was gone, and there was nothing that his companions could do to resurrect him. Dreaming Demon and Flying Demon neared Elder Julia and placed a hand on her shoulders. They knew her pain far too well. They had both felt the same unwillingness that had filled her mind. "You know his story," Dreaming Demon said. "Don't you think that he deserves some rest?" Elder Julia struggled to accept that outcome, but she ultimately nodded and lifted her head to look toward Noah. "Did you really see death?" Elder Julia asked, and Noah could only show her a sad smile as an answer. "Where is he now?" Elder Julia still asked. Noah looked toward the void above him as if searching for the rulers of the world. He knew the answer, and he didn't mind giving it to her. Heaven and earth collect dead souls from countless worlds. They dismantle and purify them before creating new ones to insert in living beings. Elder Julia lowered her eyes, but her expression soon relaxed. She accepted that there was nothing in their power to revert that outcome. Chasing Demon's soul had probably left that world already. The other experts didn't investigate the topic discussed at that moment out of respect for the hive's loss. Still, they didn't forget where they were, and awkward expressions appeared on their faces as they looked around them. Noah retracted his dark matter as soon as he noticed their gestures. He had kept the dark world active until then, but the fight was over now. The experts began to look for raw laws when the entirety of the void reappeared in their eyes, but they felt disappointed when they saw only darkness around them. Noah had absorbed every raw law in the area. He had given the only ones that he had spared to Chasing Demon, so the experts could only venture through the void again if they wanted to find more of them. During their inspection, they noticed that something was off. The experts had seen Noah killing First Prince and First Princess, but Second Prince was still alive. Yet, he wasn't anywhere near them, and he didn't even leave a trace to follow. Second Prince had abandoned the battlefield, and his destination was unknown. Noah and the other cultivators from the hive remained silent as they reviewed Chasing Demon's last moments in their minds. They didn't seem interested in the void anymore, so the other experts could only exchange glances to understand each other's intentions. Truth be told, Noah, the demons, and even Elder Julia had already understood that they couldn't remain inside the void any longer. The battle against King Elbaz had depleted most of their breath, and they couldn't refill their dantian inside the void. The only source of energy there were the raw laws, but there weren't any of them in the area. The group could advance deeper in the separate reality and hope to find raw laws soon. However, dealing with their addictive properties in their weakened state wasn't optimal. Moreover, Second Prince was still out there, and King Elbaz's defeat had left them without a guide. The group had to find a solution to that issue before deciding to move again. Noah stared at the spot where King Elbaz had disappeared. That mighty expert had managed to spread his flames across dimensions without any training. He couldn't believe that the royal would die so easily. No one knew what the other dimension had to offer. The group felt satisfied with locking King Elbaz away for now, but the best inscription master in the world didn't obtain that title by mere luck. There was a high chance that he managed to return. After all, King Elbaz already had experience in interdimensional travels. He had created the tunnel for the other world. "We should retreat," Noah conveyed through his consciousness, breaking the deafening silence that had descended on the group. The demons and Elder Julia nodded at his words, but God's left hand unfolded her mind to give voice to a few complaints. "Why should we leave now? I didn't spend the entire battle looting raw laws while we drained our centers of power." Noah wasn't in the mood for political talks, especially right after Chasing Demon's death. He knew what God's left hand wanted to do. She aimed to receive compensation for her services in the battle. Yet, Noah shut her up with a message that left everyone speechless. "Because I'm the only one who won't lose himself in the Yellow Sea. I'm the only guide you have, so you'll do as I say." Of course, Noah didn't want to save God's left hand, but he couldn't show any weakness now that the hive had lost its patriarch. He had to make sure that the other organizations didn't think about exploiting that temporary weakness. As for fighting God's left hand and leaving the Shandal Empire's forces inside the void, Noah didn't see that decision in a good light. The Shandal Empire wasn't an ally, but the alliance could gain valuable resources and studies if it let it leave. An organization that held details concerning the divine ranks wasn't a force that he could ignore. The centers of power of most experts were almost empty too. Noah knew that he had some advantage in that sense, but he didn't want to waste his energy to fight against cultivators who had many inscribed items. "You can remain here if you want," Noah continued without showing any shame. "But don't think that you can follow me without paying an adequate price." Remaining in the void with little to no breath was a gamble that the experts weren't willing to take. God's left hand could only back off and accept Noah's conditions. Her only hope was that the alliance wouldn't be too harsh on the Shandal Empire. They had fought together, so the matriarch believed that she wouldn't have to pay a lot for Noah's services. Great Elder Diana agreed to Noah's directives without complaining. She felt lucky enough that she had survived that harsh situation. Betting on her self-restraint and fortune wasn't ideal when their return would bring great benefit already. King Elbaz was far away, and Second Prince had escaped somewhere. The Shandal Empire wasn't a threat, so the only enemies of the alliance left on the surface were Third Prince and Second Princess. The two royals weren't much of a threat. Noah had defeated their older brother and sister on his own. However, the territories in the Elbaz family's domain had a wide array of protections that would take years to overcome. Still, with King Elbaz gone, the alliance now had years to invest in that siege. Great Elder Diana knew that the battles would be hard, but she didn't mind that after what she had experienced in the separate reality. Elder Julia gathered chasing demons' ashes, and Flying Demon froze them before storing them inside his space ring. The experts of the Hive didn't intend to attempt reviving Chasing Demon. They only wanted to make a funeral worthy of the leader of one of the strongest organizations in the world. There wasn't much to prepare. The experts couldn't cultivate, so none of them had to waste time refilling their centers of power. They could begin their return to the surface almost immediately. The group began to move only a few days after the battle. Chasing Demon's death was still palpable in their minds, but they had other priorities. Returning to a safe place was the least they could do after such hardships. Another long journey through the void started. All the experts knew where to go since stars shone in the distance. They only had to go in the opposite direction. The march to return to the Yellow Sea took longer even if they didn't make any stop. Most of the experts had to save breath to fly, so they couldn't go too fast. The void never changed, and the lack of a proper exit weighed on the cultivators' minds. The experts couldn't understand how far they were from the edges of the separate reality, so they felt they were flying most of the time aimlessly. When they first reached the separate reality, the group was too interested in finding raw laws, so that distance appeared easier to cross. They even had the stars as a target and the sparse raw laws that they could absorb. No angry outburst came out of the experts' mouths. There was no point in complaining there. The void wouldn't change just because they were bored. The group eventually reached the separate dimensions' edges that didn't oppose any resistance at their passage. They were a simple membrane that allowed everyone to enter and exit. Noah was the first to cross the separate realities' edges, and the yellow world reappeared in his vision for the first time in years. Nothing had changed there. The tempting black platform had remained the same, even after their long journey in the void. The rest of the group soon exited the separate reality, and they showed dubious expressions when Noah's moment arrived. They had learnt how to deal with raw laws and resist their captivating properties inside the void. Still, the yellow magma offered a different type of difficulty, which they couldn't overcome independently. It wasn't a matter of personal power or strength that they could wield. The yellow magma's radiations targeted their minds, and no experts wanted to get lost inside it. No puppet appeared on their path as they walked or flowed through the black landmass. All experts had chosen to take some time to cultivate as soon as they exited the separate reality, and their condition immediately improved. Noah didn't want to waste any time walking on the landmass, but he wanted to make sure that he traced King Elbaz's steps correctly. He didn't want to take the short path only to discover that he was lost. The group relied on a series of inscribed threads to avoid losing any of their members. Noah walked in the lead and held a long cord connected to the other experts. The item became quite useful once they reached the end of the landmass and swam through the sea. It was the time for the scorching sensation again. But even that environment didn't scare the experts. A large metallic layer soon appeared in their eyes, and Noah didn't hesitate to swim toward the tunnel in its center. Needless to say, some of the experts tried to seize some of that material, but all of them failed. The metal was too hard, and nothing appeared able to cut it. It didn't even bend, so the cultivators could only cross the tunnel to return to the sea of red magma. The area's temperatures remained scorching, but they had diminished now that they had reached the other sea and red magma filled their vision. Enduring the heat was easy now that everyone could cultivate. Returning to the familiar Red Sea also gave the group hope that the journey was almost over. The group swam for a while until they found an opening in the seabed above them. They quickly crossed it, and the azure water of the sea met them. They had finally returned to the surface. The experts didn't speak. They separated to return to their respective domains, and Noah soon found himself with the two demons and Elder Julia next to him. "Where does he want to be dispersed?" Elder Julia asked, but Noah shook his head. The only two who could know more about chasing demon were the couple right next to them. "There is only one place worthy of his ashes," Flying Demon began to say, and Dreaming Demon intervened to give more information. "He had taken a liking in the archipelago. No other place can be his tomb." The four of them moved toward the coral archipelago at that point. Once they were on top of it, Flying Demon took out the frozen ashes and reabsorbed his power. The ashes dispersed in the winds, and the experts on the scene had different reactions at that sight. Noah maintained his aloof expression, but his eyes followed the trails of ashes that dispersed on the archipelago. A few tears came out of the demon's eyes, and Elder Julia performed a deep bow before remaining in that position until all the ashes had dispersed. In the trio's mind, chasing demon's death had become more comfortable to endure. The old patriarch had done a lot for the hive. Seeing his ashes dispersing was a painful but relieving process. The four remained in the sky for an entire day before breaking their contemplation. They decided to focus on the matters concerning the new continent from now on. "What now, defying demon?" Flying Demon asked while wearing his usual smile. Still, no happiness accompanied his gesture. "There are only two royals left on the surface," Noah answered. "They don't deserve those territories. It's time to take them." The hive as a whole held Chasing Demon's funeral during the months following the return of the powerhouses. Months of political silence followed the dispersion of his ashes. The hive didn't make any move, and even its borders remained peaceful while the higher-ups held their event. The rank 5 elders held banquets to recall his moments as a leader. Flying Demon, Dreaming Demon, and Elder Julia joined those events to tell stories that the weaker assets had missed, but Noah didn't go to any of them. Noah had promised a full-on invasion. It was his first time ordering something on that scale, but the hive's powerhouses knew that he wasn't joking around. Chasing Demon's death had to be a signal. His sacrifice had to state that the Elbas family couldn't be part of the new continent, and Noah intended to make that idea real. Still, he had some projects to finish before approaching the tight defensive formations that surrounded the 4 regions under the control of the Elbas family. Noah remained inside his new quarters during the political funeral. The hive had built an incredible underground mansion for him. It was a proper palace that featured areas meant for all his needs. The location was also optimal for Noah's training. The mansion was under one of the territories inhabited by hybrids, so he could ignore any restraint when testing some new techniques. The new mansion had a cultivation area with so many breath blessings that the air in there had surpassed the peaks of the piece of Immortal lands when it first fell. It had a training room filled with formations that could replicate various battle sessions. Noah could even use some of his memories to improve their effects. Another area had many materials capable of releasing heavy pressure. That could help Noah's mind improve, but the hive knew that he had access to the 7th Kezir rune, so it focused the training on strengthening the mental walls. Noah couldn't cultivate just yet. His Dantian peaked after the breakthrough, but his cultivation technique required the demonic sword. The living weapon had to evolve before it could enlarge Noah's Dantian again. The amount of energy that it could absorb at its current level wasn't enough to train the center of power. Noah often traveled toward the divine cut to exchange blows with Sword Saint. His normal training didn't interfere with his improvements with the sword arts, and his existence continued to rise toward new peaks as he kept on fighting with the will. Sword Saint had shown him his best attacks, but Noah didn't mind training with someone who could endure his blows. The divine will was the perfect sparring partner. The demonic sword eventually evolved. Noah had invested many of the magical beast's corpses inside his space rings to feed the living sword, but his expenses saw good returns in the end. The blade could endure all his attacks after it reached the 6th rank. Could even perform Sword Saint's core techniques at that point. However, Noah wasn't satisfied with its current form. The demonic sword had to express the entirety of his existence, but it lacked one core material. The dark sphere had transformed into a black hole after the breakthrough, and the dark matter that it released only helped snore in its basic form. The dark world used Noah's higher energy as its fuel. He had yet to test that technique's power with experts at his level, but he knew that it contained an incredible value. Noah had managed to suppress King Elba's golden flames with his dark world. The restrictions didn't last long, but that period was enough to defeat any opponent near his level. That was the kind of weapon that could defeat stronger cultivators, but Noah didn't accept to have only one of them. Noah began his experiments with the demonic sword almost immediately. It only took a month for his first experiment to fail, but the mansion contained the detonation. The failures didn't affect Noah's anymore. His body was so strong that even the explosion of rank 5 and 6 materials couldn't hurt him. His companions didn't have to worry about him. The demonic sword accepted every test happily. It felt the pain lingering inside Noah's mind, so it preferred to help him through those stages in the best way that it could. The blade endured every modification, and it even went through countless painful tests. The experiments took a while, but Noah eventually succeeded. He was attempting to modify a living being, and Noah wouldn't care about its behavior too much. Yet, he wasn't willing to make his living weapon suffer pointlessly. Noah succeeded in the end. His project consisted of fusing dark matter in the demonic sword, and the blade accepted that treatment. Torrents of dark matter had flown inside the demonic sword and improved its structure. The living weapon's anatomy was peculiar, but Noah followed the process closely from beginning to end. Noah ignored any social stimulus in that period. He had too much to do, and any eventual opponent wasn't worth the time wasted when he didn't prioritize his power. The demonic sword became bigger as dark matter fused with its structure. It reached the point when it didn't need to shrink from performing specific attacks anymore. The living weapon didn't change shape before meeting an enemy, but its internal structure improved in ways that he couldn't describe. It absorbed all the missing pieces of his existence, and it had naturally improved as if it was waiting for that experiment to happen. Divine Market City appeared in Noah's eyes after he ended his training session for good. The area had so many defensive formations that he didn't even begin to count them, but he cared about them. Second Princess appeared behind the enemy protections, so Noah had a limited set of actions. Yet, he was ready to fight there for years only to drag her out. "We can decide on the matter in a far more enjoyable place," Second Princess said when she saw Noah nearing the defensive formations alone. She had learnt about the events inside the void from the pieces of information concerning the powerhouse's last mission, and she truly feared Noah's mindset at the moment. Noah wasn't the type to do anything reckless unless it benefited his cultivation level. Yet, the situation was different now. He didn't want to join negotiations. He only wanted to create a mess to honor chasing demon. "The time for negotiations is over," Noah replied while the demonic sword roared while inside his space ring and landed in his hand. "I want every member of the Elba's family out of the new continent, and I'll use everything in my power to accomplish that." "Demon Prince of the Hive," Second Princess complained as the light of the inscriptions in front and behind her lit up. It seemed that she had activated a signal that triggered all the defenses in the area. A rocky giant appeared behind her, and a building released a fire that compelled anyone in the area to retreat. All the defenses became clear in Noah's mind, but he didn't care about any of them. Second Princess tried to lead Noah toward a negotiation, but he didn't care about that. He had decided to take charge of the invasion, so he had to do it in his way. The fire covered the giant as countless shining lines filled the environment. The sky above Divine Market City lit up, and the golden light that the inscriptions radiated overcame the natural illumination of the sunlight. "I suggest you rethink your decision," Second Princess said as the aura of the inscriptions spread in the region. Noah could sense many defensive methods with power in the 6th rank, but his feelings didn't change. His instincts told him that he didn't have to fear those defenses, so he could unleash his prowess without any restraint. Dense dark smoke came out of Noah's figure and filled the entire area. Noah's higher energy spread to create the dark world, and the light radiated by the inscriptions dimmed under its influence. Noah had learnt more about his dark world during his period of training. That technique created a personal domain that he could use to perform any task. He had completed the evolution of the demonic sword inside the dark world. His success rate improved there, and he had an almost endless amount of dark matter in that environment. The restrictions applied by the dark world were even more beneficial in a fight. Noah was against a powerhouse who was weaker than him, so his suppression would work far better. The inscriptions were the only problem. Noah could kill Second Princess in a few exchanges without defensive formations, but she was too smart to leave her protections. The royal had learnt about the events inside the void through rumors spread by spies hidden in the various organizations. Forces as big as the Elbas family usually filtered those pieces of information due to their lack of honesty. However, the matter concerning King Elba's mission had involved only powerhouses, so there was a limit to the amount of data that the spies could understand. They didn't know the details about Noah's prowess, and they didn't believe that he had enough power to break the formations anyway. Noah had already attempted and failed in that, so the royals didn't think that a simple breakthrough could give him too much power. Of course, they were wrong. Improving the demonic sword had been enough to put Noah's power on par with other existences in the liquid stage. Noah could now do whatever he wanted. There were only a few people who were still willing to face him. Noah crouched when he saw that the battle drew near. His demonic sword went backward as its aura fended off the pressure that came in their direction. "You are a fool," Second Princess concluded before retreating even further. Noah didn't hesitate, and he didn't even speak with the royal. A massive surge of power gathered on his figure, and the world's fabric bent under the might released by his aura. Second Princess wore a broad smile on her face, but her expression froze when she sensed the aura accumulated during the attack's preparation. Noah lunged forward, and a large hole appeared on the vast array of defensive formations. The giant in the distance crumbled too, but Noah didn't feel satisfied. A series of white beams and armored humanoid puppets shot in his direction after the formations suffered that damage. Large ethereal arrows followed that counterattack, and a series of massive red whip followed those defensive methods. Noah watched the array of attacks coming in his direction and lifted his blade. The demonic sword didn't suffer any damage during his last blow, and his dantian still had plenty of darkness left afterward. The demonic sword began to tremble after it rose to reach his chest. Noah titled its sharp tip slowly, and countless mirror images of the living weapon appeared around its main body as his blade descended. The methods of the defensive formations were various and powerful. Second Princess had every reason to feel safe inside her area. Yet, Noah's technique appeared stronger than she had expected. Noah's slash launched countless slashes that carried the power of the 6th rank. The defenses flying toward him crumbled under Sword Saint's technique, and no golden light ever hit him. The slash had an unclear shape. Different attacks flew together with the massive black line that shot out of the demonic sword. Fainter slashes accompanied the black line and created an array of sword arts that clashed with the defensive formations. One attack was enough to face all the blows launched by the inscriptions. The slash cut the armored puppets and the beams in half. Its power allowed it to pierce the golden halo too, and some of its effects reached the defensive formations. The shining lines above the buildings of Divine Market City trembled when Noah's slash hit them. The black line was thick and dense, and normal defensive methods couldn't deal with its power. The defenses fell apart as Noah placed the demonic sword on his shoulder. The golden halo was already fixing those inscribed lines, so it was pointless to press the offensive further for now. Analyzing the defenses of the area had the priority. Noah's attacks would be more focused on the flaws of the array only after he found them. Second Princess had remained in a safe spot when the slash arrived. Its unclear form was a spectacle that a few experts could understand, and she wasn't one of them. Noah's slash went straight, but many seemingly ethereal cuts appeared around it and created an attack that the defensive formations had a hard time blocking. It wasn't as strong as the lunge, but it carried an innate boundlessness that she couldn't face no matter how she approached the attack. One slash appeared to contain every sword art in the entire world, but some of its ethereal images were too faint to inflict the desired damage. The formations almost reformed by the time Noah decided to raise his sword again and prepare himself for the next attack. Noah didn't have any specific method to defeat the formations. There were too many defenses, but his attacks could pierce them and defeat any counterattack that came in his direction. His only option was to pressure the defensive formations as much as he could before calling the other elders for help. Still, that was his last resort since he wanted to complete the task alone. Seizing one of the most protected places on the new continent by himself would improve his status and make the hive even more dangerous in the minds of every other force. King Elba's absence and Chasing Demon's death had left an empty spot that everyone wanted to fill. Rebels and smaller organizations couldn't wait for any of the forces in charge of the world to commit mistakes and allow them to become the new Coral Archipelago. However, Noah intended to show that the hive was on a completely different level to scare away any spy or expert who had doubts about its power. Chasing Demon wouldn't be able to see that, but every cultivator would know that the hive had reached those heights with him as its leader. "I'm not the demon prince of the hive anymore," Noah said as his blade began to vibrate. "I'm defying Demon, the best cultivator in history. It doesn't matter who you are," Second Princess replied as she stepped forward to fly among the golden halo fixing the formations. "You are only a powerhouse, and these defenses have a nigh-endless source of energy. You need an army of rank 6 cultivators to overcome them." Noah didn't answer. The time for words was over, and he had already conveyed what he wanted the world to hear. Now he only needed to attack the defensive formations until he eradicated them. The demonic sword released intense vibration that spread among the dark world's fabric. The dark matter inside the blade made Noah's new technique resonate with the weapon's intentions. Noah had fused his higher energy inside the demonic sword after it reached the 6th rank. The process didn't only make the weapon longer and sturdier. It even added a few effects that he had yet to show to the world. Sword Saint's techniques were incredible. The power that they could express surpassed the natural limitations of a cultivator's rank and relied on the true meaning of the divine entity's law to unleash their might. However, Noah's law was different. He had yet to give it a proper form and true meaning, but he knew that he couldn't rely on Sword Saint's attacks to grow. Noah used Sword Saint's techniques because their raw power was immense, but he had to reach that point with his arts if he wanted to push his expertise forward. That meant using all his assets to give birth to new personal techniques. It was the same hindrance that he had to overcome when he infused his spells with his physical might. He only had to do the same with the dark world now. "I like this scene," Knight commented from inside Noah's space ring. Noah's dark world enveloped the array of defensive formations and suppressed the golden halo that they radiated. The tremors that ran through the dark matter pushed the light backward, and some inscribed lines shattered due to the pressure that accompanied the expanding dark world. Darkness was suppressing light. The pterodactyl couldn't be happier when it watched that scene. Noah ignored Knight. There was only one goal in his mind. He had to solidify Chasing Demon's legacy to make his sacrifice even more meaningful. The dark matter began to churn and gather around the demonic sword as the tremors continued. Second Princess felt a chill running down her spine as she saw the whole cloud empowering Noah's weapon. It was as if the demonic sword had fused with Noah's world. The royal took a few steps back as the golden light around her dimmed, and she waved her hand to trigger the formation's offensive again. The fiery giant reformed and walked in front of the shining lines. White beams shot out of the cores that filled the formations, and armored puppets formed among the light and stepped forward to create an army around the Titan. Large ethereal arrows flew out of buildings that resonated with the formations, and massive red whips made their way through the dark matter to reach Noah. The defensive formations revealed their full power and focused everything they had on Noah, who limited himself to raising his demonic sword above his head. The gales of dark matter blew around the living weapon and made its blade disappear inside the dark world. Second Princess knew that Noah still wielded it, but she couldn't see what he was preparing. The vibrations intensified as the attacks flew forward. The arrows, the whips, and the white beams fell apart under the suppression of the dark world, but the giant managed to reach Noah's position. Many armored puppets detonated when they crumbled, but their explosions paved the way for the other constructs. The dark world couldn't suppress so many attacks simultaneously, but the giant and the puppet's movements felt sluggish inside the dense tides of Noah's higher energy. The giant slammed its fists toward Noah, but the dark world opened at that point. A 300 meters long blade became visible as Noah tilted his wrist. A massive amount of dark matter descended together with the demonic sword as Noah performed his slash. The blade appeared heavy, but it completed its attack in less than an instant. The giant and the army of puppets disappeared as the dark matter carried by the blade engulfed them. Second Princess suddenly couldn't see anything since the gales of higher energy completely suppressed the formation's light. When the golden light returned to illuminate the area around her, she saw a spectacle that left her speechless. The formation's attacks were nowhere to be seen. Noah's slash had destroyed them, but that didn't surprise the royal too much. He had done the same in the past exchange in the end. However, her eyes remained fixed on the building's shining lines under the Elbas family's control. A massive opening had appeared right at their center, and some of the structures had crumbled during the attack. Noah's attack had destroyed the formation's effects, pierced the inscriptions, and fallen on the buildings behind the defenses. Its energy had ended right before touching the ground. Second Princess couldn't suppress her surprise as she fixed her eyes on Noah. Her gaze carried a faint trace of fear. The last attack would have landed on her if the formations didn't deviate its trajectory. "Is this the best you can gather in one slash?" Noah asked the demonic sword as he held it in front of his face. The blade roared a few answers, and Noah nodded before lifting the weapon above his head again. Second Princess couldn't believe her eyes when she saw dark matter gathering around the demonic sword again. Seeing Noah talking with the blade was peculiar, but the fact that he could launch that attack left her completely speechless. Countless inscribed items came out of her space ring. Runes, shields, disposable weapons, and armor sets flew to fuse with the defensive formations to improve their abilities. It was now clear that Noah could inflict heavy damages on that part of Divine Market City even if he couldn't eradicate the defensive formations. His lunge and strange slash dispersed right after clashing with the shining lines, but that last attack contained too much energy to lose power so soon. Second Princess even tried to send a few messages through her inscribed notebook, but Noah's dark world blocked every connection with the outside. The royal was alone and isolated in that area. "The royal family has the best inscription masters in the world," Second Princess shouted when she saw the tall blade descending again and carrying even more dark matter with it. "We will rebuild everything that you destroy in no time. Your efforts are pointless." Noah didn't answer. There was no point conversing with the royal after the situation had reached that stage. Moreover, he had already set his mind. That place had to fall in the hive's hands. The Elbas family had to leave the new continent. He didn't care about anything else at that moment. The blade fell, and another massive fissure opened among the formations. Second Princess reinforcements prevented the attack from reaching the buildings behind the defenses, but they didn't manage to block it completely. Dark matter flowed inside the fissure, but the healing golden light soon fended it off and started the restoration of the shining lines. Second Princess activated more inscribed items at that point, and she even went on the ground to use communication methods that the dark world couldn't stop. She needed reinforcements. That place had the best defenses in the entire new continent, but Noah brought them to their limits on his own. Second Princess did her best to reinforce the formations and plan eventual improvements, but she stopped her tracks when she saw Noah lifting his sword again. She didn't even have the time to do anything before the blade fell downward, carrying even more dark matter with it. Many of the new defenses that she had deployed fell apart during the attack. The golden light found another massive fissure to fix when it didn't even finish rebuilding the previous one. Second princess remained still as the golden light filled her vision. She had already done everything she could, but that wasn't enough to stop Noah. Her mouth opened when she saw Noah raising his sword again. The dark world churned even more as massive quantities of the dark matter gathered around the blade. His expression barely seemed focused on the defensive formations. Second princess felt that he was giving more importance to perfecting his slash rather than conquering that territory. It was as if Noah had turned one of the most protected regions in the new continent into his training area. Divine Market City had remained mostly peaceful even after the Alliance started its first invasion. Yet, a black cloud now hovered around the buildings belonging to the Elbas family. The citizens had seen Noah arriving there and covering the area with his black smoke. That scene had initially made them panic, but they soon noticed that no shockwave came out of the cloud. No sound echoed from there either, so the weaker cultivators didn't know what was happening inside the cloud. Only experts near the peak of the 5th rank or on the powerhouses level knew about the reasons behind Noah's actions. Second princess didn't lose her cool. Noah had displayed an incredible prowess, but he was only one expert. His power went way above his cultivation level, but he had an entire array of formations against him. The formations weren't simple defenses either. The royals had made them for eventual new invasions, and they had amassed reserves of energy to make the inscriptions last for years. Even if Noah could destroy many of them with his attacks, the region wouldn't fall in his hands anytime soon. Noah was aware of that fact, but his drive went past what Second Princess could imagine. His unshakable determination had always been one of the main factors behind his growth, and now he had set his eyes on Divine Market City. Second Princess witnessed how driven Noah was in that period. She had initially thought that he would give up after a few weeks, but a year passed by, and Noah was still assaulting the formations on his own. Noah was relentless. He slashed continuously every other day and spent the rest of the time cultivating right in front of the formations. If Second Princess decided to attack him while he trained, Noah summoned Snore and let it handle the defensive formations. His stash of dark matter was virtually infinite, and elders from the hive entered the cloud every month to refill his space ring with provision. The black hole in his chest would turn any energy he absorbed into nutrients anyway. Noah even improved as his assault continued. He would treat his attack on the defensive formations as proper training for his sword arts, and Second Princess had to witness his growth. Sword Saint's slashes represented the peak of the Divine Will's path, so Noah didn't improve much on them. His experience with blades couldn't match that mighty existence, and only centuries spent slashing would make Noah able to perform those attacks correctly. On the other hand, Noah's martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. The demonic sword became more used to its new form as it kept on releasing slashes that relied on the dark world. It also unlocked new abilities. The demonic sword already had a ductile structure, but fusing with the dark matter allowed it to transform into dense smoke if the situation required it. On a structural level, the demonic sword had become almost indestructible. The dark matter reinforced and refilled eventual internal damages caused by excessive stress or pressure, so the blade never reached a critical condition. The same went with Snore. Noah had yet to improve his blood companion, but the creature had reached incredible levels on its own when the dark matter evolved. Its previous abilities had grown exponentially, and its elemental attacks resonated inside the dark world, becoming stronger and able to cover a larger area. There were some drawbacks to Noah's driven assault. He never left the dark world, so he couldn't fly toward chasing Demon's old quarters to train with the 7th Xianxia rune. Night complained too. Noah had yet to build a new body after the creature sacrificed its old one to defeat First Prince and First Princess. Still, its protests came from its excitement. The pterodactyl had seen how powerful Noah's dark matter had become, and it couldn't wait to obtain a body made of it. The citizens became used to the dark cloud covering a third of Divine Market City after a year, but many weaker cultivators chose to leave anyway. Their worries came from other cultivators' reports from the Royals faction who had left the city already. Their description and stories of the events inside the cloud were enough to scare anyone away from the area. The buildings inside the cloud had become deserted since Noah's attacks would land on them from time to time. Third Prince had even come there to assess the situation once. But there was nothing that he could do to help his sister. The two royals were too weak to join the efforts of the defensive formations. Noah was way above their level, so they could only allocate as many resources as possible and hope that he would eventually get tired. Noah disappointed them. It didn't matter how many new defenses appeared inside the formations nor how time-consuming his attack was. He remained there, slashing madly with his demonic sword and making that region virtually uninhabitable for any expert. Of course, the Elbas family wasn't willing to let go of that region. With most of their stronger assets gone or missing, the royals needed to refill its ranks with new talents. The Divine Steel was one of the best training areas in the new continent. Losing access to it would only worsen the already awful situation in which the Elbas family was. Noah's assault didn't stop after the first year. He kept the Dark World active even after 2 more years had passed, and the royals could only grow more desperate about the situation. The assault didn't inflict much structural damage. Noah's slashes would reach the buildings from time to time, but those structures' value wasn't high. However, the siege depleted an immense amount of energy, and it also stopped most activities in that part of the city. The cultivators who would benefit the most from the Divine Steel couldn't walk on its streets because Noah was a constant threat. The exchange of resources with the other factions wasn't possible, and the royals didn't have anything to bargain to make Noah stop. The dimensional portal wasn't even an issue anymore since King Elbas was out of the political scene. Only he could close it at will, so no one could affect it now that he was gone. The royals' desperation reached its peak after 10 years spent in those conditions. Noah had learnt to know the defensive formations so well that he managed to make his slashes land on the ground quite often. The power of his attacks had also increased, so that part of Divine Market City became even more unlivable. Second Princess and Third Prince did their best to keep that land, but the resources spent were a heavy blow to the Elbas family's economy. The region didn't produce anything and only consumed resources. Training cultivators was always an investment, but the royals couldn't do that either in those conditions. The situation was even worse since the Hive and the Council had severed every trade with the Elbas family. The royals felt lucky that they still had territories in the other world in that political environment. When Noah's assault entered its 20th year, the royals knew that they had to make a decision. Their options were quite limited, but they tried everything before going for the approach they had tried to avoid. At first, Second Princess tried to contact other powerhouses of both Hive and Council, but she received no reply. Her focus then went on trying to negotiate an alliance with the Shandal Empire, but God's left hand limited herself to refuse them. With the whole world ignoring them, the royals had to give up on their claims over Divine Market City and relocate most resources and formations in the Royal Academy. The event happened silently. One day the formations activated, and the other day they didn't shine anymore. Noah had never managed to eradicate the defenses, but his relentless assault had driven the Elbas family away. Even if the Elbas family left Divine Market City silently, the repercussions that the event had on the world were quite loud. Noah had single-handedly driven away what everyone thought to be one of the world's strongest organizations from a divine resource. That alone spoke for how the royals' power had fallen after the mission at the center of the plane. The experts gave Noah credit, but he wouldn't have succeeded if the Elbas family had been at its previous peak. It didn't matter how amazing he was. His cultivation level wasn't high enough to take on a major organization on his own. Noah's achievement announced to the world that the Elbas family could lose, but only the Council could benefit from that discovery. The Shandal Empire had gained access to the new continent again, but it was in no condition to start a war. Great Elder Diana saw the outcome of Noah's assault as the signal that the Elbas family's defenses couldn't endure a proper attack for long. The Alliance could finally get rid of that organization once and for all. Noah retreated to his quarters after his 20 years-long solitary battle ended. He had ignored many friends and projects after returning from the separate reality, and it was time to give them some of his time. "Is your mourning over?" June asked when she saw Noah entering his underground quarters. She had begun to cultivate there while he sieged Divine Market City, and her cultivation level had slowly neared the peak of the 5th rank. Noah could see that it would take her 1 century or so to become a powerhouse, and the reports of the hive told him that other experts were in a similar state. Daniel had continued to progress steadily. His position inside the hive had long since solidified. He was now in charge of a few factions inside the organization. He had become the lead alchemist of the hive, and he even had a few loyal apprentices. Elder Julia would also send him to meetings with the council too, since his character suited those events. Elder Justin had reached the solid stage and was progressing nicely. The news of chasing Demon's death had pushed him to enter a long period of seclusion, and he intended to come out only after he became a powerhouse. Elder Colleen and Elder Ingrid were in a similar situation, even if their level was still around the solid stage's halfway mark. Many other elders had also advanced through the stages of the 5th rank, which gave the hive positive prospects. Noah knew that cultivators couldn't just train to reach the 6th rank. Many of those promising experts would remain stuck near the peak of the 5th rank for a long time and possibly forever. Stepping on the path to become a law wasn't something that everyone could do. A single flaw in their individuality could ruin their future as cultivators and stop their advancements forever. Ravaging Demon was the best example to describe the harshness of the cultivation journey. His talent was immense, and his drive boundless. However, he founded his existence on a flawed core, which forced him to resort to the royal pool to advance. "I think part of chasing Demon wanted to die," Noah replied while nearing his lover. "Maybe he has never been completely alive after charming Demon's death." June was cultivating on a praying mat, but she interrupted her training to pull Noah down with her. She then made him sit so that she could use his lap to lay her head. "We have outlived old monsters," June commented as she closed her eyes to immerse herself in Noah's scent. "We have become them. I recalled only recently that we are more than 900 years old." "Who counts anymore?" Noah replied while caressing her hair. His gaze moved through the large training hall, and he couldn't help but compare it to the small room that he had when he was still inside Bulvin Mansion. Most of the people that he had met in his life were dead, and only a few of them had died of old age. Noah had even killed many of them through his journey. Still, he could now stand among those at the peak of the heroic ranks. The mountains of corpses had become tall enough to make him peak at the divine ranks. Noah felt close to the end of his journey in the lower plane, but he knew that there was still an abyss between him and the immortal lands. "Do you think that King Elbaz is dead?" June asked and broke the peaceful silence that had fallen between the couple. "No," Noah replied honestly. "He will probably reappear in a millennium or so, flaunting how awesome he is. If I have to rely on my instincts to judge, I can't imagine him dying in a lower plane." "You don't even know where you sent him," June complained in a teasing tone. "But you are sure that he will reach the immortal lands. Should I be jealous?" Noah smiled, but his expression turned serious when he reviewed King Elbaz's prowess. His answer made June wear a stern face too. "We gave him the greatest struggle of his life. I can't imagine how powerful he will be after he overcomes it." "Do you fear him?" June asked. "Of course," Noah replied as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "The hive already has a contingency plan ready in the eventuality that he returns as a divine entity. We have the same for Shandal and every other threat that we can't face." "Which is?" June questioned him. "Hide until you are strong enough to face them." Noah gave another honest answer. The hive's greatest advantage was Divine Architect's separate dimension, since it could become the best hideout during a crisis that it couldn't face. Noah didn't like to hide any more than other experts on his level, but there were threats that even entire organizations couldn't face. It was pointless to engage in a battle that he couldn't win if he had a way out of it. The couple chatted for a while before resuming their normal lifestyle. Noah and June still lived together, but their cultivation sessions lasted for entire weeks, and they had many projects to handle. The best they could do as a couple was to set specific days every few months that they had to spend together. That didn't interfere with their training and gave them breaks from an otherwise dull schedule. Noah could finally focus on improving his companions in that period. The Alliance had begun to pressure the Elbaz family's domain, but he had already done his part. He would join the battle only after he completed all his projects. Improving Snore turned out to be relatively easy. The Blood Companion had an innate connection with the Dark World since it had acted as a catalyst for Noah's elemental attacks. The demonic sword had evolved and fused with the dark matter easily because it was a mirror of Noah's existence. Still, Snore accepted the improvements because the Dark World was its natural environment. Undoing and reassembling the Blood Companion core structure was extremely easy inside the Dark World. Noah barely had to make any effort to replace body parts that didn't suit its new power anymore. That saved Noah a lot of time, especially when it came to the testing phase. He only had to forge organs that could empower Snore's elemental attacks. Instead, Knight's improvements took longer to make. Noah had promised the pterodactyl its final body, but that meant creating a proper living being where he would put the creature's consciousness. It also meant that Noah had to make it able to grow. Night was different from Snore. It wanted to be its own existence that didn't need Noah to improve. Noah had to do all of that while improving the pterodactyl's innate ability. His tests in the past had given him plenty of data, and his conclusions led him to use the rarest material in his space ring. Noah had managed to retrieve some pieces of royal metal from the landmass in the Yellow Sea, and they appeared to be perfect for Knight's species. The royal metal was quite peculiar as a material. It changed its shape according to the individuality poured inside it, and it crumbled once it obtained a complete meaning. It was also incredibly sturdy. Noah recalled how no one in the group of experts had managed to seize shards of the metal from the black landmass. The pieces in his possession came from one of the giant's attacks. Knight's innate ability made it transform into darkness whenever it attacked. Its structure interacted with laws during its assaults, and the task required its strange body to work correctly. Noah found replicating that ability quite hard. He had succeeded after many tests, but he always felt that he couldn't quite express Knight's true potential with the previous bodies. The dark matter did its best in aiding Knight's innate skills, but the royal metal could bring those abilities to a superior level. The only problem was the self-destructive behavior of the material. For the first time in his life, Noah had to mess with the laws inside materials for the forgings. The royal metal didn't bend or break, but Noah didn't need to modify its shape. His focus was on its fabric, and he spent months identifying the laws that triggered the unwanted effects. Flawed raw laws made that material. Their goal was to search for meanings, and Noah had every intention to satisfy their wish, but he wanted to remove their annoying after effect. Identifying his targets didn't give Noah the ability to remove them. He didn't have the power to cut through the royal metal, so he couldn't cut away those laws either. Yet, he knew a particular creature with spectacular piercing abilities, which could improve the final product if it spread its darkness inside the royal metal. You want to create a series of bodies that I have to destroy to get the final one? Knight asked when Noah told it about his plan. The Night Blade pterodactyls were spectacular when it came to affecting laws. Knight had managed to destroy Formation's cores while ignoring every defense when it was only a small bird. It could do the same for the royal metal with the right body. The pterodactyl was nothing more than a huge empty head, but it analyzed the black spikes that Noah had laid on the ground with great interest. Noah didn't need to point out the exact laws that it had to cut away. His mental connection with the creature was enough to give it a target. The only problem was whether Knight could pierce the metal. I will need 20 bodies to complete the task, Knight eventually said. I've never seen this material before. I will destroy part of me every time I enter its fabric. What are you willing to do for the perfect body? Noah asked while wearing a smirk, and Knight didn't hesitate anymore. The two of them began a long project that saw Noah building good bodies only for the pterodactyl to destroy them whenever it attacked the spikes. Noah didn't deplete precious materials since Knight's bodies only required dark matter. Still, he couldn't hold back on their qualities since the creature wouldn't be able to cross the metal otherwise. The project consumed a lot of time, but Noah soon optimized the forging process with the Dark World. Knight also attacked while inside it to improve its piercing ability. Knight managed to remove the last of the unwanted laws from the spikes after destroying 16 bodies that had the power of the 6th rank. Experts would go crazy if they heard those numbers, but Noah had long since stopped considering rank 6 resources important. Only top-tier resources and divine items could interest him. The black spikes fell apart after night attacked their fabric. They became a thin sand-like material that carried a faint trace of the pterodactyl's aura. Noah felt delighted with that outcome, and he began the construction for Night's final body immediately. To make Night able to grow, Noah had to infuse part of the dark matter with meanings retrieved from its consciousness. The pterodactyl didn't follow other magical beasts' normal anatomy, so he had to use specific instincts to make his higher energy behave as if it was Night's original body. The process took a long time since Noah had to wait for Night's consciousness to recover after he forged a part of dark matter. He had applied the theory of the will-consuming runes on the pterodactyl. Then, he forged the sand-like material with the infused dark matter to create a 10 meters tall body that had wings capable of covering a 14 meters large area. Of course, the body carried the characteristics of the Nightblade pterodactyls. It only had edges and didn't have any organs. Still, the royal metal had fused with its fabric, so it wasn't only dark matter anymore. Noah ultimately fused Night's consciousness with its new body, and the creature soon tested its abilities. "It feels strangely comfortable," Night commented after it flew for a while. It had even gone in its breeding area to test its innate ability, and the results left it quite amazed. "I don't feel any resistance when I attack," Night said in an excited tone. "I can transform faster, and I feel lighter even if I can sense that the body is heavier. I can even feed on the darkness that I create." Night couldn't contain its excitement, but Noah limited himself to flag another project as completed. With all his companions taken care of, there were only a few things left to finish. The runes immersed in his mental sea were useful assets that Noah had to pair with martial arts to make them suitable for his species. He also had to complete Sword Saint's training, but he wasn't sure that it had an end. The strange diagram that he had retrieved from Chandal's separate dimension had yet to react to his energies, so Noah didn't spend much time analyzing it. Instead, the other reward became far more tempting now that his body was about to reach the middle tier. Noah suppressed the faint hunger that had appeared in that period and focused on pushing his body and Dantian toward the next level. It was better to rely on the winged creature's remains when his body's requirements reached levels that he couldn't satisfy with the world's resources. His Dantian didn't have the same problems, and it advanced in the liquid stage a few years before he hit the 1,000 years mark. Noah had spent only a bit more than a century in the gaseous stage, but the raw laws had benefited his growth in ways that surprised even him. Advancing in the liquid stage didn't make his dark matter change. The dark hole in his chest became able to amass more energy and purify nutrients better, but its functions remained the same. The sudden breakthrough made Noah the strongest expert in the hive, and the other powerhouses in the organization pressed him to hold an official ceremony to announce the event. The demons and Elder Julia wanted him to take the role of patriarch even if he wouldn't handle any political matter. They only wanted Noah to become the face of the hive. Noah didn't mind that task. His job would be to defend the hive and deal with other significant problems, which were almost non-existent in that period of peace. He would have to make decisions regarding worldwide events, but his mindset was perfect for an organization like the hive. In his mind, Noah had already accepted that role, but he wanted to complete another task before appearing in public to announce that event. His body was at the peak of the lower tier, but it required valuable resources to break through. Noah didn't want to use the winged beast now, but there were powerful creatures in the world that could provide what he needed. Noah had taken note of the rank 6 magical beasts that he found during his many adventures. He had always known that his body would require them at some point, and that moment had arrived. Even when his battle prowess had reached the powerhouse's level, he had decided to ignore those creatures since many of them weren't in the lower tier. Still, Noah was on a completely different level now. He firmly believed that magical beasts in the middle tier wouldn't be a problem with his current prowess, and he wanted to test himself anyway. Moreover, the world didn't offer him many incentives. The Alliance had resumed its assault on the Elbaz family's domain, but he had nothing to gain out of it. Without King Elbaz, the royals weren't enemies worthy of his time. Yet, Noah loathed spending centuries reclused in his quarters, so a hunting session was the perfect adventure for the current period. Noah had 2 worlds as hunting areas, and both of them had a sea with their fair share of powerful creatures. However, tracking those magical beasts would take him a while, so he preferred to take care of those inhabiting the landmasses first. The new continent's fauna was a mess due to the many changes in the political borders and the constant expansion of the leading organizations. Many rank 6 magical beasts that Noah had found in the past were either dead or held prisoner inside formations. Even the king of the snowy mountain had fallen prey to the copying technique. Noah had always known that the seas were more reliable hunting areas, but he wanted to take care of the landmasses first. He immediately thought about the 2 peculiar danger zones in the old continent once he made his mind. According to the reports accumulated through the years, the mystical fog and the mountain chain that divided the old continent into 3 areas hid rank 6 creatures. Noah had found one of them inside the mystical fog when he searched for the remains of the demon sex, so he was quite sure that even the mountain chain had a creature on that level too. The mystical fog first then, Noah thought as he left his quarters to fly toward the old continent. The last time he traveled there, Noah had required an emblem that stated his peaceful intentions. Yet, the old political borders didn't exist anymore, and his cultivation level was so high that he didn't require any permit to fly in countries outside of the hive's domain. The Shandal Empire couldn't object to anything he did, and the council would even organize events to welcome him properly if it knew about his arrival. Noah reached the old continent and entered the mystical fog without contacting nor warning anyone. Only June knew that he had left and why. The environment inside the mystical fog didn't change in those years. That danger zone had resisted the war against the Shandal Empire, and the powerful beings that inhabited it had remained the same. The fog demons were still the overlord of the area. Sparse packs of hyena-type and wolf-type magical beasts occupied the peripheral regions, but they mostly served as food for the rulers. Noah ignored every creature in the 5th rank and flew directly toward the old continent's eastern coast. He had found the rank 6 magical beast in that area during his last exploration, and beings on that level rarely moved from their lairs. Just as Noah had predicted, he sensed the presence of a creature in the 6th rank when he neared the spot that once featured the entrance to Divine Architect's separate dimension. Noah didn't have the time to analyze the beast in his last exploration, but he could recognize its species even before entering its range now. It was a fog demon that had taken the shape of a giant 3-headed hyena. A few weaker creatures belonging to that species patrolled the lair, but they couldn't even notice Noah nearing them. Noah knew the right approach to hunt fog demons. They relied on the fog around them to launch attacks and build protections, so hunters would usually try to get rid of it before launching a surprise attack. The fog demons' actual bodies were weak, and they barely met other creatures' standards on the same level. Yet, they were quite threatening in a foggy environment. Noah wanted to test himself, so he didn't rely on his knowledge in the magical beast's field to face his opponent. Instead, he descended toward the lair while letting his aura run wild in the environment. The pressure that he generated startled the weaker beasts that began to roar in his direction. There was mostly fear in their minds, but they couldn't leave their leader alone. The rank 6 fog demon raised its foggy heads to stare at Noah. It had been a long time since someone had challenged it, but its instincts didn't become dull in that long period of peace. Noah unfolded his consciousness, and sharp mental waves covered the area, unleashing a wave of destruction that the old continent's ground couldn't endure. Noah's mental waves resembled massive blades that fell on the area, creating large cracks on the frail terrain and killing some of the unfortunate weaker creatures that had happened to touch his consciousness. The fog demon roared in anger, but Noah could recognize how the cry was only an imitation of the 3-headed hydra's voice. Still, the creature revealed its real power when it accepted Noah's challenge. Middle tier, Noah thought as the demonic sword came out of his space ring to fly in his hand. The fog demon didn't wait for Noah to attack. Part of the fog around the beast solidified to create a series of spikes that flew toward him. Noah sprinted forward, leaving only a human-shaped crack in his previous position. By the time the storm of spikes reached that spot, he had arrived next to his opponent. The fog demon noticed Noah only when it was too late. He had already completed his slash when the 3 heads turned toward him. A tall black line landed on the foggy body of the creature and dug deep inside it. The slash even cut the ground on the sides that cracked and shattered under the might unleashed. A surprised expression appeared on Noah's face when he saw that his attack didn't reach the other side of the foggy body. He expected such defenses from other beasts' actual skin and muscles, but he didn't think that the fog demon's innate ability could be so strong. The rank 6 specimen's control of the fog had allowed it to create an armor capable of withstanding Noah's casual slashes. That achievement wasn't something that Noah could underestimate. The fog demon threw its heads toward Noah. He could dodge the attack easily, but he decided to face it with his bare body. Noah let go of the demonic sword and punched at one of the heads while using his free hand to stop the other one. His knee rose to land a blow on the third one. The fog that made the heads shattered under Noah's blows, but he found his limbs stuck inside that dense gas once they dug through its surface. Spikes then grew from the foggy body and tried to impale the restrained Noah, but the demonic sword slashed at the heads to free him of those restrictions. He suddenly roared too, and a starry sky spread in the area. The fog demon could endure Noah's blows because its body was on a higher level, but the black flames destroyed many layers of its foggy armor and pushed it back by a few hundred meters. Its body is only a channel for its innate ability, Noah thought as the demonic sword flew back in his hand. Generally speaking, his body had long since surpassed the standards of magical beasts and hybrids. His physical strength was far superior to those creatures, and it allowed him to deal with stronger beings at times. The fog demons had a weak body, but they focused all their power on their innate ability. Since Noah's opponent was in the middle tier, his physical strength and casual slashes didn't manage to eradicate its foggy armor. I should take this a bit more seriously, Noah concluded, and a series of saber-shaped runes came out of his palm before surrounding his figure. Noah knew that the fastest way to deal with the creature was to summon the dark world and rely on his strongest slash. Still, he had other abilities that he didn't test in a proper battle yet. The black fire kept on burning, but the beast's armor enlarged as more fog gathered inside it. The gas also became denser, and the flames couldn't pierce it anymore after that. The beast molded the fog around it to create a series of giant hyenas that ran toward Noah. They were fast, but Noah slashed a few times with the demonic sword to launch multiple black lines that divided the copies in half. He then sprinted forward, and the array of saber-shaped runes shot in front of him to create a rotating drill that vibrated together with his living weapon. The primary energy that had gathered in the battlefield flowed inside them and improved their power. Noah's new sabers were in the liquid stage of the 6th rank, but they grew further as his destruction nourished their form. The fog demon tried everything to stop his charge. It launched other hyenas' copies, spikes, and it even created dense walls. However, the array of sabers pierced everything and made Noah reach his opponent in a blink. The beast roared as its armor exploded outward. That condensed gas destroyed the saber-shaped runes that had lost a lot of their power during the charge, but it wasn't enough to fling Noah away. Noah almost placed a knee on the ground as he stopped right under the 2 meters long ant that had come out of the fog and focused his momentum on the demonic sword. Then he performed an upward slash that reached the creature. His blade touched the creature and dug in its exoskeleton before severing it in half. The fog demon couldn't do anything against Noah's direct blow. His physical strength alone was enough to pierce its natural armor. Noah's sharpness and the power contained inside the demonic sword did the rest. The blade had yet to reach the middle tier, but it could express might far superior to its level when Noah wielded it. The ant didn't die after Noah cut its body in half. It screeched, and all the fog in the area flowed toward its position, creating a wild storm that made Noah lose track of his opponent. The gales continued to blow until the sunlight illuminated the destroyed bottom of the mystical fog. The beast had accumulated so much fog that the sun managed to shine on that region. Noah expanded his consciousness to search for his opponent, and he found it in a spot among gales that converged midair. His first instinct was to attack, but he remained still when he saw the new form taken by the fog demon. A humanoid giant grew from the converging gales. That new foggy armor wielded a blade with one hand, and it had facial features that vaguely resembled Noah. The fog demon had tried to imitate Noah since he was the strongest opponent that it had ever faced. As an expert in the magical beasts field, Noah couldn't help but be interested in that creature and its innate ability. The giant raised its blade and slashed toward Noah. Its lower body dispersed into the fog as the weapon descended, and another storm spread through the environment. The ground broke as the storm spread. Numerous debris and large boulders flew in every direction. But Noah let those coming toward him crash on his body as he kept his eyes on the descending sword. A smile had appeared on his face when he saw the attack. He felt as if a magical beast was challenging him on sword arts. Noah crouched as he drew the demonic sword backward. If the creature wanted to fight with blades, he would show it a proper technique. His aura surged as the sharpness radiated by his existence gathered on his blade. His eyes moved toward a spot inside the giant's chest as he prepared one of his strongest attacks. Noah unleashed Sword Saint's lunge before the foggy blade could hit him, and a chasm opened as his sharpness flew toward the giant. The foggy blade fell apart as Noah's lunge pierced its base and created a large hole in the giant's chest. A second of silence followed the exchange, but the fog gathered by the innate ability soon dispersed. A small and maimed corpse fell on the ground as the fog filled the area again. Noah walked toward the fog demon's remains and scratched his head when he saw the poor state in which it had ended. Only a small part of its body had remained intact. Everything else had disappeared in the might of the lunge. I got carried away, Noah thought as he collected the small remains of the beast together with the half-body that he had severed before. I need to use more spells the next time, Noah thought while reviewing the battle. The saber-shaped runes are good. I should test the other ability now. His hunt had only begun. The fog demon had one of the weakest bodies among the world's various species, so Noah had never taken that challenge seriously. It had been enough for him to use one of his strongest attacks to deal with the threat. For a magical beast that supposedly was on his level, its actual prowess had been quite disappointing. Noah knew that the labels of the cultivators couldn't describe his prowess accurately. There was nothing about him that matched the standards of the power system of the world. His body was in the lower tier, but it was an evolution of the hybrid status. His physical prowess and healing properties were off the charts, and the black hole could enhance all his innate skills. His dantian was at the beginning of the liquid stage, but it didn't contain breath. Noah had severed every connection he had with heaven and earth system and used only energies that suited his individuality to improve. His mind was above both dantian and body in terms of progression inside the 6th rank, but it didn't have the azure mental sea like other cultivators. Noah's mental energy was dark brown, and it carried features of both magical beasts and humans. His mind didn't have limits connected to species, and it could express more pressure than others on the same level. In the end, Noah had a black hole in his chest. His 4th center of power improved his functions and gave him access to various new abilities that culminated with his dark world. In the liquid stage, powerhouses could face rank 6 magical beasts in the middle tier, so Noah was entirely at ease in those hunts. The difficulties would come when he found creatures that neared the tier's peak, but part of him wished to see some of them. It wasn't only a matter of nutrients. Noah wanted to fight. He desired to face struggles that forced him to advance on his path, and his only hope now was in the rank 6 magical beasts in the 2 worlds. Next is the mountain chain, Noah thought before flying away from the mystical forest. He left behind a destroyed environment and earthquakes that spread until the inhabited regions on both Papal Nation and Central Territories. Still, those were the natural after-effects of a battle between rank 6 beings. Noah didn't eat what was left of the fog demon immediately. His body was already at the peak of the lower tier, so he wanted to trigger the breakthrough only when he had enough nutrients to complete it. The requirements in terms of energy for his body were unclear. After all, he had relied on the stuffed winged beast to push himself in the 6th rank. Noah didn't believe the requirements would be as harsh as before, but he still wanted to prepare a few complete corpses for him to eat before taking a step in the middle tier. Reaching the mountain chain on the other side of the old continent took him only a few days. Most of the central regions were under the Alliance's control, so there were many teleportation matrices in the area. The mountain chain didn't change either. Wolf-like and ape-like creatures filled its regions, but the fauna's average level was relatively low for someone who had experienced life in the new continent. A few packs led by rank 5 specimens ruled over large areas, but they were nothing more than kings of ants compared to the mighty fauna of the new continent. Noah didn't bother with the weaker beasts and went looking directly for a target that suited his needs. Anything under the 6th rank wasn't worth his time. The search for a rank 6 magical beast took longer at that time. Noah almost believed that the mountain chain didn't have a specimen on that level at some point. Yet, he eventually found a strange-looking mountain that radiated an ancient aura. The aura was faint, almost unnoticeable. Noah risked to miss it since he had inspected those regions from his spot high in the sky. His instincts told him that something was there, but he couldn't quite understand the nature of the threat when it was in that state. The only thing he could do was to force a response to investigate further. Noah launched a casual slash toward the mountain, but his black line didn't create any fissure in that rocky surface. The structure didn't even tremble after the impact. Is it an armor? Noah thought before the answer appeared in his vision. The mountain began to shake, and large boulders fell on the ground. An intense aura spread in the environment and made every pack of weaker beasts run in fear. Roars echoed in the sky, and Noah could understand only part of those confused cries. The magical beasts announced that the king of the mountains had awakened, and it was ready to unleash its anger. Middle tier, Noah evaluated when he sensed that aura. It's stronger than the fog demon. This thing is past the halfway mark of the tier. Some excitement built up inside Noah as the features of the beast became clear. A massive tail separated from the mountain and cracked on the ground. A pair of atrophied wings unfolded only for large boulders to fall from their surface. A draconic roar spread in the area as a large reptilian head became visible among the falling rocks. Noah couldn't help but smile when a 40 meters long dragon separated itself from the mountain and expressed its anger toward him. This species should be extinct, Noah thought while he let the dragon recover from its long sleep. That creature was a mountain dragon. It was different from other beasts of a similar kind since most of its tissues were hard rocks rather than flesh and bones. That didn't allow mountain dragons to spit fire, but it gave them a superior defense, which was among the best in the magical beasts world. That species had an innate ability to. Mountain dragons could release intense shockwaves by moving specific body parts, and they maximized those effects when they used their tail or wings. However, the mountain dragon's wings that had appeared in front of Noah were relatively small compared to the rest of its body. That species didn't have large wings, but they were too small. Noah guessed that the beast had entered a long period of hibernation. Its initial intention had probably been to limit its energy consumption while absorbing breath from the mountain chain. However, it was hard for magical beasts that didn't have an innate predisposition for long periods of hibernation to wake up. Many would enter it to wait for the arrival of new fauna and die in their sleep. Mountain dragons were also among the biggest dragon-type magical beasts, and their bodies were quite powerful even without their incredible defenses. They had only two significant weaknesses. Their body healed slowly, and they often required an environment filled with rocks to replace certain destroyed parts. Also, they were quite slow compared to other flying creatures. The dragon released a few long roars, but it didn't attack. It was more intelligent than the fog demon, and it could understand that Noah wasn't as simple as he looked. Moreover, it felt something familiar in him. His scent made him appear as one of its kind, even if he had the shape of a human. The dragon growled, and Noah's eyes lit up when he understood the meaning behind that cry. The creature had stated that the mountain chain was its hunting area. Noah released a growl to reply to the dragon. There wasn't an exact way to translate his cries into human words. He had only told the creature that he had come to kill it. The dragon roared in anger, and it slammed its massive legs on the mountain that had been its home for a long time. Cracks appeared on its surface and spread on the ground as it released part of its physical might. Yet, its show of strength only made Noah more excited. His consciousness had already spread, and his aura gave birth to primary energy that amassed in the sky. Black smoke started to come out of Noah's figure. The fuming armor formed in a few seconds, and a dark cloud engulfed the mountain peaks with its corrosive properties. The dragon sensed the black smoke trying to consume its rocky skin and grew restless. It began to roar, but its cries carried a deep tone at that time, and intense shockwaves spread from them. Part of the cloud shattered when the shockwaves expanded through the corrosive smoke, but Noah was busy focusing on something else. Noah had stretched two of his claw-like fingers and had pointed them at the dragon's head while holding his wrist with his other hand. That gesture didn't appear to have any meaning, but a rune inside his mental sphere had reached the mental walls and was activating its effects. The shockwaves continued to spread since the dragon never stopped roaring. Its tail also began to crack in Noah's direction, but the creature was too rusty after its period of sleep. The attacks released by the tail missed Noah by a few hundred meters. The smoke on the areas of impact disappeared, but he didn't care. There were only him and the left eye of the creature in the world. The dragon adjusted its aim as it tested its tail a few more times, but Noah had completed his spell at that point. A black line formed between his fingers and the beast's eye, and Noah slashed his hand upward when that happened. The mountain dragon didn't understand anything at first, but pain soon spread from its head. When its attention finally went on its left eye, it saw that a long cut had appeared there. Noah had taken away the eye and cut through a thick layer of skin. The improved version of his dark ray spell had managed to hurt a creature that had the best defenses among magical beasts. He could consider his test a success. One of Noah's greatest weaknesses had always been his lack of long-range abilities. His mental attacks had been easy to counter once the world learnt about them, and his slashes could never pierce the enemy's defenses when launched from far away. The dark world had fixed that weakness, but a cultivator had to remain inside it for Noah to apply the restrictions and launch his strongest attacks. Night was another powerful asset that perfectly paired his dark clouds, but Noah didn't want to rely only on such massive techniques to express an essential part of his prowess. Snore had taken care of the long-range side of his offensive, and the latest improvements had made it a great asset to use in that field. Still, it also relied on the dark world to express its true might, leaving Noah with a small number of attacks that he could use without the dark matter. Sword Saint's slashes were powerful and immediate, but Noah knew that he would eventually abandon them to make room for attacks that expressed his individuality. He needed reliable techniques that could reach opponents far away, and he had made sure to improve spells that could fix that weakness in his battle style. The Dark Ray spell had always been weak compared to the other spells that Noah had owned in the past. The demonic form was too strong, and his physical prowess usually pushed him to engage in melee combat. Yet, training with Sword Saint had taught Noah that everything could be a sword. Even a spell with good piercing abilities could turn into a blade in his hands. The mountain dragon roared in pain, but anger soon filled its mind. It had barely fought for a few minutes, but its opponent had already injured it. Its atrophied wings began to vibrate, and the vegetation around its mountain wilted as the dragon forcefully drained energy from the environment. The wings slowly grew as nutrients filled them. The mountain dragon turned its lair into a wasteland to restore its body parts to their old peak. Its tail cracked in Noah's direction during the process. Intense shockwaves shot toward him, but the demonic sword launched slashes that fended them off every time. Noah appeared to be lost in his thoughts as he deflected the dragon's attacks. The new Dark Ray spell had decent power, and its piercing abilities were strong among his skills, but it took a long time to cast. A small dark sphere eventually came out of his clawed palm. A vortex rotated at its center, and uneven edges contained its power. The sphere enlarged as primary energy converged toward its form. It soon became a 10 meters large mass that leaked surges of power from its shape. The new black hole spell resembled Noah's fourth center of power, but it lacked its orderly shape. It was a simple mass of energy that absorbed anything coming in its way and used it to grow in size. Noah couldn't add sharpness to that ability, but it expressed both creation and destruction due to the power that it could absorb and unleash. The only problem was that its shape had become quite unstable after all the modifications and improvements. Noah had created the current black hole spell from two different abilities that he had rebuilt until they could reach the 6th rank. That instability was a natural consequence of all the modifications applied over the years. The dragon continued to launch shockwaves with its tail, but the black hole spell's gravitational pull made them converge toward its form. The attacks crashed on the sphere and destabilized its surface even more, but the spell eventually absorbed their power to increase its size. Some worry filled the dragon's mind as the spell became more than 30 meters tall. It wasn't even spherical anymore. Its shape had become a mass of flares and boiling edges. I wonder how much energy it can absorb before exploding, Noah thought while creating copies of the fuming armor. When creating that spell, his initial idea had been to replicate the dark star's power, but it seemed that his darkness wasn't dense enough to contain so much energy. Yet, he could use its instability to his advantage. After all, he only wanted an explosion. He didn't care if he couldn't control it. I guess I can only wait and see. Noah took a step back as he thought that and launched his fiendish copies toward the dragon. The mountain dragon's wings had returned to a decent condition after absorbing all the energy in the environment. It began to flap them, and intense shockwaves spread under the creature. The mountain chain had lost most of its energy by then, and those attacks made it crumble. Large fissures opened among the rocks, and the ground began to cave in as its underground structure shattered under that pressure. The dragon then aimed its wings at Noah before using them to help its tail in its offensive. The number of attacks shooting from its figure tripled, but they all ended up inside the black hole spell. Meanwhile, the fiendish figures landed on the dragon and began to slash at its rocky skin. Their power alone wasn't enough to pierce its tissues, but the corrosive smoke made them able to surpass that first line of defense. The dragon saw those enemies cutting away large boulders from its skin and turned its attention toward them. A series of shockwaves shot from its tail and wings, and the fiendish copies soon exploded, filling that area with even more corrosive smoke. The creature turned toward Noah only to see that the black hole spell had reached its head. The mass of energy had become more than 50 meters tall by that point, and the vortex at its center released sharp sounds as it rotated. The dragon didn't have the time to roar as the black hole spell exploded, engulfing everything in the area with a wave of dense energy that carried corrosive properties. The black cloud dispersed as the spell detonated, and Noah removed his fuming armor to fly toward his opponent. A large crater had appeared where the spell had exploded, and all the mountains in a few kilometers radius had crumbled as the wave of energy swept them. The danger zone had entirely changed after those exchanges. Any battle among existences in the 6th rank would alter the environment forever, and those effects were even more evident in the old continent. Many packs of magical beasts had died during the battle. They had been too slow in their escape, and the shockwaves released by Noah and the mountain dragon had destroyed their bodies, leaving no traces on that ruined region. Noah descended into the crater while his mind went through the battle to find flaws that he could fix and new ideas on how to improve his abilities. He had already found something that could solve the black hole spell's instability and improve the power of his copies. Overcharging them with the energy accumulated in the sphere would make them far more threatening. Noah didn't even need to modify the diagrams inside his sea to apply those effects. He had already invented a martial art that worked similarly. He only needed his copies to perform it to gain its effects. The dragon was under a pile of debris and dust. Most of the rocks on its head and torso had crumbled during the explosion, so he could see its exposed pale yellow skin. The creature breathed weakly. It had survived the explosion, but it was too tired to continue fighting. Noah had destroyed its will and forced it to accept its death. If only your element were different. Noah, though, as a sigh escaped his mouth. The mountain dragon was an exceptional specimen, and he would consider turning it into a blood companion once his mind had more room if it had a different aptitude. However, Noah would spend fewer resources building a similar body and throwing inside a different will. The dragon's mind was too weak to meet his standards. The dragon could even become a useful asset in the copying technique, but Noah needed it for his reasons. He didn't hesitate to sever its head with a clean slash. A creature with one of the weakest bodies in the magical beasts field and one that had just awakened from a long slumber couldn't satisfy Noah's thirst for a decent opponent. Noah had gathered valuable data from both battles, and he had even accumulated a decent amount of flesh that could help him during the breakthrough. Yet he wanted more. The world had understood that Noah had set off to hunt powerful magical beasts by then. The mystical fog had hidden his fight against the fog demon, but the mountain chain didn't have the same covers of that region. Every organization had noticed the violent shockwaves that had spread from the mountain chain, and the higher-ups who explored that area after Noah left could see the aftermath of his battle. The mountain chain had changed forever. Noah's destruction still lingered on the destroyed ground of that danger zone and continued to make it crumble. It would take years for the area to become fertile again. The aura of a rank 6 existence wasn't something that the ground could shake off in a few months. Noah didn't care about the damages that he caused to the world. The old continent was useless anyway, and he wouldn't hold back even if he found valuable prey in the piece of immortal lands. His issue now was that he had to venture through the sea if he wanted to find other rank 6 creatures, and they wouldn't be as weak as his previous 2 opponents. As for those still living in the new continent, Noah decided to ignore them. His new position as the patriarch of the hive would give him some responsibilities, and he didn't want to hurt his organization by killing every possible candidate for the copying technique. There should be at least 7 creatures in the 6th rank in the sea of these mortal lands, Noah thought as he studied God's left-hand's map. That was the same map that he had used to reach the world under the seabed. Noah didn't find anything wrong in relying on it since the marine rank 6 creature's habitat didn't change by much through the years. Noah didn't even think about hunting the 2 mosasaurs. They had fought with God's right hand during the heaven tribulation for the 7th rank, so their power had to be in the higher tier. His battle prowess was incredible, and his body carried features that every existence in the world envied. However, Noah was still in the lower tier, so he preferred to leave those 2 creatures for last. The other recorded overlords of the sea had an unclear level, but Noah wasn't too worried about that. The lizard crocodile that he had found in his journey to the hidden world was only in the lower tier in the end. There should be a megalodon south of the old continent, Noah evaluated before setting off from a cave that he had dug inside the Nation. Shark-type creatures usually had a limited number of attacks, and the same went for their ancient version. The sea had different requirements in terms of the characteristics needed to survive and improve. Speed and tracking abilities usually triumphed over a large variety of techniques. That would typically benefit cultivators if the hunts happened on the landmasses, but they became deadly abilities once inside the sea. Noah had the movement technique, so he didn't fear the speed of any creature. His hybrid consciousness surpassed both human and magical beasts, so he wouldn't lose in that field either. Only various innate abilities could create some problems, but Noah didn't fear those either. His carefulness was an instinct that he had trained through the years, but it didn't reflect the actual danger that he would face. Noah immersed himself in the sea once. He crossed the southern coast of the Nation. He descended until he reached the seabed and began to swim while following the hunting area's edges recorded in God's left-hand's map. His journey through the pure darkness of the bottom of the sea was solitary, but it was never silent since night would often comment on the environment's beauty. "We should move here. Why didn't you build my quarters in this beautiful place?" Noah ignored the pterodactyl for most of the journey, but he never failed to question the creature about the immortal lands whenever it showed signs of recalling something about the higher plane. "Do the immortal lands have a sea?" Noah asked. "I couldn't explore much up there," Night replied. "I ascended only to remain stuck under the surface. The sky was too blinding. I couldn't even use the storms to travel." Noah guessed that the storms mentioned by Night were the same that Shandal had tried to replicate in his separate dimension. Those gales carried chaotic laws that anyone could absorb, but the pterodactyl couldn't describe more since it had never explored the surface. "What about the underground world?" Noah continued his probing. "What do you remember about that?" Night thought for a while before giving a vague answer. "It isn't any different from here. Better ground, stronger creatures, but nothing more. I would remember more if someone didn't cut away a big chunk of my mind." Noah ignored the last line, but something felt off. He didn't believe that the immortal lands could be so simple, but Night was only a magical beast, so its understanding of certain aspects of the world had harsh limits. "How many divine creatures are there in the immortal lands?" Noah eventually asked what interested him the most. Cultivators could ascend as soon as their Danteon reached the 7th rank, but Noah's body would probably be still in the heroic ranks by that time. If the Immortal Land's environment wasn't too harsh, Noah could consider ascending and completing his body's evolution up there. Meeting its requirements would be far easier on a higher plane. Night understood part of his intentions, and it advised against that idea. There are gods wherever you look. Weaker creatures do fill the Immortal Lands, but I've seen leaders that could kill me with a glance. Noah's mood darkened when he heard those words. That was his greatest worry when it came to the Immortal Lands. Divine Architect's sculpture hinted that all the divine beings in the various lower planes ascended in the same Immortal Lands, meaning that the higher world would have many gods. Their long lifespans and experience would make them quite hard to kill, which meant that the Immortal Lands population couldn't be low. Noah couldn't think of ways to prepare for that journey properly. Most of the resources found in the lower planes would be useless against creatures that had lived in the Immortal Lands for a long time already. It was better to ascend and create suitable weapons there than waste precious time in a lower plane. Still, Noah had now decided that he wouldn't leave the mortal lands until all his centers of power had reached the 7th rank. The black hole should give me an advantage, Noah concluded as he inspected the insides of his chest. I wonder when it will evolve again. His journey through the seabed remained peaceful for a few more months, but Noah eventually found his prey. His consciousness even alerted him that the creature had noticed him too. The faint shape of a massive shark had emerged in the distance. Noah could understand its size with his consciousness, but the feature that surprised him the most was the dangerous sensation that had appeared in his mind. The megalodon was 120 meters long, and it had a thick body more than 30 meters wide. 3 rows of razor-sharp teeth covered both sides of its mouth, and a tall fin came out of its back. Scars filled its thick skin, and faint traces of blood came out of its mouth. That rank 6 creature was near the peak of the middle tier, but it was in its prime. Noah immediately deployed the demonic form. He would still hold back the dark world for the time being, but he didn't dare to underestimate the megalodon too much. He didn't recognize its species, so his knowledge in the magical beasts field couldn't help him in that battle. Still, that only fueled his battle intent. Noah had finally found the fight that he was looking for. The shark swam deeper in the darkness, but Noah knew that it wasn't escaping. He had felt its hunger when his consciousness touched its innate aura. The beast wouldn't give up on the chance to eat Noah. The water in the area became denser as the megalodon's aggression seeped through its fabric. It was as if the world itself had felt that a violent battle was about to unfold. Noah created 3 fiendish copies, unleashed his saber-shaped runes, cast the black hole spell, and wielded the demonic sword. There wasn't enough primary energy to fuel his abilities in the area, but he knew that he would fix the issue soon. A massive figure reappeared from the sea's dark depths and swam at an incredible speed toward Noah. He barely had the time to notice the shark's charge before it arrived in his position. The megalodon bit on the seabed where Noah was, but it didn't feel any meat when it shattered the hard rocks through its teeth. Instead, the saber-shaped runes that didn't crumble in the impact stabbed its flesh from inside its mouth, and the fiendish copies exploded to fill its insides with corrosive smoke. The black hole spell didn't have the time to gather energy, so it crumbled during the impact without injuring the creature in the slightest. The cloud that Noah had created when he activated the demonic form corroded its flesh, but it couldn't go past its superficial layers. Black spots appeared on its skin as poison entered its body, but the shark ignored it. The creature was too massive to suffer from the effects of the black mark spell so quickly. It would take a while before Noah's poison managed to affect it. It's fast, Noah evaluated as he reappeared in a higher spot in the sea. Noah had misjudged the shark's innate abilities. He didn't expect such speed in such a massive creature, but it seemed to be its strongest quality. The acceleration that the megalodon could obtain was almost on par with his movement technique, and such feat revealed how amazing that ability was. The demonic sword began to vibrate, and Noah focused on launching a tall slash with countless attacks around its shape. The black lines amassed to create a blow that carried every sword art that he knew. The shark didn't fail to notice the attack and accelerated to dodge it. Noah's slash crashed on the seabed and the various lines that made it crushed the rocky terrain, creating an uneven crater. Noah sprinted to enter his dimension and follow after the shark. He wouldn't let it prepare another charge. The megalodon pierced through the water at incredible speed, but a trace of anger came out of its figure when it sensed that its opponent was after it. It was its first time finding an existence capable of matching its speed, and that discovery made it feel challenged to no end. That was its hunting area, and speed was its ability. That small creature couldn't live after such an insult. The shark performed sharp turns and launched thick shockwaves whenever it swung its tail. The sea opened every time one of those attacks shot toward Noah, but he dodged all of them. The beast eventually stopped to swim in a circle. A series of sharp attacks came out of its figure as a whirlpool formed in its position. Noah felt forced to stop his chase since the pulling force of the whirlpool threatened to drag him inside that storm of shockwaves, but a dangerous sensation filled his mind when he came out of his dimension. The massive shape of the shark appeared next to him while carrying the momentum generated by its acceleration. The creature had already left the whirlpool. The beast had used it as a distraction to catch its opponent by surprise. Noah released a roar as he kicked the water under him to shoot toward the creature's head. The sprint made him avoid the sharp teeth, but the impact between his fist and the megalodon flung him far away. Noah crashed on the seabed and straightened his position as his feet and demonic sword slid on the rocky terrain to stop his momentum. 3 fissures had formed by the time he stopped, but the beast didn't give him the time to catch any breath. The megalodon reappeared above Noah. It had sprinted right after their clash, and his punch didn't slow it in the slightest. A fist-sized injury had appeared on its head, but it was only a few centimeters deep. Noah felt the teeth of the shark closing around him, but the creature suddenly retreated as a figure pierced the insides of its mouth and came out from the top of its head. Night reformed among the darkness of the bottom of the sea. The pterodactyl revealed its new body to the world before hiding inside the blackness again. Fine, Noah thought as he evaluated the damages on his right hand. That frontal clash had broken his wrist and knuckles, but the black hole was already redirecting energy there. You are strong, Noah concluded as a smile appeared on his face. Dense smoke came out of his chest and took the form of a massive winged snake that made the water tremble with its hisses. Noah had decided to deploy his companions after those exchanges. The megalodon was too strong to face when he held back his best abilities. It wasn't an issue of power levels. The shark would destroy Noah's spells before they even formed, so he had to rely on more immediate weapons. The megalodon retreated in the darkness of the sea after night wounded it. Noah could sense its intense anger, but he didn't plan to dodge its next attack. Noah let go of his sword and waited for the assault to arrive. The shark wasn't late, and its massive figure appeared on top of him in a second. Snore shot forward, and its massive body coiled around the megalodon to slow down its charge. Noah also shot forward to help his blood companion in the task. The shark pushed both Noah and Snore back, but the two didn't let go of the creature. He had both his hands on the megalodon's head as he pressed on the beast with all his strength. Night didn't remain still. Its figure flew inside Snore and severed the megalodon's fins while Noah and the snake restricted it. The shark eventually lost its momentum and found itself unable to escape the giant snake. It would typically launch a series of sharp shockwaves to destroy anything blocking it, but something else prevented its movements. Night had severed its fins, and it didn't spare its tail. The shark was nothing more than a massive body without any ability to move. The pterodactyl had taken away that ability from it. Noah revealed a cold smile as he watched the helpless creature. The demonic sword returned in his hand, and he swam on top of its head until he reached the spot right above its brain. The shark didn't feel defeated yet and tried to struggle even without its core body parts. But Noah didn't lose his foothold on the creature's head. Noah pointed the demonic sword at the megalodon's head, and laws appeared in his vision. The world froze in his eyes as he concentrated on ending the battle in that last slash without ruining the creature's body. Then, his sharpness shot downward, and the megalodon's eyes went dark as Noah dug a hole that reached deep inside its brain. Noah collected 3 corpses of creatures in the middle tier of the 6th rank in little more than a few months. His hunts had gone far better than he expected, but he found some trouble searching for his fourth target. The vastness of the sea was his enemy, and the hunting areas of the marine rank 6 creatures were far bigger than those on the landmass. The seabed was irregular too. It had deep trenches filled with countless magical beasts and a high density of breath. That made Noah's exploration slower, especially since many marine creatures had good hiding capabilities. His target was an octopus-like beast at that time, but he didn't seem able to find it. Noah searched in every trench and underwater structure that he found inside the hunting area recorded on God's left-hand's map. He even dug inside submarine mountains and volcanoes. However, he found no trace of his target. Even the fauna in that area didn't act like it had a rank 6 creature hiding somewhere. It might have moved. Noah considered that option. But the hunting area recorded on the map wasn't close to the piece of immortal lands. The creature didn't have any reason to move, and it had no threatening opponents nearby. The mosasaurs weren't close to its hunting area. Noah had to spend months to find the first traces of his target. He had to use his knowledge in the magical beasts field to imagine what the octopus would do if it wanted to expand its hunting area. That was the only explanation that he could find for the lack of traces, and his guess ended up being on point. In one of the deepest trenches at a few kilometers outside of the hunting area marked on his map, Noah found a large patch of polished rocks that spread till the ditch's bottom. The water in the area was dense, and a slimy green substance hovered near the trench's entrance. Noah found that oily liquid more often as he descended deeper in the ditch, and the water almost disappeared when he reached the bottom. It was as if a different sea had formed right above the seabed at the trench's bottom. Noah knew that only a creature in the 6th rank could create such changes in the environment. The influence of its aura had changed the entire zone, modifying it so that it suited its natural gifts. The atmosphere became tense as Noah continued his descent. The creature hiding in the depths had noticed his presence, and its aura naturally expressed its battle intent. Noah felt a dangerous sensation forming inside his mind. He had yet to see the beast, but he felt sure that his opponent was at the peak of the middle tier. Everything fell into chaos in an instant. Tens of thick tentacles shot from under the oily substance and converged in Noah's position. Noah didn't even evaluate the threat. The dark matter came out of his black hole, and the dark world enveloped the area. Snore took form around his figure, and a fuming armor covered him, transforming him in his fiendish form. The tentacles pierced the dense dark matter that had appeared in their way and clashed with the blood companion. Snore endured the blows, but large chunks of its body shattered during the impact. The limbs of the creature didn't stop there. They had flat tips with the shape of an arrowhead, which allowed them to dig deeper into the dark matter that made Snore. The creature knew that the blood companion was only a puppet. Its attacks pointed directly at Noah. Snore didn't remain still. The damages to its body didn't affect it in the slightest. The dark world resonated with its intentions, and dark matter amassed around its figure, while a layer of hard rocks covered its skin. The higher energy also transformed, and Snore soon became a massive statue that stopped the tentacles inside its body. A shadow ran through the dark world and severed the restrained tentacles. Night had attacked as soon as it found an opportunity, and it took down 7 limbs in one charge. A wave of large bubbles containing the green liquid surged from the bottom of the trench, but Noah didn't wait for the creature to unleash its angry counterattack. The defensive layer around Snore broke and turned into smoke as Noah stepped outside of his blood companion. He held the demonic sword high above his head, and dark matter converged around its figure. A massive head came out of the oily substance. 2 dark green eyes shone among the trench's darkness, and hundreds of tentacles became visible around it. "What octopus?" Noah shouted in his mind as his sword descended. "This is a kraken." The demonic sword carried a large amount of dark matter in its descent. The higher energy had transformed the weapon into a 300 meters long blade that slashed at the creature emerging from the depths. Countless arrow-headed tentacles rose from the oily substance's surface, but Noah's slash fell on the head of the kraken before it could launch an attack. The whole trench began to tremble as Noah's sharpness, and that wave of dark matter crashed on the beast. Large boulders fell from the polished walls, and cracks opened on their surface. The dark world moved so that the corrosive smoke released by Noah could flow on the spot where his slash had fallen. The demonic form's corrosive properties followed the tunnels that the dark matter had created inside the cloud. That was Noah's strongest attack. It surpassed both Sword Saint's techniques, and it was the best that Noah could do with his current expertise. Sword Saint had shown him his final slash in the past, but Noah had yet to understand its forms. His knowledge of the sword arts was too poor even to see that attack correctly. The seabed continued to tremble, but Noah remained still. The boulders falling in his direction crumbled under the pressure of the dark world, but they amassed freely on the spot where the kraken had appeared. Noah didn't believe that his attack had killed the creature. He knew exactly how strong he was, so he was aware that only one slash wasn't enough to defeat a magical beast at the peak of the middle tier. Just as he had predicted, a series of pointy tentacles shot out of the debris and converged toward Noah. The slimy green substance covered their tips and part of their surface as they cut through the dark world. Noah launched a few slashes, and the dark world resonated with his sword. The thick black lines that came out of his blade enlarged as dark matter joined their assault and copied their properties. One black line was big enough to clash with multiple tentacles, but the latter pierced right through Noah's attacks before continuing their charge toward him. Black sparks gathered between Snor's horns before a thick array of sword-shaped lightning bolts shot toward the tentacles. The dark world enhanced those elemental attacks too, and crackling sparks amassed around them. The simple elemental attacks had turned into small lightning storms that flew toward the tentacles. The impact with the kraken's limbs deviated them from their original trajectory, but they remained intact even after such a mass of energy had exploded on them. What is this substance? Noah thought before a copy of the demonic sword formed in his free hand. Both swords began to vibrate before Noah slashed toward the array of tentacles. Two attacks that expressed all the sword arts he had learnt in his life came out of them, and they stopped the tentacles when they crashed on them. However, not even Sword Saint's technique managed to cut them. It seemed that the green substance improved their defensive properties in ways that Noah still didn't understand. Clean cuts appeared on the tentacles once they stopped, and their severed ends fell toward the bottom of the trench. Night became visible for an instant before its figure mixed with the dark world again. The oily liquid countered Noah's sharpness, but it couldn't stop the strongest predator inside the darkness. Night's performance was spectacular. Its innate abilities worked perfectly with Noah's dark world, and the royal metal inside its new body made it so fast that no one could keep track of its movements. Its attacks were smoother too. The royal metal and the dark matter enhanced its innate skill, and the dark world pushed that ability's power even further. Noah wasn't sure if the Nightblade pterodactyls were the strongest predators inside the darkness, but he knew that no one on its level could match Night's offensive prowess now. Surges of bubbles came out of the oily layer at the bottom of the trench. Noah could sense the kraken's anger from those underwater roars, and the vitality that they expressed made him even more serious about the battle. The kraken had lost almost 20 tentacles, and Noah's strongest slash had landed right on its head. Any creature would typically show some weakness after those injuries, but the marine overlord sounded more vigorous than ever. The demonic sword's copy turned into smoke that fused in the dark world as Noah raised his blade above his head. Dark matter gathered around its shape as he prepared another massive slash. The kraken didn't dare to show its head again, but it didn't care about its tentacles. Hundreds of sharp arrowheads came out of the oily surface and shot toward Noah at high speed. Noah couldn't see the trench anymore. Sharp tentacles covered by the green liquid filled his vision and created a blockage that he couldn't dodge. Yet, he had no intention to escape from that clash. The demonic sword descended and carried a big chunk of the dark world with it. A sharp wave of dark matter and corrosive smoke fell on the limbs that filled the trench. The oily substance tried to stop the attack and make it slide over the tentacles, but Noah's slash was too massive and violent. It crashed on the limbs and cut everything on its path. Dark green blood filled the water and created a large stain between Noah and the kraken. Still, the slash had managed to cut only part of the tentacles. The other continued to shoot upward. Snore opened its mouth, and a wave of black flames engulfed the tentacles. Raging black gales came out of its nostrils, and lightning bolts shot from its horns. The dark world empowered the elemental attacks. The fire became denser and vibrated as its destructiveness reached its peak. The gales created proper tornadoes, and the lightning bolts fused with them to give birth to a crackling storm. The tentacles tried their best to overcome the elemental attacks, but a layer of ice soon covered their surface, and a series of small snake-like puppets coiled around them to restrain their movements. Snore then unfolded its wings. Its feathers began to tremble and exude a sharpness that spread through the entire dark world. The tentacles stopped struggling as that aura filled the dark matter around them. The Kraken had sensed the power of the incoming attack, and it didn't like the dangerous feeling that it caused inside its mind. The dark world aided Snore's wings. Noah's higher energy helped to gather primary energy, which flowed inside the feathers at an incredible speed. Snore completed the preparations for its strongest attack in a few instants and released a barrage of sharp feathers that radiated the power of a spell at the peak of the liquid stage. The elemental attacks had continued to restrain the tentacles while Snore prepared its offensive, but everything between Noah and the Kraken vanished once the feathers arrived. All the tentacles that had amassed in the trench crumbled into a pool of blood and torn flesh. The grand offensive of the Kraken couldn't do anything against such a massive attack. The Kraken was about to roar in anger again, but Noah had already launched another slash. The demonic sword had fused with the dark world and had begun its descent by the time the feathers disappeared. Another intense series of tremors filled the trench, and the seabed around it as Noah's slash landed on the creature's head. Dark green blood filled the entire area, but the corrosive smoke soon destroyed everything that wasn't dark matter. Noah descended toward the trench's bottom, uncaring of the boulders falling from the walls at his sides. His demonic sword was above his head again, and more dark matter gathered around it. Snore launched its elemental attacks toward the oily bottom, and Night inspected the situation, waiting for a suitable moment to act. The Kraken couldn't do anything against that violent offensive. Its remaining tentacles shot upward only to clash with the elemental attacks. A shadow then severed them and opened a path for Noah. Another long slash descended, and the Kraken could only rely on its thick skin to block it. Elemental attacks followed, and the creature sank deeper into its slimy layer to deplete some of their power before they landed on its body. Noah launched another slash, and the oily layer opened to reveal the massive creature. It was more than 150 meters large, and it filled the entire bottom of the trench with its size. A few tentacles still undulated around its figure, but there were mostly maimed limbs. The creature had lost most of its offensive abilities in the last exchanges, and fear soon filled its mind. The Kraken began to escape. Noah had overcome everything that it could throw at him, and there was nothing else that it could do to stop him. Noah saw the Kraken using its remaining tentacles to sprint across the trench and enter a fissure in the polished walls. The opening was narrow, but the beast slid inside it without any problem. A human-shaped crack replaced Noah's figure, and he reappeared right in front of the fissure. He stabbed one of the tentacles still outside with the demonic sword before using his clawed hands to dig deeper into the injury. Noah used that wound as a handhold when he tried to pull the creature back in the trench. Still, his physical strength couldn't overcome the Kraken. Snore quickly reformed and bit on another tentacle. The two continued to pull while Night entered in the fissure and cut every piece of flesh in its way. The Kraken struggled madly, but Night eventually cut too many vital tissues. Noah and Snore finally managed to pull the beast outside of the fissure, but it was already dead by the time it returned at the bottom of the trench. A shadow came out from one of the cuts that filled the Kraken and returned to its original form. Night made its appearance among the blood, water, oily substance, and dark matter that filled the area. The pterodactyl raised its head as if expressing how proud it was about its achievement, but Noah ignored it as other thoughts filled his mind. "This is my limit for now," Noah thought as he stored the massive corpse and swam through the battlefield to collect any body part that he found. A creature at the peak of the middle tier had forced him to make use of all his weapons. The fact that he could defeat it would surprise many experts, but Noah never felt satisfied with his current power. Peak of the middle tier is equal to liquid stage powerhouses around the halfway mark of the stage, Noah calculated in his mind. The Dark World was more effective against cultivators since it could interfere with the laws they wielded and tried to express. Still, Noah's raw power placed him among experienced liquid stage powerhouses already. I should be a bit weaker than Great Elder Diana right now, Noah concluded. My body and sword need to advance before I can claim to be unbeatable in the liquid stage. Noah knew that the journey in the separate reality had made him skip entire centuries of training. That had been possible because his individuality had been ready to reach his current level, but now it needed to grow again. Thinking about the many years he would spend in complete peace annoyed him a bit, and he felt even more eager to ascend. Noah had many adventures during his life, and he rarely stayed still. Having a safe place to cultivate had been a priority in his youth, but the search for incentives had replaced it once his level started to depend on his individuality. Experiencing new struggles was the quickest way to improve, and Noah had always wanted to grow as fast as possible. Yet, the world didn't have other secrets. Noah had explored the entirety of the surface, its depths, and its core. He only had part of the sea left before he could claim to know every inch of those mortal lands. Noah knew that the dimensional tunnel led to a different world that could lead to another core, but something told him that the raw laws wouldn't be as effective as before. His cultivation level matched the state of his individuality now. A sheer increase in its size would require some time to consolidate in his existence. The raw laws would still quicken his growth, but Noah would consider making a journey toward an unknown plane center only if he was out of other options. King Elbaz had taken care of most defenses during the mission in the separate reality. The journey there had been smooth and almost without any environmental threat. Sword Saint had hinted that different planes would have different guardians, so Noah could guess that the other world's core would be far different than the explored one. Noah wasn't King Elbaz. He was terrific in his fields, but his expertise wasn't as vast as the royal. He didn't have any confidence in the journey. That was the same reason why no powerhouse had suggested a second mission. Without King Elbaz leading them, going to the other world's mysterious core was too much of a gamble. Noah could only continue his hunt for Marine Rank 6 magical beasts to increase his power. He had stashed 4 corpses already, but he planned to add 2 more before going back to his quarters and approach the breakthrough. He had other projects in mind, but they required his body to be in the middle tier and the demonic sword to advance. The only aspect of his battle prowess that he could still improve on his own regarded his spells. Noah could create sword arts to pair with his new abilities. He knew that he wouldn't manage to complete the process for many spells, but there were a few of them that could become core assets of his prowess with enough work. Noah spent 1 entire year to track his next target, but the power of the creature forced him to give up on the hunt. He found the whale-type beast that ruled over the sea north of the new continent, but it was in the upper tier. His senses had allowed him to recognize the threat before it was too late. The last battle with the Kraken had shown him that his limit were opponents in the middle tier, so he retreated. That setback forced Noah to waste more time, but he found the other 2 creatures signed on the map rather quickly. It took him only a few months each. The first prey was a giant carp with black scales that protected the entirety of its body. It was only a beast at the beginning of the middle tier, but its innate defense forced Noah to spend an entire day to kill it. Even his strongest attacks managed to break only a dozen scales with each blow. Those body parts had peculiar properties that Noah would study later on. The second opponent was a giant piranha that had a tide of weaker beasts in its pack. They were mostly rank 4 creatures, but they were so many that Noah found himself submerged in violent waves that couldn't pierce his skin. That kind of approach couldn't work on him. Noah's only weakness was that he was facing creatures with stronger bodies, but those attacks didn't even manage to bite him. The Piranha Pack's leader was a specimen in the middle tier, around the halfway mark. Its innate ability consisted of subtle roars that echoed through the water and reinforced its underlings. Yet, the weaker piranhas couldn't hurt Noah even after the roars made them enter a frenzy. The underlings launched suicidal assaults, but they could only explode on his body without doing any damage. Noah charged straight at the leader, ignoring the smaller creatures that swam in his way. The battle lasted only a few exchanges since the rank 6 beast died in no time. After Noah collected his last prey, he decided to head back to his underground quarters. He had left for less than 3 years, so he was sure to find nothing new there. He had gathered 6 corpses of magical beasts in the middle tier of the 6th rank. The last 3 known creatures in that world were in the upper tier, so Noah couldn't go after them just yet. Noah spent some time with June when he came back, and he studied with 37 the materials that were better off in the automaton's hands. The fog demon was virtually useless in terms of materials, and the same went for the megalodon. Its teeth were sharp, but they weren't as sturdy as other metals. The kraken's body was useless too, except for the organ that produced the oily green substance. Noah gave it to 37 since his expertise covered even alchemy and other fields that could help him identify the nature of the liquid. The mountain dragon had lost most of its skin, but 37 took an interest in its remaining rocky skin, and Noah found no reason to keep it. The same went for the organs that the piranha used to empower its underlings. The automaton showed interest in the carp's black scales, but Noah didn't let him take all of them at that time. Those materials could be useful to him too, so he kept a large share of those goods. After he gave away all the useless loot in his space rings, Noah spent many months following his usual training schedule. He spent most of the time fighting with Sword Saint, but he didn't neglect his dantian and mind. The breakthroughs of his body had always taken a while. Noah preferred to make his centers of power ready for his long sleep before consuming the corpses acquired during his last mission. He even improved the spherical rune again so that his mind could expand while he couldn't train. Only his dantian would remain still for a bit, but Noah guessed that a complete rest could only benefit his center of power after its leaps across the stages. Once he set everything, Noah entered one of the deeper areas of his underground mansion and sealed it through the defensive formations deployed there by some expert. Only June remained in the mansion, but she wouldn't disturb him during such a crucial moment. Those coming to visit her would do the same without question. Noah began to eat the 6 corpses and continued until he left no trace of them. The drowsiness hit him as soon as the black hole distributed that energy through his body, and he closed his eyes to immerse himself in the warm feeling of the breakthrough. No dreams appeared during his sleep, but Noah remained in a nigh-aware status for the whole duration of his breakthrough. The black hole in his chest would release violent flares when a surge of energy escaped its suppression, but it soon took back that power with its gravitational pull. The membrane around the black hole also expanded from time to time, but it soon condensed again to give that energy to Noah's body. Noah had to sleep for 15 years before a surge of energy filled his body and startled him awake. He didn't even have the time to check his improvements when the demonic sword appeared in front of him. The living blade exuded an aura with power in the middle tier. While Noah was asleep, the demonic sword had advanced to match his dantian. Noah had to attend an important event before he could resume his regular training schedule. It was something that the Hive had patiently waited for years, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that the entire Alliance had been in the same situation. Chasing Demon's death had left an empty spot in the Hive's leadership. Dreaming Demon, Flying Demon, Elder Julia, and Scully took care of that part by managing different matters, but it wasn't the same without a proper leader. The problem wasn't in the management of the Hive. The demons and various other higher-ups were self-sufficient. Every dome could keep working without orders coming from above. However, the Hive lacked an identity without a leader. Rebels and lone cultivators would appear in an organization that showed that kind of weakness, and the morale of the troops would plummet without someone to look up to. It was the same with the Shandal Empire. Its warriors could engage in long wars without fear for their lives because they knew they had a god watching over them. Such flaws in an organization would never affect cultivators like Noah and the demons, but they were the minority of the Hive's assets. Most human experts and cultivators in the 4th rank wanted to put a face on their organization. It's time. Flying Demon's voice resounded inside Noah's underground mansion. Noah interrupted his training and stood up to leave his quarters. June shot a smile in his direction as she watched him go through the main door. Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon appeared in Noah's vision when he left his quarters. They wore black robes that had a purple octopus draped on their back. The octopus had long tentacles that enveloped a series of purple spots in a protective embrace. They represented the islands of the coral archipelago, the ancestral home, and the symbol of the birth of the hive. "Do I need to wear these too?" Noah asked while inspecting his clothes. He didn't prepare for the occasion. He was wearing an old robe that had borne the weight of his training sessions. "Yes," Dreaming Demon replied while revealing a warm smile. "But that will come later. Now there is something that you must see before the ceremony." Noah noticed how Flying Demon wore a stern expression that conflicted with his usual joking mood. It seemed that the event was quite important to him, so Noah decided to respect his feelings. The demons led Noah in the sky, where they began to fly in the direction of the coral archipelago. The trio didn't use any teleportation matrix, and their pace made them reach their destination in a few weeks. Some tension surrounded the trio. Noah didn't receive any explanation, but he understood the reason behind the duo's silence. The ceremony had already begun. The travel itself was part of it, and the silence was a gift for Noah. He could use that time to enjoy his last moments without the weight of an organization on his back. Of course, Noah could use that time to go away. Taking charge of the hive wasn't mandatory, but he could see how there wasn't anyone more suitable than him inside the hive. He had understood what it was to be a leader by then. He had always ignored those obligations because of the issues that they would bring, but the situation was different now. Leaders didn't need to be the smartest asset in their organization. They didn't need to be the canniest, nor the most empathic. Their only requirement was to be able to inspire the other members of their organization. Cultivators had to take pride in their leaders, and they had to strive to become like them. Noah had always thought that his battle prowess was the only thing he could offer to an organization. Yet, he had often failed to consider how his life had inspired others. From being the bastard of a medium-sized noble family, Noah had reached the peak of the lower plane. Also, he was now about to take charge of the same organization that he had helped become independent. Any human cultivator would feel waves of ambition surging inside them when hearing that story. Noah's journey was a tale that they could describe in legends, even if they didn't include all his incredible achievements. That was the role of a leader. Noah had to become the embodiment of all the dreams and hopes of the weaker cultivators in his organization. His figure would become proof that anyone could reach that level of power. Noah couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression when he and the demons reached the coral archipelago. The place didn't change much, but a tall structure had appeared on the central island that had once been chasing demons home. A statue stood at the center of the archipelago. The structure depicted a man with sharp features, and a pair of shining red crystals illuminated the area from its eye sockets. The figure depicted chasing demon in his prime. It represented him with an arm raised toward the new continent. It had a stern face, and a heavy aura surrounded the structure. Noah didn't recognize the materials used to build the statue, but he knew that the structure wasn't only decorative. Faint traces of inscriptions hovered around it, and the density of breath on the entire island surpassed that in the rest of the archipelago. "You'll also have a statue one day," Dreaming Demon commented when she saw that Noah had remained speechless. "As long as the hive exists, your name will survive the passage of time." The trio moved toward the base of the statue where the other powerhouses of the hive were waiting. Noah saw Scully and Elder Julia bowing toward him as they landed on the island. Dreaming Demon touched the statue, and a formation began to shine on the polished gray material. She then gestured to the others to follow her, and all of them place a hand on those lines. The scene in Noah's vision changed, and he found himself in a room surrounded by complete darkness. He and the four powerhouses stood around a table placed on the small patch of brown ground under them. An inscribed item stood at the center of the table. It was a fist-sized horned face similar to that used by the hive to bind new cultivators to its rules. Noah guessed that the item was the core of the network binding all the hive's members, and Dreaming Demon confirmed his hypothesis. "This the item that manages all the oaths sworn by the members of the hive," Dreaming Demon said. "You have received the privileges of the Demon Prince already. You will obtain complete control over the network now." Noah didn't back away and revealed his palm to the group. The tattoo of the horned head rose from inside his body to appear on his skin. The powerhouses did the same. Even Scully had a similar tattoo, and she showed it without any hesitation. The item began to shine as if resonating with that gesture. Dreaming Demon then hinted to Noah to touch the horned head, and he didn't shy away. Pieces of information flowed inside Noah's mind when he placed his palm on the inscribed item. They covered every aspect of the hive, from the number of recruits to the dome's power. There were a series of reports too. They were yearly reviews of every formation deployed on the hive's domain. They considered their current condition and the amount of energy that they depleted. Then, Noah felt a connection with all the other cultivators inside the hive. It was a faint sensation that didn't weigh on his mind. Still, he knew that he could control their oaths from now on. "You have formally become the patriarch of the hive," Dreaming Demon announced. "Now it's time for the celebration. We have already prepared suitable clothes." Noah changed clothes after he exited from the separate dimension that contained the horned head. His new control of the hive's oaths took place in the back of his mind and became an instinctive ability on its own. He didn't need the training to enforce those oaths, and a simple thought was enough to modify some of them. Noah had gained complete control of the hive in a few minutes. Scully and Elder Julia left to prepare the new continent for Noah's arrival, but the demons remained with him. Dreaming Demon continued to reveal her warm smile, and Flying Demon appeared more relaxed after the transfer of the leadership. Master wasn't the type to waste time on ceremonies, Flying Demon said after heaving a sigh. Well, there wasn't anyone capable of making him change his mind either. "I'm surprised you have accepted this role without complaints." Noah was about to reply, but Dreaming Demon interrupted because she felt the need to explain her lover's words. "He is saying that you are quite similar to our master. We were both afraid you would refuse to become a patriarch because it might limit your freedom." The demons knew how Noah thought, and that was the exact reason behind their doubts. Yet Noah saw his new role differently. "I won't organize any event," Noah said. "I won't handle any political issue. I only need to step in when the hive is in danger. I might end up doing less than what I already do." Noah spoke earnestly, but the demons exploded in a loud laugh when they heard his words. They could finally understand why Noah didn't even try to avoid that role. "Do you plan to be a patriarch that remains hidden in his quarters and comes out only when the situation can benefit him?" Flying Demon asked, and Noah shrugged his shoulders to reply. His gesture caused another wave of laughs, but the demons knew that Noah's attitude didn't come from laziness. The world was at peace, and the hive was the strongest organization in the entire plane. The council and the empire had leaders with a better cultivation level, but that didn't matter too much when Noah was part of the picture. Noah's obligations wouldn't change after he became a patriarch. The other powerhouses already managed all the aspects of the hive, so he didn't need to do anything else for his organization. "I can accept that." Flying Demon eventually stopped laughing to speak. "Protect the hive when everything else fails. Do it for the organization that has given you a home, and for chasing Demon. Master has never liked organizations either," Dreaming Demon continued. "He has always considered them a trap for weak-willed cultivators. He used the demon sex only to gather resources that he needed." Flying Demon and Dreaming Demon continued to describe how Divine Demon was as a leader. He sounded like an absent patriarch who appeared only when a situation involved precious resources. Divine Demon was quite strict in his idea of the cultivation journey. He acknowledged the utility of organizations, but he loathed that they could take time from his training. He was also a ruthless teacher. He often fought to obtain whatever he wanted, and he never gave too much importance to appearances. Noah felt that he would be the same type of leader. He would use the hive only when he needed resources that he didn't have the time to collect. As for the political borders, the alliance only had the Elbas family left as an enemy. Noah wouldn't need to join meetings or negotiations unless a new threat appeared. The trio resumed their flight again, but their destination was the forest of white woods on the western coast of the new continent at that time. The demons wanted to escort Noah from chasing Demon's old quarters to the new ones. Noah wore a neat robe that appeared less luxurious than those of the demons. The higher-ups didn't want to make him go out of his character, so they prepared tight clothes that gave off an important aura. The octopus and the islands were still there, but Noah's robe didn't have loose sleeves or special symbols on his shoulders and legs. His were simple battle clothes of exceptional fabric. Noah's underlings wouldn't see him as an unreachable existence if he appeared in public with those clothes. They would see an ordinary cultivator who had reached the top through struggles and battles. That was the exact image that the powerhouses wanted Noah to have. There was no need for him to pretend to be someone else. He only had to be himself, and the story of his life would do the rest. Noah and the demons crossed the entire new continent to reach the western coast. The journey took a while, but everyone could see him getting his earned throne in that way. The forest of white woods had remained the same, but there was a throne floating above it now. The seat was nothing special. It was a simple tall armchair made of rocks. The demons left Noah at that point and flew toward the sides of the throne. Elder Julia and Scully appeared from different teleportation matrices and imitated the demons. The four powerhouses waited for him to take his seat, and countless teleportation matrices lit up as Noah began to fly toward the throne. Many experts reached the region to witness the birth of their new patriarch. Even human cultivators managed to attend the event through special channels that shielded them from the new continent's pressure. Noah didn't look behind him. He flew until he reached the throne. Then he turned to sit on it. The powerhouses didn't make any speech nor announcement, but everyone on the scene knew that the hive now had a new patriarch. Noah stared at the crowd watching him while wearing a stern expression. June and other old friends were among the audience, and traces of his surprise almost appeared on his face when he saw all of them bowing in his direction. Thousands of cultivators amassed near the teleportation matrices and on the edges of the domes nearby, but all of them bowed to greet their new patriarch. Memories resurfaced inside Noah's mind. He had already seen a similar scene. It was the same view experienced during the attitude test at the Royal Academy. Countless powerful existences bowed toward him, but Noah didn't feel anything special at that sight. It had been the same during the attitude test. He had never desired to rule, and his mindset didn't change after almost a millennium. Noah recalled how that dream continued. His eyes instinctively went to the sky, and the demons couldn't help but smile at that sight. Some of the best experts on the entire plane were expressing their loyalty toward him, but Noah's only interest was in the world above. The demons knew that. Noah's gesture had only confirmed their idea of him, and they felt glad that they were right. Some of the experts inside the audience noticed his gesture too. Noah's first act as a patriarch made him appear uncaring, but a few promising cultivators caught a glimpse of his drive. Even becoming the patriarch of the strongest organization in the world couldn't distract him from his real goal. Noah's drive was pure, and the audience could see that from his gesture. That casual move expressed who Noah was as a cultivator. Some of those in the region felt their ambition surge and fill their minds. The ceremony ended with a large celebration that saw most of the higher-ups of the hive joining in. The weaker cultivators had parties and events in their respective domes, since their status didn't allow them to be with the other elders. Large tables filled with strong wine and delicacies filled the various domes. Noah and the other powerhouses moved to the Azure Plane, where they enjoyed a well-deserved break from the tension that had followed chasing Demon's death. The main theme of the celebration was Noah's life. Experts told stories about him or tales that had spread among the weaker troops. Those who had interacted with Noah during their lives recalled those moments loudly, and laughs filled the elders whenever they described how aloof he had always been. Noah's character had never been a secret, but many were still amazed that he had reached his current position. They didn't feel surprised that he had become the new patriarch. Instead, they wondered how he had survived through his many adventures. Dreaming Demon and I were using our best spells to fend off the lightning bolts. Flying Demon shouted while waving his cup. But he took them directly on his shoulders. I swear, I've never seen someone overcoming a heaven tribulation in that way. Laughs followed his story, and Noah shook his head as he refilled his cup. Flying Demon was twisting the events in Divine Architect's separate dimension, but Noah had no intention to correct him. The council's higher-ups joined the celebration at some point, and more tables appeared in the area. Faith, Elder Regina, and Great Elder Diana sat near Noah, but the others didn't have the right to join him. More experts told stories, and they became vaguer as the celebrations continued. Some founded their tales on rumors that everyone found it hard to believe. Noah let them have fun and commented when the elders asked for more details. Many also wanted to learn about his mindset when he went through specific struggles, and he didn't mind explaining his reasons. Toasts happened often. Everyone wanted to announce their loyalty toward the new patriarch, and some of Noah's old titles came up through the various speeches in his honor. Noah heard titles that he had left behind by many years. Some called him Hooded Devil or Patriarch of the Bulvin family, or Bane of the Elbas family. Still, all of them ended up with the same line. I drink to honor defying demon, the second patriarch of the hive. God's left hand joined the celebrations too, but she had come only to express her acknowledgement of Noah's new position. She would deal with him for the upcoming political issues, so she intended to start with the right foot. Noah's wasn't famous for his mild temperament. God's left hand wanted to make sure that their past experiences didn't endanger the relationship between their organizations. The celebrations continued happily for almost 3 days, but a sudden event forced them to a stop. The elders and other guests had begun to discuss individualities at that point. They had taken the chance to improve their knowledge and understanding of the heroic ranks, and the powerhouses would give their opinion whenever they felt like it. Yet, the sky above them began to flicker during those discussions. The tremors were faint and almost unnoticeable. They had to appear a few times before the powerhouses noticed that something was off. Noah raised his eyes to the sky, and the other powerhouses imitated him when they sensed the same disturbances in the fabric of the sky. The rank 5 elders didn't immediately understand what was happening, but they followed the higher-ups' gazes when they saw their stern expressions. The sky trembled, and its fabric bent from time to time. It was as if something or someone was trying to tear it open from a place that no one could see. Noah suddenly stood up, and the other powerhouses did the same. Great Elder Diana, Elder Regina, and God's left hand neared the hive's experts and prepared themselves to fight. That group could think of only one explanation for that phenomenon, and they didn't like it. Only the joint forces of their 3 organizations could give them hope to fend off that dreadful outcome. But even that didn't make victory sure. The sky continued to tremble, and an oval shape formed. Yet, its edges were too faint to affect the sky, and no crack appeared on its fabric. Something opened inside that oval shape. A line formed and tried to spread, but nothing managed to reach the sky. That seemed to happen in a separate dimension that the experts could see because it was quite close to theirs. A voice came out of that shape, and the powerhouses' auras became tense when they heard that. They recognized that voice. It belonged to the expert that they had banished during their mission in the plane center. Will dash. The voice echoed again. It seemed that King Elbas was struggling to convey that message. It wasn't clear if he could pierce the fabric of the sky and return to that world. His aura didn't reach Noah and the others in the end. Only his voice seeped through the barriers among dimensions and turned the celebrations into a grim event. Return. A small tongue of golden flames came out of in the world, and King Elba's aura spread in the environment before vanishing. The fire dispersed in the sky, revealing that the oval shape had disappeared. The world had returned to its previous peace, and no more tremors spread from that spot. Noah and the others sent a series of mental messages toward the cultivators in charge of the observation points through the continents. They wanted to know if that phenomenon had appeared somewhere else in the world. The cultivators' answer was positive. The phenomenon had happened at the same time in 8 different spots of the sky. Still, it seemed to be over now since they didn't report anything else. The powerhouses remained silent as the weaker elders watched them. There was something far more important to plan, and they couldn't relax anymore. King Elbas had announced his return, and his message had reached multiple areas of the world. Those who knew about his banishment could only remain speechless and respect the royal even more. Noah and the others couldn't stop that. King Elbas was bound to become stronger after what had happened, and his complete return would push that improvement further. Not even the barriers among the dimensions could keep the royal away from that plane, and the powerhouses could only accept that the peace was about to end. Noah knew that their time was short. The organizations had to develop a plan to defeat the strongest cultivator in the world, and they had to do it quickly. The celebrations had yet to end in theory, but Noah decided to cut the matter short by giving his very first order as Patriarch of the Hive. "Prepare for war," Noah said as he turned toward the weaker elders. The seriousness that he exuded made his sharpness surge. Cuts appeared under his feet as his aura became tense due to the imminent threat. The cultivators remained speechless, but Noah left right after he gave his order. His first instinct was to fly toward the desert to find 37. The automaton was the only one who could know a method to stop King Elbaz. Noah didn't give other orders, but the elders didn't need more directives. His call for war was enough to activate all the parts of the hive that could help in battle. Chasing Demon had taught Elder Julia how to handle the copying technique, so she set off to hunt more magical beasts. She even relied on Noah to make use of his expertise in the magical beasts field. Since they knew King Elbaz's abilities, they could pick creatures that countered him. Of course, that wouldn't be enough to stop the royals' leader. A powerhouse in the solid stage who used only higher energy couldn't lose against an army of weaker beasts. Still, King Elbaz needed to consume himself to set fire to his higher energy. Slowing him down might tire him enough to defeat him. Flying Demon had learnt how to create doors in the separate dimension, so he handled the creation of specific tunnels that could give the allied forces an edge over King Elbaz. The hive didn't care about the secrecy of the separate dimension anymore. It preferred to reveal its functioning if that gave it an advantage over its enemy. The world already knew that the hive had a method to teleport troops secretly, but the other organizations didn't know how exactly it worked. Still, the hive was willing to reveal everything to solidify its position as the strongest force in those mortal lands. Scully instructed the hybrids. She taught them battle formations and created different platoons according to their abilities. The hybrids would be nothing more than cannon fodder if the hive deployed them in a frontal assault against King Elbaz. So, Scully decided to prepare a strategy with Flying Demon to make them rely on the separate dimension. Dreaming Demon couldn't do anything specific, but the hybrids were in desperate need of a proper teacher. Scully could control them, but they needed someone that could teach them how to fight. Noah would be perfect for that role, but he had other plans. Dreaming Demon took that position, and she filled the hybrids with spells that could match their innate gifts. The hive couldn't live in fear of a revolt from the hybrid side. It preferred to bring their power to their peak so that they could help against its threatening enemy. The rest of the hive worked around the powerhouses. Many helped Flying Demon digging new paths in the separate dimension, while others joined hunts to capture magical beasts useful for the copying technique. The entire hive began to work toward the same goal, creating an array of defenses that could block King Elbaz. Noah's schedule was different. He had just advanced to the middle tier, and his Danteon had reached the liquid stage only recently. He couldn't hope in any breakthrough, and his current power couldn't do anything against King Elbaz. Yet, he had projects that could help the hive as a whole. The creation of living weapons and his inscribed items could improve his domain's defenses by a lot. Noah didn't waste time. He immediately contacted 37 and reviewed the situation with him. The automaton wasn't a strategist, but he knew how powerful solid-stage powerhouses could be. 37 couldn't help too much in the matter. His expertise was incredible, but the heroic ranks were his limit. He couldn't create inscriptions capable of stopping an existence that bordered the divine ranks. Still, he could advise Noah. The mass production of living weapons resumed immediately, and the automaton ideated formations that relied on Noah's disposable items. Noah didn't mind using his time to focus on his inscription methods. The creation of living weapons was something that he had avoided for many years, but King Elbaz's threat made it his priority. Noah and 37 worked with Elder Julia to refill their stash of magical beasts' corpses, and they soon gathered enough materials to resume their project. Hundreds of living weapons came out of the separate dimension to arm the elders. Noah took care of the weaker cultivators before focusing on items that required his complete concentration. Equipping rank 5 elders at his current level wasn't a problem, but the hive needed far more to fend off King Elbaz. The entire world was against a solid-stage powerhouse who used higher energy. Having weapons in the 5th rank wasn't nearly enough. Noah created living weapons for each powerhouse and for the rank 5 cultivators that deserved special treatment. June obtained a spear capable of enhancing lightning bolts. Noah had used the best materials that he could gather to create the most durable quasi-rank 6 weapon in the world. Daniel obtained a living weapon too. Noah used a peculiar species of frog-type magical beasts to create a cauldron capable of improving the purification process with every material. That was another quasi-rank 6 item. Noah had chosen to restrain his ability again so that rank 5 cultivators could use it. The same went for other promising elders in the 5th rank. Noah armed every expert in the hive before moving to other projects. The second part of his strategy against King Elbaz was preparing traps that could keep him away from the hive's domain. Noah worked with 37 to create formations that could enhance the destructive properties of the instabilities. Those disposable items weren't cheap, especially their rank 6 version, but Noah didn't care as long as they could stop King Elbaz. The last phase of his strategy was something that he had to handle alone. The Alliance had assaulted the regions under the Elbaz family's control after Noah's achievements in Divine Market City. Still, both the Council and the Hive had chosen to attack the Royal Academy rather than the paradisal territory built by King Elbaz. The southeastern corner of the new continent was King Elbaz's new home, and no one in the Alliance had dared to attack it for fear of the defenses in the area. The powerhouses wanted to leave that region as the last target of their assault. They feared King Elbaz's expertise too much to siege his home. However, Noah had learnt to understand King Elbaz after their interactions. He knew that the Royal couldn't possibly create too many defenses in a region that he had restructured in a few years. There was a limit to how much a powerhouse could build in less than a decade. Even the best inscription master in the world would need his fair share of years to deploy an array of defensive formations capable of stopping the assault of rank 6 cultivators. Noah flew toward the corner of the southeastern coast once. He completed all his projects with 37. There was something that only he could do in that region, and he didn't hesitate to step forward since his opponent was King Elbaz. The Royal had brought the ape god back from the Sea of Magma, and he had also restored part of its power before resurfacing. The ape god was the strongest being in those mortal lands, but no one had heard about it after King Elbaz took over the snowy plain. The creature was still somewhere on the surface, and the only place capable of containing it was King Elbaz's home. Noah inspected the paradisiac region thoroughly before deciding to land in front of the palace built at its center. His instincts didn't sense any threat, and that confirmed his hypothesis. King Elbaz didn't set any defense in the region. He had used his name to keep everyone away, but that wasn't enough to fend Noah off. Noah neared the corner of the southeastern coast slowly, but his instincts soon reassured him. He didn't feel any fear when landing on that prairie. The region appeared harmless. The magical beasts living there maintained their unusual behavior even after King Elbaz had disappeared for years. Still, Noah didn't sense the effects of formations when he neared the entrance of the palace at the center of the region. There was something active underground, but it didn't seem aimed at Noah. King Elbaz had created training areas, but he didn't waste time building defensive formations. Noah felt some danger when entering the palace. The inscriptions there applied pressure on his mental sphere. Yet they didn't aim at him. They expressed part of King Elbaz's might, but their purpose wasn't to protect the area. Noah guessed that they gathered energy to fuel the training areas underground. Of course, there was a chance that many defenses had become inactive after they spent many years without their creator. Noah didn't care about the specifics of that region. His target was somewhere inside the palace, and he felt free to enter it when his instincts didn't sense anything. The palace's insides were as luxurious as Noah had recalled, but he didn't spend time investigating every room that he found. Many areas contained valuable resources, but they had barriers dividing them from the rest of the structure. Noah could break those barriers if he decided to invest time and resources in the effort, but his target was elsewhere. He had felt it since he had entered the palace. He had to go underground to find it. The palace had many corridors, but Noah only needed to listen to his instincts to find his target. He walked past many halls radiating a breathtaking aura and descended stairs with multiple branches until he reached a large room. There were barriers there too. It seemed that King Elbaz had deployed defenses only when he had to protect specific resources, and one of them could be vital to the alliance. Noah arrived in front of a small door that had multiple shining lines on its edges. A peak solid-stage aura covered those walls, but he didn't need to think of a way to break them just yet. He kept his eyes fixed on the quasi-rank 7 magical beast restrained by a golden sphere inside the room. His best hope to stop King Elbaz was in a creature that loathed humanity with every fiber of its body. The ape god appeared to be sleeping when Noah arrived, but the sole trace of his aura made it react. The creature didn't speak human words when it noticed its guest. Its anger took control of its functions and made it unleash a violent offensive against the golden barrier. Noah noticed how the chains didn't appear no matter how much the ape struggled to break free. He couldn't help but rejoice to see that King Elbaz's influence had waned after they banished him in that different dimension. "I've come to talk," Noah said while the ape screamed and threw punches at the barrier. The creature didn't stop its offensive at his words, but Noah had predicted that reaction. He didn't show any surprise as he sat in front of the room to wait for the beast to calm down. The ape god's stamina was immense. It raged against the barrier for 2 entire weeks before it grew bored of that struggle. Noah had studied the creature in that period. The ape appeared stronger than before, but it was still far from returning to its previous peak. King Elbaz's absence had slowed down its recovery, and Noah could only feel glad about that. The fact that the ape was still near the heroic ranks made it too weak to break the barrier and gave him the chance to seal a pact. The ape god snorted after it stopped its offensive and lay down inside its barrier while showing its back to Noah. It didn't want to talk to him, and even the sight of his figure caused waves of anger inside its mind. However, Noah needed it, so he made the first move. "I can give you freedom," Noah said. "I can give you the chance to take your vengeance against the cultivator that has captured you." The ape didn't answer, but Noah didn't give up. He knew what the creature thought about humans, and he was aware of its mindset's weaknesses. "My organization is treating your kind quite nicely," Noah continued. "The Xianxia apes under our control are growing well. I suspect that we will have some rank 6 specimens in a few more centuries." A tremor ran through the ape god, but it didn't turn. The creature did its best not to fall for Noah's tempting words. "You know," Noah pressed on, "I agree. Humans are lucky. They are born with 3 centers of power, but many of them don't deserve it. I've seen far too many cultivators wasting their innate gifts. This doesn't happen in the magical beast's world." The aura of the ape god surged at those words, but Noah knew that the barrier would stop any attack. King Elbaz's restrictions worked in his favor now that he wasn't attempting to break them. "I don't know if you are aware of this," Noah continued his monologue, "but humans envy magical beasts. Your bodies and innate gifts are incredible. Every cultivator wishes to have such an easy path toward the higher ranks." Noah taunted the ape with his last line, and the creature couldn't ignore him anymore at that point. It stood up and turned to stare at him while unleashing a wave of violent mental waves that crashed on the golden barrier. "This is the same reason why I fused with a magical beast," Noah said while making up for his previous words. "I wanted your strength and training method, so I accepted every aspect of your kind." The ape god didn't want to listen to him, but its situation had never been lower. It had lost its pack, the hidden world, and its freedom in a few centuries. Everything that it had built had crumbled, but Noah was there to give it hope. As for what kind of hope, the ape didn't know. Yet that was better than spending decades without food and freedom. Listening to the man who had destroyed its world was better than nothing. "You have ruined me," the ape god said. "My pack, my power, you have destroyed everything out of your greed. You are no different from the golden human. You can only see resources when you look at my species. Is that bad?" Noah replied while shrugging his shoulders. "We do what we can to reach the sky. You would do the same if you were in our position. Don't look down on humans only because you can't be like them." Noah's words caused a violent reaction in the beast, but he waited for the creature to calm down. It took the ape god another week to stop its assault on the golden sphere and accept that idea. The ape god had never discussed matters related to species with a human, and Noah was quite peculiar even at that. He could understand the vision of both cultivators and magical beasts, so his words always hit the right topic. "You didn't oppose the sacrifice of your companions," Noah said, and his words reopened the ape god's old scars. "You let them die to reach the divine ranks. You are no different from humans hunting down a species for their benefits. What do you even know about my pain?" The ape god exploded into a loud reply. "How can you compare greed to a pure sacrifice? Humans and magical beasts have nothing in common. And yet," Noah replied after heaving a sigh, "I'm a human and a magical beast. I have lived in the wilderness and among the politics of the cultivators. I have seen both sides, and I know that your feeling is nothing more than envy originating from your weakness." "Envy?" the ape god exclaimed. "There is nothing to envy in humans. You wanted a dantian as far as I remember," Noah replied. "I wonder why you desired a human organ." Noah revealed a smile at that point. He wanted the beast to become even angrier so that he could see how deep its hatred was. His plan would become unfeasible if the ape god hated humans from the bottom of its existence. Yet, there was hope for cooperation if it could accept them. "I want the world to be fair," the ape god complained. "I'm against heaven and earth too," Noah replied. "We have two common enemies." The ape god remained silent after that reply. Noah had made clear that King Elbaz was his opponent, so the creature could guess that he needed its help to defeat him. "Little human," the ape god said, "you have yet to gaze at the divine, but you want to fight beings that are near that stage. The golden human isn't as weak as I was." Noah continued to smile. That answer had started the negotiations, even if the beast wasn't aware of that. "If King Elbaz remains in power," Noah said in an uncaring tone, "your species will remain enslaved. There won't be any free Xianxia ape in this plane." The ape god shook its head before expressing its doubts. "I bet you want to offer my species freedom. You, the human who destroyed our last lair in the world." "I'm not a human," Noah promptly replied. "You are no savior either," the ape god continued. "You must be desperate to seek my help. I think that I will enjoy hearing your dying cries from my prison. Who knows, you might get a cage right next to mine." The beast showed a mocking smile, but Noah didn't lose his cool. He had dealt with existences that were far more threatening than the ape. He knew how to apply pressure when he held the advantage in a negotiation. "Hybrids run free in my lands," Noah explained. "They live, eat, breed, and die in complete freedom. Your species can obtain the same treatment." "I won't trust a destroyer," the ape god answered. "I don't trust those hybrids either," Noah replied. "I barely trust anyone in general. I'm not asking for that. I only want your power, and you can trade it for the well-being of your species." "I'd rather die," the beast said. "Then you have doomed your kind," Noah replied and stood up to leave the area. Noah didn't turn. He walked through the corridor and reached the stairs that led to the surface without hesitating. He felt the eyes of the ape on his back, but he didn't give it any leverage through his gestures. The beast had to think that its only hope for freedom was about to leave forever. "How many?" the ape shouted before Noah could step on the stairs. "How many Xianxia apes are there in your organization?" Noah stopped his tracks, but he didn't turn. His mind focused on his connection with the horned head, and a list of reports appeared in his vision. "More than 100 specimens in the human ranks," Noah said without turning. "A dozen in the heroic ranks. Why have you asked for my help?" the ape questioned him. Noah turned, but he didn't return to the entrance of the prison. He pretended to think about his reasons for a second before answering. "King Elbaz is about to attack the entire world. You are the strongest creature in this plane right now. Asking you to fight with us is only natural." The ape god fell deep in its thoughts as it sat on the floor. Noah didn't know what it was considering, but he knew that the creature would accept to deal with him unless it had a death wish. There were fates worse than death, and the ape god was experiencing one of them. It had survived the initial hunt of its species only to see Noah destroying its world. Then, King Elbaz had captured and trapped it on the surface. The ape god didn't have any contact with the outside world, so it could only spend its days wondering about its species' fate. Magical beasts could sleep for a long time, but the creature was partially awake when Noah visited it. That was a clear sign that its mental state didn't allow it to sleep properly. The fate of its species weighed on its mind. After all, the ape god had failed those that had sacrificed to push its power to the divine ranks. The creature couldn't enter a long sleep even if it tried. What happens if he wins? The ape god asked. Noah shrugged his shoulders again before giving an honest answer. Most experts will hide and wait for King Elbaz to ascend. My organization will destroy every resource before retreating to a safe area, including the Xianxia apes. We can't give them to our enemies. Noah's words sounded like a threat, but he didn't want to put his words in that tone. He only wanted to tell the truth to the beast. The ape god remained silent for a while, but it eventually expressed its conditions for that cooperation. I want the members of my species free of your control. I don't want them to interact with humans anymore. Noah shook his head and replied without showing any hesitation. Cultivators need the Xianxia runes. I can ensure their freedom, but they must cooperate with the human world. That's just a different type of prison, the ape god complained. It's a prison with wardens that won't perform experiments on you, Noah replied. No one would rip off your runes nor force you to breed. You know that humans are stronger than magical beasts. You won't get a better deal. This is an extortion, the beast complained again. You can tell this story to your underlings if you accept these conditions, Noah said. Your alternative is an entire life as the last of your kind until King Elbaz forces you to breed. The ape became angry and started to shout. You are using my dedication toward my species to manipulate me. Of course, Noah replied. I will use every trick at my disposal to improve the success rate of this battle. You only have to decide how badly you want your species to thrive. The ape god felt defeated. He couldn't win in a discussion against Noah, and he had spoken the truth for the entire negotiation. The beast didn't have any other option. The only thing that could stop it from accepting his conditions was its pride. Still, the ape would easily give up on it to protect its species. That had been its main purpose. The ape only wanted its underlings to live without fear of being captured. It didn't matter how much it had to sacrifice to obtain that. You are a monster, the ape god eventually said, but Noah shrugged his shoulders again. I have to deal with beings that are far above my level, Noah said. I can only be a monster if I want to survive. Silence fell between Noah and the ape, but the beast soon expressed its decision to accept those conditions. I'll send someone to deal with the defenses and create an oath, Noah said as he finally stepped on the stairs. Remember that you take orders from me now. It was the first time the entire world worked together to plan a battle against a common enemy. The Hive and the Council had already helped each other in the past. Still, the Shandal Empire's addition improved that already solid alliance. Something similar had happened during the Winged Beasts crisis, but the situation was different at that time. The organizations could prepare defenses together and plan strategies that involved all their forces at that time. The usual divisions that involved those forces fell apart in front of King Elbaz's threat. The matriarchs and Noah knew that their lofty status in the world would crumble if they let the royals' leader retake control of some regions. The goal was to kill him or banish him again. Sending any heroic cultivator in the void would condemn them to certain death. King Elbaz had managed to survive the last time only because the separate reality behaved differently. The three organizations deployed defenses on their respective domains, but they also reinforced the Hive's borders. Chasing Demon, his divine item, and Noah's dark world had been crucial assets in King Elbaz's banishment. The royal would most likely unleash his rage on the main culprit behind his defeat. Noah helped in the preparations whenever he could. His expertise could only cover certain aspects of the defensive formations, so he completed his tasks quickly. There were only so many resources in the world. Noah couldn't create instabilities and living weapon without limits, so the negotiation with the ape god signaled the end of his obligations. He would return to King Elba's palace once 37 and his disciples were about to free the quasi-rank 7 beast, but he could focus on himself in the meantime. Even if King Elba's return could lead to their deaths, Noah and June didn't spend much time together. They were both busy trying to improve their chances to survive, and they needed power for that. Noah didn't have methods to improve quickly. He had completed all his projects, and there were only details to polish in his battle style. Some of his spells could match martial arts, but his main offensive remained connected to the dark world. Cultivating in his underground quarters and training with the 7th Xianxia rune were core parts of his daily schedule. But he had something else that kept on polishing both his existence and battle style. Sword Saint continued to exchange slashes with Noah. The Divine Will kept on teaching him everything he knew about sword arts. Yet, Sword Saint didn't have any new techniques to teach. He had already shown Noah the apex of his path. Noah could only grow as a law to improve his battle prowess. Noah was in the liquid stage of the 6th rank now. His path required him to solidify a personal law and obtain a true meaning that expressed his existence. That was the exact purpose behind Sword Saint's training. The more Noah poured his existence into his slashes, the more he would strive forward, slowly becoming a law in the process. "I can see your savagery," Sword Saint exclaimed as he slashed against Noah's attack. "I can see your techniques, your creation, and your destruction." Sword Saint's slash clashed with Noah's attack and pierced it. The blow dispersed before it could reach Noah, but he didn't seem satisfied about that result. "What am I lacking?" Noah asked while his thoughts reviewed the last exchange. Noah never failed to analyze all his slashes. That had always been his approach. He rarely pressed forward unless he had flaws to fix. However, his slash appeared perfect. It expressed the entirety of Noah's existence, and it carried all his features. Noah couldn't understand why he didn't manage to defeat Sword Saint. That was his apex, the very peak of his expertise. Still, the Divine Will didn't budge. "You are too bound by the heroic ranks in this state," Sword Saint replied. "You have strength and power, but you lack true meaning." Sword Saint unleashed his aura at that point, and Noah struggled to keep his mental sphere safe from the existence's sharpness. "You fail to see what it is to be a god," Sword Saint continued as a blade appeared in his ethereal hands. "I am a sword. I am the apex of the sword. Sword arts advance because I exist. This is the influence that you have to reach." Noah couldn't help but remain speechless at that announcement. Sword Saint's sharpness had become more intense as he spoke. His aura had managed to affect Noah. He felt weaker as that speech continued. It was as if his sharpness lost intensity during the will's expression of power. Noah couldn't believe his senses. Having his sharpness losing power due to a similar law's effects was an outcome that he didn't think possible. Yet Sword Saint, even in the form of a will, could affect all the sharpness in the world. Noah could only feel amazed seeing his influence on a world far away from his main body. "What is your law?" Sword Saint asked as his aura became even more intense. "What is the meaning of your existence? What do you want to represent once you reach the immortal lands?" The will's words created waves in his mental sea. That was a representation of Noah's mental state when hearing his speech. Sword Saint had always tried to push Noah toward the divine ranks. His techniques and teachings had to unify Noah's existence to the point when he could evolve it. Noah understood that after the speech. His aura surged, and his sharpness retrieved its intensity when he made his mind. Laws were unique, but every heroic cultivator had to form their own once they reached the 6th rank. Many would create it only when they arrived at the solid stage, but there were exceptions. Noah had reached the liquid stage without bothering to build a law. His cultivation journey had always been relatively smooth, and his dark world had solved his latest bottleneck. Still, that speech pushed his power further forward. All the memories involving his core drive appeared in his mind. Noah saw the dragon from his childhood, the attitude test in the Royal Academy, and his dreams in the wilderness at the same time before he understood who he was. Laws were hard to explain, but Noah didn't have any doubt when he reviewed who he was. Powerhouses would usually spend entire years secluded to decide which path to take. But Noah didn't even hesitate when he thought about that. I have an eternal fuel, Noah said as he raised his ethereal sword. Nothing can suppress it, and flawed raw laws detonate when they touch it. Noah's ethereal blade began to grow as his aura flowed inside it. Sword Saint felt sharpness, savagery, creation, and destruction coming out of Noah's figure, but they weren't enough to express his existence. Tension spread inside the area. Noah's mental sphere endured the new pressure, but it seemed quite used to it. The only one who appeared to suffer from that was Sword Saint. My ambition can't stop, Noah said as his blade grew until it touched the limits of his mental world. It is boundless, and it had fueled every aspect of my individuality even before I reached the heroic ranks. Sword Saint saw Noah slash in his direction and launched an attack of his own. His expert eye could identify the properties of that blow in an instant, but he didn't feel able to copy it. My law is ambition, Noah announced after his slash pierced the will's attack and dispersed before reaching his figure. I know I will reach your level. This is the reason why I can defeat you now. Sword Saint was a divine will, but he had clear limits to what he could imitate. Noah's last slash had enhanced his individuality and brought it on a level that different laws couldn't copy. There was an ambition that Sword Saint couldn't imitate. The powerhouses during the mission had remained speechless when they sensed Noah's drive. His main feeling had a boundlessness that they couldn't even begin to imagine. Noah couldn't think of any other path capable of containing the entirety of his existence. He had poured his ambition into his last slash, and the result had left him amazed. The slash had surpassed Noah's limits. It had touched on a level of power that Noah didn't reach yet. It was as if he had pushed his prowess according to what his ambition could imagine. That wasn't theoretically possible. Every cultivator had a limit to how much they could express. They could deploy their existence, but that was it. Yet Noah had endless fuel. His ambition was intense enough to cast his abilities in their best form. His slash was already pure, but his main drive made it as strong as a law. Sword Saint lowered his head before lifting his long eyebrows to stare at Noah. He had finally broken through the limits that bound the heroic ranks. Noah had expressed his law. Can you do it again? Sword Saint asked, and Noah didn't hesitate to summon the feelings that had filled him when he launched his previous attack. His ambition surged again and flowed into his slash while carrying every aspect of his existence. A pure meaning became part of his attack and made it surpass its average level of power as it flew toward the will. Sword Saint inspected his opponent's attack thoroughly at that time. Noah couldn't sense it, but time slowed down in the will's eyes as the slash flew toward him. Every detail of the attack became clear to Sword Saint, but he knew that he couldn't replicate it. Blades didn't matter anymore. Noah was finally pushing his individuality on a level that even heaven and earth couldn't imitate. He still launched a slash, but his attack lost against Noah's blow again. There was nothing more that the will could do at that point. Noah didn't understand that yet, but he had completed his training. You did it, Sword Saint said. You took your first step to become a law. This is your path now. Don't let doubts and uncertainties taint it. Noah showed a confused expression at that announcement, but he remained silent. Every word spoken by the will was an enlightening line that he didn't dare to miss. The law of ambition, Sword Saint shouted as his figure became fainter. So intense that even cultivation levels give in to its power. You know that you can win on an even field, so your law makes you stronger than you are. Truly wonderful. Most cultivators have to give up on that feeling to advance, Sword Saint continued. But you made it your core drive. Your path won't be easy, but you have decided now. Advance as much as you can. I want you to find me and unleash your best slash as a form of greeting. Noah finally understood what was happening, and part of him felt some regret. He didn't want his training with Sword Saint to end, but he knew that he had reached the last of those sessions. My existence strives for perfection, Sword Saint explained. I want to find the slash able to express every slash, even those still unknown. I desire to become the embodiment of the sword itself, and my goal is to expand its limits. Sword Saint's sharpness reached a level that Noah struggled to contain. His mind felt like exploding, but he didn't dare to miss those last teachings. Your law focuses only on yourself, Sword Saint said. You are aware of your power, but you want more. Your ambition will give you what you desire, but I don't know where it will lead you. I know it will have the shape of a sword, but I can't even imagine what it will carry. Reach the immortal lands and show me your progress, Sword Saint concluded as his figure was almost about to disappear. Show me an ambition that can force me to advance. The will's desires were selfish. He wanted Noah to express his individuality because he needed to advance on the sword path. Noah didn't care about those promises, but he wanted to fulfill them for his reasons. He wanted to meet Sword Saint in the immortal lands and show him that his ambition could contain everything. Don't mention my name when you go up there, Sword Saint said as his figure vanished to become thoughts in Noah's mental sea. I have the habit of challenging everyone for an exchange of attacks. I've made too many enemies across the years. Noah nodded as he watched Sword Saint vanishing inside his mental sea. Noah was alone inside his mind now, but his companions and living weapon kept him company. The insides of his mental sphere became ethereal too. Noah woke up in the outside world, but the emotions that he had felt during the last training session still echoed in his mind. Noah knew what he had done and what he needed to do. He felt the need to cultivate to improve his current level, but he wanted to exploit those moments as much as he could. However, Sword Saint's aura quickly disappeared as Noah reviewed his teachings. All the elders and hybrids that were slowly learning about the various sword arts found themselves unable to establish contact with the divine will. The training area lost its value after its divine resource had completed its training. Cracks spread on the divine cut's edges after Sword Saint's will vanished, and the whole world suffered because of that. Those with some talent with sword arts found their connection with Sword Saint cut off, and Noah was the culprit behind those events. He had shown the will that he could take the following steps on his own, and the world adapted because of his breakthrough. Noah had ruined the divine cut as a training area, but he had obtained Sword Saint's teachings in the meantime. The world returned to its usual peace after a while. The divine cut's disappearance still burned inside the council's mind, and the Shandal Empire didn't need to object to its treatment after learning about that. A limited resource had disappeared forever, but Noah appeared stronger than before. That sight could only benefit those waiting for the battle against King Elbaz. They would be the first to die during normal times, but Noah's battle didn't involve the only cultivators. King Elbaz had almost breached the entirety of the hive the last time, so Noah had to make sure that everything was perfect. The formations relying on instabilities were ready. The troops had their living weapons, so Noah had only one last thing to do. After Sword Saint disappeared from the divine cut, Noah flew toward the southeastern coast and neared the ape god's cage that was about to open. Noah's improvements weren't substantial when it came to his cultivation level. Yet those who saw him knew that there was something different with him. While Noah flew through the new continent, those watching him understood that the disappearance of the divine aura from the cut had something to do with him. It wasn't only the fact that the divine aura had disappeared after he left that region. Noah appeared different. His figure had become hard to make out even with the help of inscribed structures. Noah reached King Elbaz's palace in the region on the southeastern coast corner and walked directly toward the underground area. He found 37 waiting for him together with the ape god that showed an eager expression. I hope you will honor your promises, the ape god said before Noah nodded at the automaton. 37 pressed on the ground, and the barriers around the room opened. The ape god could move the golden sphere that contained it outside of its prison, and part of its aura began to leak in the area. I can break this barrier on my own, the ape god said while touching the golden light around it. But you need to remove the curse under my skin. The golden human has placed chains that bind my muscles. 37's eyes lit up at those words, and he began to inspect the creature with a newfound interest. It seemed quite captivated by the thought of analyzing formations capable of suppressing a quasi-rank 7 beast. The ape god unleashed more of its aura and focused as much pressure as it could around Noah. What stops me from killing you now? The ape god asked. Noah let the pressure fall on him before his sharpness surged. His aura appeared boundless in the creature's eyes, but its power wasn't enough to fend off the ape god's mental waves. Still, Noah didn't show any fear. His aloof expression didn't reveal any interest in the ape god. "Do it," Noah said as his expression broke into a mocking smile. "Kill me. Actually, leave me alive enough to see what King Elbaz does to your species. I want to die laughing." The ape god sensed the complete lack of fear coming from Noah's figure and dispersed its mental waves. It didn't like that outcome, but it knew that Noah would be in complete control of its actions now. 37 wanted to follow the ape god, but Noah's stern gaze forced the automaton to return to his duties. He had to bind the creature to an oath, and there were countless defenses to review. The ape god left toward the region inhabited by the colony of Xianxia apes. Noah had made sure that they had their territory, so he felt confident that the quasi-rank 7 beast wouldn't complain about its new accommodations. 37 quickly chased after the beast, and Noah slowly walked outside of King Elbaz's palace. The luxurious corridors and the paradisiac scenery that appeared in his vision after leaving the palace couldn't disrupt his concentration. His entire being had only one goal. Noah wanted to survive the incoming assault and reach the immortal lands. Sword Saint had made him understand his law, and Noah wanted to improve it now. His power had just begun to show the effects of his true meaning, but he could already see how amazing it was. Noah's ambition could force his attacks to express a superior power. They didn't depend only on his cultivation level anymore. His law could make them become the best version of themselves. It was a simple matter of fuel. Noah's cultivation level was lacking compared to existences at the peak of the heroic ranks, but his ambition was so intense that his blows could surpass their natural limits. June's individuality was similar. Her centers of power could produce unlimited energy as long as she kept on fighting and her body didn't crumble in the process. Noah was the same, with the only difference that his unlimited potential involved his abilities. He already had endless fuel, so he only needed skills that could make use of it and experience with his law. His power couldn't reach the solid stage even when he relied on his immature law, but he could come close to that level. His ambition was too undeveloped to make him jump ranks, but that was its main purpose. As someone who had always lived in a world filled with old monsters, Noah had finally obtained the power to match them. The only problem was that he had yet to develop it properly. Years of peace went by. The organizations continued to pile on one defensive formation after another even after more than 30 years had passed from Noah's celebration. King Elbaz didn't show his presence anymore. No cracks appeared in the sky, and the elders in charge of inspecting both continents didn't see anything unusual. Noah didn't let that peace affect his mental state. Discovering his law had enhanced his worst habits, and it had taken him a while to suppress them again. Having such an intense ambition fueling all his functions made him desire more power immediately. He had to become used to breaks again, and his patience with the inscription methods took a while to return. Still, he had learnt to control himself in those years. The intensity of his law kept him worried even after he returned to his normal state. But he knew that he couldn't do anything about that. He had only taken one step toward creating a law, but he had to go through a long period of seclusion to adapt already. Noah couldn't even begin to imagine how long it would take to adjust to his ambition once his existence improved. The years of peace passed quietly until a change happened in the sky and alerted the 3 leading organizations' assets. Noah was the first to learn about that event thanks to his instincts, but the other higher-ups soon received warnings that informed them about that event. A large number of troops rose in the sky from the 3 organizations. They directly took teleportation matrices or flew to reach the western borders of the Hive's domain. Those areas would be the first target if King Elbaz decided to attack the Hive. The western coast had become the most protected area in the new continent. The sky trembled, and long black lines fell from random spots before vanishing into thin air. They didn't seem part of formations. Noah guessed that they were King Elbaz's attempts to break through the barriers among the worlds. The fabric of the sky eventually fell apart as those attacks continued. The various lines that had appeared fused and created a long fissure that was as thick as a man's arm. The fissure expanded until cracks appeared in the sky and a portal formed among the air. Pure darkness was visible from the other side of the line, but a golden figure soon came out of it. The world held its breath when it saw King Elbaz coming out of the sky. Tension built among them, but the royal seemed to have other plans. It didn't show any hatred in his expression. His face revealed only the curiosity that had always filled him. The organizations prepared all their defenses, and countless cultivators settled inside the separate dimension. Many of them had entered only because Flying Demon's strategy saw them launching spells while going up and down from the doors filling the coast. The whole world moved as soon as King Elbaz reappeared. The Council, the Hive, and the Shandal Empire had prepared for that event, so every asset knew their role. Cultivators from the three organizations entered the separate dimension and waited for Flying Demon to give them orders. The Hive had disclosed one of its most useful and secretive assets to the world to face King Elbaz. The hybrids moved too. They followed Scully as they took place in different spots of the separate dimension. The world appeared empty after everyone was in position. Shining lines flickered on the surface of the various regions, but King Elbaz didn't seem interested in them. He glanced at the ground for only a second before he resumed to inspect the sky around him. The royal appeared lost in his curiosity, but the organization's leaders didn't dare to underestimate him. They knew that his interest could become a fatal flaw in certain situations, but they weren't willing to strike first. King Elbaz eventually focused on the new continent again. His eyes went on a neutral building where Noah, Great Elder Diana, and God's left hand had teleported to handle the battlefield. Those leaders were in the same danger. They had no reason to act separately. King Elbaz smiled as he kept on staring at that building. His hand rose and gestured to those inside the structure to join him. Noah, Great Elder Diana, and God's left hand exchanged a glance before the three of them exited the building to fly toward King Elbaz. They didn't know what the royal wanted, but he wasn't the type to use tricks in battle. The trio reached the royal's leader, but they remained at some distance from him. They trusted him, but they wouldn't risk their lives only to accommodate the whims of their enemy. Careful as always, King Elbaz commented, but he didn't appear angered by that behavior. Instead, he seemed glad that the trio had behaved in that way. I'm the strongest cultivator in the world, King Elbaz announced when he saw that the three powerhouses didn't say anything. I deserve the largest piece of these mortal lands. Humans rarely get what they deserve, Noah replied before the matriarchs could intervene. Your family taught me that. His words didn't seem to affect King Elbaz since he continued to smile. Still, he focused on Noah, and a comment came out of his mouth. You have become stronger again, King Elbaz said. Even I pale in front of your impressive growth. It's a pity that you live in the same era as me. You would have been unbeatable otherwise. King Elbaz tried to taunt Noah, but he limited himself to show his usual smile. The matriarch's gazes moved between the two powerhouses as that exchange of words unfolded, and they both felt outsiders in that discussion. Noah and King Elbaz appeared to have a peculiar understanding with the other. They said certain words only for them to carry a completely different meaning. The matriarchs didn't know if they were probing each other or complimenting themselves. King Elbaz's comment had been honest. He noticed Noah's new aura, and his curiosity spiked when he realized that he couldn't understand it with a glance. Noah's ambition wasn't as simple as it sounded. King Elbaz had seen it during the journey at the center of the plane, but he didn't comprehend it there either. That was the reason why King Elbaz accepted Noah as a true genius. He respected Noah even if he felt superior in far too many aspects of the cultivation journey. Why don't you give up on everything and focus on your ascension? Noah asked after he and King Elbaz had exchanged smiles for a while. You have proven your power to the world already. Not even the barriers among dimensions can stop you. Go plan your journey to the divine ranks. Leave these regions to us. Are you suggesting that I let you go? King Elbaz asked in a surprised tone. He didn't expect Noah to propose something like that. You know that we will fight as long as energy fills our centers of power, Noah replied as he shrugged his shoulders. We can't know who will win, but we are both aware that the world will become nothing more than a wasteland if we fight. I know who will win, King Elbaz said as his smile widened. No one will win, Noah continued. Both sides will lose the world. Noah's words made sense. King Elba's last assault on the new continent had destroyed the snowy plain and had turned it into a charred region. It took the royals' expertise in multiple inscription fields to restore the ground to its previous state. King Elba's had improved since his last assault, but the other organizations had done the same. They would also fight together at that time, so the new continent would see more power unleashed on its surface. The three organizations' experts had already estimated the damages that the new continent would suffer in a full-on battle against King Elba's. At least half of the new continent would burn. The organizations would try their best to restrict that destruction to the still recovering central areas, but they knew that two coasts would become wastelands in the process. Noah and the matriarchs were willing to make the trade if that led to King Elba's defeat. However, they would rather find a peaceful solution. It would be perfect if they could even maintain control over their domains. King Elba's didn't even consider Noah's offer. He continued to smile as slow words came out of his mouth. Let's lose the world then. King Elba's wasn't the type to place traps or trick his opponents, but Noah wasn't like him. He was a demon, and he would resort to any method to defeat his opponent. The royals' last line announced the beginning of the battle, so Noah didn't hesitate to act. Dark matter came out of his chest, and the dark world unfolded in less than an instant. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana revealed surprised expressions at Noah's sudden gesture. They didn't plan to attack King Elba's directly, so they didn't understand Noah's plan. Yet, a heavy pressure soon filled the entirety of the dark world. Noah's ambition spread through the dark matter, and that gas became even denser than it already was. I have already seen this technique, King Elba's announced as the dark matter suppressed his individuality. It's more polished than before, and I can sense some true meaning. However, it's still the attack of a liquid-stage powerhouse. Golden flames came out of King Elba's figure, and part of the dark world burned under their power. The royal appeared as a sun capable of shining even in the deepest darkness. Noah wasn't so delusional to think that the dark world alone could work against King Elba's. His real offensive was far more silent. Noah slashed with his fingers, and portals opened at the edges of the golden flames area. Dark matter, black lines, and corrosive smoke came out of them, but those attacks burned as soon as they touched the fire. Snor's head appeared too. It launched a series of elemental attacks that barely crossed a few hundred meters inside the sea of flame before disappearing. It seemed that Noah's sudden attack had failed, but his trump card had yet to make its appearance. The demonic sword rose above his head, and Noah wielded it as dark matter flowed inside its form. A massive slash came out of the weapon when it descended, and the attack crashed on the sea of flames surrounding King Elba's. Even that attack burned after a few seconds, but Noah's massive slash had managed to create a bridge of darkness through the golden flames. A shadow flew through it and disappeared before reaching King Elba's. King Elba's had studied the Nightblade pterodactyls, but he couldn't predict Night's power. The creature was a former divine magical beast that had kept many of its instincts after it escaped its prison. Moreover, its new body enhanced its innate abilities, and the royal metal inside it made Night even more threatening. Noah's ambition affected Night's prowess too. The pterodactyl felt its entire being brimming with power as Noah's law covered it. Even if the effect of Noah's law lasted only an instant, Night felt as if it had become one step closer to its previous level. 1 instant was all the pterodactyl needed. It transformed as soon as it came out of the trail of dark matter created by Noah's slash, and it dived right through King Elba's defenses. The royal immediately sensed the threat, and a second wave of flames came out of his figure. Yet, when he studied his body, King Elba's noticed that a small cut had appeared on his cheek. This one is tough, Night conveyed through its mental connection with Noah. Its shadow had come out of King Elba's body as soon as it sensed the new flames coming, and it had returned inside the dark world by cutting through the fiery sea around his figure. Part of its body had suffered some damage, but the dark world quickly poured dark matter inside it. Night wouldn't return to its peak immediately, but its recovery wouldn't take long. Night sensed Noah's intentions and returned by his side. The surprise attack had failed, so the leaders could only rely on their previous strategy now. Let's retreat. Noah conveyed through the inscribed notebooks that the leaders had prepared before the battle. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana didn't like how Noah's words resembled an order, and they were still pissed that he didn't warn them about the surprise attack beforehand. However, they didn't say anything and flew toward the surface where a large formation opened a path for the secret dimension. King Elbaz barely had any time to react. Not even 10 seconds had passed between Knight's attack and the leader's retreat. They retreated in the separate dimension without giving their opponent any opportunity. The entire southeastern coast lit up as countless doors connected to the separate dimension activated. Multiple platoons made of cultivators and hybrids appeared on the surface and launched attacks toward King Elbaz before the inscriptions teleported them away. King Elbaz waved his hand, and his flames burned every attack flying at him. Thousands of spells had converged toward him, but even their joint power wasn't enough to make him flinch. Couldn't be helped. The platoons only had rank 4 and 5 assets. Even if they could launch an offensive capable of making entire regions crumble, they couldn't do anything against King Elbaz. "You have united a world against me," King Elbaz said as he watched the formations shining again. "You have my most sincere gratitude." The platoons came out of the teleportation matrices and launched another wave of spells before disappearing from the surface. They couldn't touch King Elbaz even with their second offensive, but their task was a success every time the royal made use of his golden flames. Noah, God's left hand, and Great Elder Diana knew that beating King Elbaz in a frontal clash was impossible. Yet, the royal had to burn himself to create his golden flames, so they could hope of tiring him out. "You made the world the last stepping stone before my ascension," King Elbaz announced as he spread his arms. "I can't ask for a better last enemy in the mortal lands." Everyone inside the separate dimension could hear his words. The organizations had deployed many sensors through the sky and ground before the battle to keep track of King Elbaz's condition. His words made God's left hand and Great Elder Diana's expressions turn ugly, but they didn't lose their battle intent. On the other hand, Noah continued to show his cold smile as he watched the images of the fight happening in the outside world. Noah didn't care about King Elbaz's arrogance. He didn't mind if the royal ascended before him as long as he left the world. Still, Noah wasn't willing to suffer a massive defeat in the hope that the event could push King Elbaz into the divine ranks. He would use every trap that he had prepared. King Elbaz continued to unleash golden flames to stop the rhythmical offensive of the weaker assets. The platoons would appear from different formations, launch their spells, and disappear right after. There wasn't a proper strategy to stop that type of offensive. Yet they couldn't do anything against King Elbaz. They were nothing more than flies for King Elbaz's defense. "Keep attacking," Noah conveyed through the inscribed notebook connected with the army. "Keep the sky golden." The matriarchs couldn't hold back their voice anymore when they saw him ordering the troops around without even consulting them. God's left hand didn't have any friendly relationship with the hive, so she was the first to give voice to complaints. "Who put you in charge?" God's left hand said. "You aren't the leader of this army. Stop behaving like that." "Have I ever given an order that you didn't agree with?" Noah asked without moving his eyes away from the screens that depicted King Elbaz. "You attacked without consulting us." Great Elder Diana stepped in that discussion to express her opinion. "That wasn't an order," Noah replied. "Also, I've left a mark on his face. That should slow down his improvements for a while." Every powerhouse in the world knew that King Elbaz's individuality grew together with his achievements. The fact that a liquid stage expert had wounded him was a blow to his arrogance. Of course, Noah's actions would be useless if the world didn't manage to defend against the attack. Nothing would be able to stop King Elbaz anymore at that point. King Elbaz began to descend while arrays of spells continued to converge in his position. That offensive didn't slow him down, and the royal had all the time to prepare his counterattack. Flames condensed in his palms to take the shape of long spears. King Elbaz let them fall toward the ground as he descended, and long trails of golden flames followed them. "Full retreat," Noah shouted through the inscribed notebook, and all the platoons returned inside the separate dimension to avoid the incoming attack. In their place, An army of magical beasts appeared on the surface and took care of their task. The organizations didn't dare to slow down their offensive for even an instant. King Elbaz had to be under constant pressure, and he couldn't take breaks to fix the injuries caused by his higher energy. The main goal of the defenders was to exhaust him. Giving him some time to recover would only make that threat unbeatable. "You did it again," God's left hand complained. "I'm faster," Noah replied without showing any slyness in his expression. "And I'm the leader of the strongest organization in these mortal lands. Most defenses come from the hive, so I don't see anyone more suitable to be the shot caller in this room." The trio was in an isolated part of the separate dimension. Almost everyone had access to screens that played the images in the sky, but only the leaders had so many inscribed items around them. Various objects meant to evaluate the current power of a cultivator and analyze their existence surrounded the leaders. That was a proper control room. "Warn us if you are about to do something reckless again," Great Elder Diana said to put an end to that discussion. She didn't mind that Noah had decided to call the shots, but she didn't like when he deviated from their main strategy. She could have helped during the surprise attack if she knew that Noah wanted to execute that strategy. The spears landed on 2 different regions while the army of beasts created through the copying technique continued its assault. Massive fires unfolded on those territories as King Elbaz's attacks touched the ground. King Elbaz's might was unstoppable. The sea of flames protected him from every attack, and his spells had the power to set fire to entire regions. That was the prowess of a cultivator at the peak of the heroic ranks. King Elbaz deserved his title of strongest in the world. Noah didn't let fear fill his mind at that sight. Every cultivator had limits, and King Elbaz wasn't an exception. The only problem was how much the world would lose to exhaust that threat. King Elbaz landed on the ground while the sea of flames still surrounded his figure. The copying technique had never stopped creating armies of magical beasts, and attacks of various nature had continued to converge in his position. As long as they forced King Elbaz to defend, Noah didn't mind spending an insane number of resources to keep the copying technique active. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana seemed to have accepted Noah's leadership after their brief discussion. They didn't complain about his behavior anymore, but he had to admit that there was truth in their words. Great Elder Diana was right. She could have helped during Noah's sudden attack, and the same went for the other matriarch. Noah wasn't fighting alone, but his mind kept on making him believe otherwise. His ambition was too intense to let him consider others whenever he made a decision. "Activate the traps," Noah whispered at his inscribed notebook, and the matriarchs nodded. There was nothing else that they could do in that situation. King Elbaz had just landed on the ground when an earthquake filled the entire region. Cracks spread on the terrain before a detonation reduced the whole territory to a broken mess. Countless explosions resounded in the area as the instabilities hidden under the surface activated and engulfed King Elbaz in their destructive might. A storm of saber-shaped runes came out of the vast gray cloud that had covered the entire region. The whole area had fallen into chaos, but the golden light of King Elbaz's flames never flickered even during that mess. Noah had hidden hundreds of instabilities in the 6th rank in that region, but their detonation didn't seem to affect King Elbaz in the slightest. The copying technique stopped to create magical beasts to make room for the platoons. The cultivators and hybrids started teleporting outside of the separate dimension again to launch attacks. The new array of attacks dispersed the gray cloud and revealed King Elbaz still protected by his golden flames. A storm of saber-shaped runes infuriated around him, but nothing seemed able to pierce his defenses. The platoon's attacks suffered from the same fate. They burned as soon as they touched the golden flames. Nothing appeared able to stop King Elbaz, but Noah was fine with that. He was willing to sacrifice regions to make his opponent waste more energy. He had prepared other countermeasures in the 6th rank, but he wanted to deploy them only after the royal showed signs of exhaustion. King Elbaz started to walk through the land. His goal was unclear, but the defenders didn't care about it. They only wanted to kill their target. They didn't care about the damages that the world would suffer during the battle. They had an escape route settled, so they could push all their efforts into stopping King Elbaz. A series of dark lines began to shine after the royal had walked for a few kilometers. A dense aura fell on his figure and tried to restrain his movements. Yet, the sea of flames around him blocked most of the negative effects after a few seconds. King Elba's had promptly modified their structure so that they could stop that new trap. King Elba's flames became denser under the pressure's effects, but they couldn't move as freely as before. His overall defense had improved, but Noah and the others had already predicted a similar outcome. "Start with the counters," Noah ordered, and the platoon replaced some of their members to make room for new cultivators and hybrids. Noah, Elder Julia, and Scully had prepared battle formations for every occasion, and the current situation required spells that had excellent piercing properties. King Elba's flames had become denser in exchange for maneuverability. That opened the path for specific types of attacks, and Noah knew that far too well. A torrent of lightning bolts, massive ice arrows, and spears flew toward King Elba's, who was still trying to understand how to destroy the formations generating that pressure. Burning everything didn't always work, and King Elba's still had his curiosity to suppress. The expert didn't mind spending a few rounds of attacks studying the dark lines. Noah had shown 37 part of the death area spell to create that defense. The pressure generated by the dark lines was only a consequence of the power blocked by the flames. Their real effects would typically weaken the bodies of any cultivator until they collapsed. Yet, the flames protected King Elba's from the dark line's most dangerous effects, making them almost useless. King Elba's continued to advance as countless attacks kept on converging toward him. The formations couldn't stop him, and all the other traps containing instabilities barely managed to slow him down. "Should we deploy the heavy weapons?" God's left hand asked, but Noah shook his head. It was too early. King Elba's didn't show any sign of exhaustion even after more than 40 arrays of spells had fallen on him. He had also ignored the instabilities and formations, so he was still too strong for the other rank 6 defenses. "What are you waiting for?" Great Elder Diana asked. 3 regions have already become nothing more than fiery debris. Why should we lose more? "If we attack now," Noah said, "he will fend off our rank 6 assets with a wave of his hand. There is only us after those defenses, and we all know that we don't stand a chance." "Most of those regions belong to the Hive," Great Elder Diana said. "Let them burn," Noah replied. Great Elder Diana had shown some concern for him and his organization, but Noah didn't want that. Regions and territories could heal, but the Hive wouldn't keep the world if King Elba's were to take it over. Noah had decided to sacrifice the lands even before he saw how strong King Elba's had become. He didn't care about the regions in the slightest. The copying technique and the platoons launched a long and incessant offensive that forced King Elba's to keep his flames active. Still, the royal continued to march toward the opposite coast without showing any struggle in his expression. Regions took fire, exploded, or crumbled during the exchanges and the activation of the defenses. The Hive's expenses and losses were already immense, but the other organizations weren't better off. King Elba's would deviate at times. He would start walking through the territories of the council before returning to the Hive's domain. It was as if he was enjoying that situation. There was an entire world attacking him, but he could walk around freely, without ever being in deadly danger. Noah and the matriarchs had continued to stare at the screens, and hope eventually appeared in their vision. It was subtle, but the 3 of them saw a sudden change in King Elba's skin tone. He seemed paler than before, and a comparison with a previous picture confirmed that. The defenses were working. King Elba's was finally showing some flaws. Noah glanced at the 2 powerhouses at that point, and they nodded to accept his strategy. They had understood each other immediately after they noticed King Elba's limit. "It's your turn," Noah said through an inscribed notebook, and King Elba's stopped his tracks when he saw a tall ape walking toward him. "I must have damaged your mind the last time," King Elba's said as his smile widened at the sight of the ape god. "Your memories must be off. I have already defeated you." The ape god stopped at some distance from the royal. The creature didn't dare to enter the range of his flames. The world around them was a charred mess covered in cracks and holes. The continuous exchanges between King Elbaz and the defenses had destroyed every region where he had walked. King Elbaz's might was clear to anyone who had witnessed the battle, but the ape god showed no fear when it faced him. Many humans couldn't see the emotions radiated by its expression, but Noah could see its determination. The ape wasn't fighting for itself, and it didn't care about the organizations in the slightest. Its determination came from its desire to provide a future to its species. The history of the Xianxia species had plenty of atrocities and death, but the ape god now had a chance to end that trend. With the hive as its backing, its species could flourish away from the cruelties that had always accompanied it. Magical beasts aren't inferior to humans in terms of willpower, the ape god announced as the world kept its eyes on the creature. We are more focused, stronger, and purer. Heaven and earth have placed restrictions on our kinds, but we strive for the same sky as everyone else. The beast conveyed those words so that the entire world could hear them. Many couldn't understand the reasons behind that gesture, but Noah could sense the more profound meaning that the speech carried. The ape god was ready to die to keep its side of the deal, but it wanted to make sure that the human world knew about its vision. After losing so much, the creature only wanted the acknowledgement of its hated enemies. It wanted to express its belief to the human world. Magical beasts weren't inferior. They were unlucky to have only one center of power. Your words are nothing more than empty complaints, King Elbaz commented after the ape finished its speech. The world doesn't care about you. Don't use your species to justify your weakness. It's easy to say this when you are a human, the ape god replied. King Elbaz chuckled when he heard that answer. His aura surged as he shook his head. The flames surrounding his body became violent as his mental waves filled the region. Easy, King Elbaz shouted as his flames raged on the destroyed region. You refused to ascend. You didn't dare to prioritize your interests over your species. You have chosen to wallow in your hatred rather than stepping into the divine path. King Elbaz appeared angry. The words of the ape god had triggered some painful memories of his past, leading to his outburst. The leaders couldn't help but feel happy about that reaction. They liked seeing King Elbaz wasting more of his power. Still, that sight made them a bit pensive. King Elbaz's history was mysterious. Nobody truly knew how such a mighty expert had managed to reach the 6th rank under the previous royal family's attentive eyes. They guessed that he had to sacrifice a lot before reaching his current status. He wouldn't be so angry about the ape god's words otherwise. The ape god's eyes widened when it saw the violent tongues of flames stretching in its direction. Its consciousness expanded, and an invisible force clashed with them to stop the advance of the raging fire. However, King Elbaz's higher energy was far denser than those mental waves. The ape god's innate ability didn't appear able to suppress the golden flames. The ape god had to shoot in the air to avoid the incoming attack. A torrent of golden light exploded in its previous position and expanded to create a fiery sea. Flames rose from the sea to fly toward the escaping beast, but the ape god decided to become serious at that point. King Elbaz had restored part of the creature's power after he captured it. The ape god was now a proper quasi-rank 7 magical beast with no drawbacks when using its abilities. Its power didn't depend on its remaining divine aura anymore. The ape god had completed the heroic ranks again and was now half-step into the divine realm. Its attacks couldn't reach its previous peaks, but the ape didn't have to worry about depleting its energy anymore. In terms of sheer battle prowess, the beast was far stronger than before. The ape's consciousness became denser, and the air around its figure started to tremble as the invisible force invaded the environment. The golden flames flying in its direction slowed down as they entered the area under the creature's control. Golden specks came out of the flames and dispersed into the air. The ape god used its consciousness to destroy King Elbaz's higher energy and open a path where it could counterattack. The destruction spread. The trails of golden flames dispersed due to the invisible force, and the same eventually happened to the sea of fire on the ground. King Elbaz smiled, and the flames around him condensed in his palm as he aimed his open hand toward the creature flying above him. Yet, the separate dimension lights suddenly shone, and a series of platoons appeared to launch their offensive. The troops hidden inside the separate dimension didn't waste that precious chance. King Elbaz had lowered his defenses to focus on the ape, but that battle wasn't a 1 versus 1. A wave of spells flew toward King Elbaz and forced him to deploy even more golden flames. His defenses returned and fended off the attacks, but the ape god exploited that moment of distraction to destroy the energy accumulated in his palm. The invisible force tried to wrap itself around King Elbaz's hand after it made the higher energy vanish, but the royal's aura surged, and a torrent of raging flames engulfed his figure. The flames surged toward the sky and broke its fabric, creating large areas connected to the void. It was as if King Elbaz was an erupting volcano, and nothing around him survived his might. The platoons retreated inside the separate dimension even if the flames were far away. That enemy was too strong for them, so they prioritized their safety to remain useful in the battle. The ape god didn't even try to destroy those flames. The invisible force pushed it outside of their range, and it condensed mental waves as it waited for King Elbaz's figure to become visible again. "I know what your plan is." King Elbaz's voice came out of the torrent of flames. "You think that you can exhaust me if you sacrifice enough territories." The raging flames shrunk as his words echoed in the environment. They became denser as they condensed around King Elbaz to give birth to pieces of equipment. Once the shrinking process ended, King Elbaz wore a fiery golden robe and wielded a long spear that radiated an oppressing aura. A blinding crown shone on his head, and the air around his figure bent under his pressure. "Damn it," Noah thought at that sight. He was the first to realize what had happened. One of King Elbaz's weaknesses was his lack of techniques that made use of his higher energy, but it seemed that the royal had fixed that issue during his banishment. King Elbaz had used his higher energy in a technique. His flames weren't only violent surges of energy anymore. They had taken an orderly form, and the sheer power they radiated brought the air to its structural limits. His figure was blinding, and his power was unfathomable. King Elbaz appeared unbeatable already when the golden flames surrounded him, but now he seemed even stronger than before. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana glanced at Noah after witnessing that event. He was more knowledgeable about the higher energy, so they hoped he could evaluate King Elbaz's new power. However, Noah had no words for them. The robe, spear, and crown surpassed what his mind could study. Their level was too close to the divine ranks for him to understand their power. This might be too much, Noah thought as he stared at the screens transmitting the battle on the surface. Beating King Elbaz had never been an easy feat. Even with all the forces of the world working together, Noah didn't feel sure that they could stop him. That feeling had become more intense after the royal unleashed his technique. Except for his stamina, King Elbaz didn't seem to have any weakness. That was an existence close to the divine ranks. King Elbaz appeared to be at the very peak of the heroic path. His strength set the limit that a cultivator could reach while remaining a powerhouse. He would still be inferior to the ape god if he used normal breath. Yet, his higher energy pushed his power in the same realm of the creature, where he could use the human superiority to his advantage. King Elbaz pointed his spear toward the ape god, and the sole movement of the weapon created a wave of flame that shot from the line traced by its tip. It was as if the royal had launched a slash. That casual movement was enough to create an attack that many experts would find it hard to block. The ape god felt a dangerous sensation filling its mind, but it didn't stay in one spot to evaluate the threat. The invisible force surrounded its body and made it shoot far away. King Elbaz titled its spear to keep its tip pointed at the beast. Those slow movements created more golden slashes, and the whole weapon began to vibrate after it locked its target. The royal bent before throwing the spear at the escaping magical beast. Golden light came out of the weapon and engulfed the entire region with its halo, making it impossible to see his attack's effects. A cry eventually echoed among the blinding light. The world returned to its usual color only to show that the ape god had lost its right arm and that most of its fur had burned in those short seconds. King Elbaz still wielded the spear. It wasn't clear if he had thrown it at all or if his previous movement had projected the weapon toward his target. Yet, the power that it could unleash was terrific. Noah and the others didn't manage to analyze the attack with the investigative methods that filled the new continent. King Elba's power was too intense for those sensors to study it. The leaders couldn't rely on their senses either since the screens had gone crazy when the golden light had filled the region. They didn't manage to transmit most of the technique. The ape god roared in pain, but its invisible force moved to close the injury. Blood stopped flowing from the wound, but the creature didn't appear relieved about that fact. Its eyes went on King Elba's, who was still showing his broad smile. His skin tone had paled a bit after that attack, but he seemed to be nowhere near his limit. Noah and the others could see that too. King Elba's had just unleashed an attack capable of destroying a quasi-rank 7 beast's limb, but he didn't suffer any evident repercussion. There was only one explanation for that outcome. That was King Elba's base power, and that shocking attack was something that he could launch repeatedly. Noah didn't believe that King Elba's could unleash so much power without suffering any repercussions. Strong techniques had drawbacks, especially if they could cross the limits of the ranks. Yet, even if the drawbacks existed, King Elba's managed to hide them well. After all, the defenders could only use his skin tone to keep track of his exhaustion. The ape god was even more surprised than the leaders. It had fought against King Elba's when it was weakened and among the sea of magma, so the royal's growth astonished it to no end. King Elba's was only a newly advanced solid-stage powerhouse when he reached the ape god, but now he stood at the very peak of the heroic ranks. The raw laws alone couldn't explain that extraordinary growth. King Elba's individuality must have been ready to advance for a while already. God's left hand's determination was the first to waver. She couldn't see a path toward victory when their opponent was that monster. The ape god was on the same level as the winged beast's leader. Xianxia had to intervene the last time to defeat the creature, but King Elba's appeared able to handle those types of threats on his own now. He could accomplish what Xianxia had done while remaining a powerhouse. King Elba's had already surpassed what God's left hand considered as beatable. Maybe we should dash. God's left hand began to speak, but Noah's sharp consciousness suddenly filled the room and interrupted her line. Both Noah and Great Elder Diana had understood God's left hand's intentions from the changes in her expression, and he had decided to act before his ally. "We will continue our offensive," Noah said. "You might be used to kneeling toward stronger beings, but I prefer to do everything in my power to prevent that outcome before even considering it." "Don't compare King Elba's with the Almighty," God's left hand replied as her consciousness expanded and fought Noah's mental waves back. "I didn't," Noah answered without moving his eyes from the screens. "A heroic cultivator has limits that divine entities can ignore. King Elba's isn't an exception. We only need to find them." "And how do you suggest to do it?" Great Elder Diana asked. "I'm with you, defying demon, but we need to decide how to deal with his technique." Noah inspected the 3 fiery items with the divine deduction technique before deactivating the ability and sighing. Nothing came to his mind. Even his mental skill couldn't lead him to a plan capable of stopping King Elba's. "We don't deal with it," Noah eventually said. "Let him burn everything." "You want to condemn our world," God's left hand complained, but Noah and the other matriarch ignored her. The alliance's leaders had a different relationship, and they could force God's left hand to agree with everything they said. The Xianxia Empire was too weak to have a say on matters that concerned the world's future. "Are you willing to sacrifice the new continent to have a chance of stopping him?" Great Elder Diana asked. "I'm willing to sacrifice much more than that," Noah replied as his cold smile vanished. His eyes went on the matriarchs, and the two exchanged a long stare. Great Elder Diana could only sigh and nod. The situation had changed after King Elba's revealed his technique. The organizations had initially fought to obtain a better future, but now they needed to struggle to prevent the worst possible outcome. Fighting for a better future and struggling to prevent the worst were quite different mindsets, but Noah and the others didn't get to choose in that situation. King Elba's was too strong. Nothing they did slowed down his offensive, so they could only keep throwing attacks and traps at him. They would have to deal with the damages after they managed to win. "Slow down the pace," Noah conveyed through his inscribed notebook after he reached a silent agreement with Great Elder Diana. Stay alive. This will last a while. Noah's simple orders were enough to change the strategy of the army. The ape god retreated even faster than before, and the copying technique activated to facilitate its escape. An army of magical beasts appeared at some distance from King Elbaz and charged toward him while launching countless attacks. That would typically force the royal to unleash his sea of flames, but the attacks burned before they could even reach his figure. The pressure radiated by the golden crown was too intense for those weak abilities. The copied beasts then tried to use their bodies to stop him, but they suffered from the same fate of their innate abilities. Their figures turned into ashes due to the passive effects of King Elbaz's technique. Nothing seemed able to come near him. The heat and pressure radiated by the 3 fiery items were too intense for anything under the 6th rank. Elder Julia was in charge of the copying technique, and she also had a screen that allowed her to keep track of the battle. Seeing that King Elbaz's technique had made him untouchable forced her to deploy the strongest beasts trapped under the forest of white woods. Ravaging Demon, the White Ape, and the Flying Snake appeared near King Elbaz, and multiple copies filled the area. Elder Julia didn't need Noah's approval to resort to that display of power. She had understood that the situation was far more tragic than they had predicted. King Elbaz stopped tracking the ape god to stare at his new opponents. There were more than 20 rank 6 existences around him, but none of them was able to cause the slightest amount of fear in his mind. They were nothing but puppets meant to slow him down and make him deplete energy. "I will play your game," King Elbaz announced. "I will destroy everything and everyone you throw at me. Numbers can make up for the difference of power at times, but I will show you that this doesn't apply to me." King Elbaz waved his spear after he finished speaking, and long trails of golden flames shot out of the line that he drew with the weapon's tip. The rank 6 beings' copies tried to dodge the flames, but their figures ended up engulfed in that raging sea. They didn't even manage to resist for a second under their power. Elder Julia quickly summoned new copies, but another wave of flames engulfed them before they could even fully form. King Elbaz only needed to pass them when he moved his spear. The golden flames coming out of the trajectory traced with the weapon did the rest. Those exchanges repeated themselves a few times before King Elbaz had enough room to point at the place where the ape god had disappeared. The golden halo filled the entire region again, and a fuming pit replaced the teleportation matrix used by the beast. King Elbaz knew that he was fighting in the enemy territory. The defenders had a clear advantage since they didn't mind the condition of the new continent. Still, King Elbaz could easily take care of the teleportation matrices and doors connected with the separate dimension. He only needed to take his time destroying all of them. Elder Julia never stopped summoning the 3 rank 6 guardians. The Council and the Shandal Empire had redirected resources toward the copying technique before the battle, but its expenses already surpassed their wildest imagination. King Elbaz attacked the ground only when he managed to take care of the rank 6 copies fast enough. His strategy was slow, but the royal inevitably cleared a large area from its inscriptions. Then he began to move toward the next region. He never flew, but he managed to cross entire kilometers with a casual sprint. The traps placed beforehand activated whenever he reached a designated spot. Instabilities unleashed a storm of saber-shaped runes in the sky, and other peculiar inscribed items showed their power to stop King Elbaz. The royal could ignore the saber-shaped runes, but some of the traps released a strange liquid that managed to suppress part of his flames for an instant. That was one of 37's creations. It was an azure liquid that tried to imitate King Elbaz's flames to counter them. Of course, the liquid couldn't do much, but King Elbaz had to deplete a bit more energy to restore his items to their peak, so the leaders considered that a win. However, nothing truly managed to stop King Elbaz, and Noah had to deploy the ape god again to slow down the destruction unleashed by the royal. The platoon's attacks made of hybrids and cultivators barely managed to get near King Elbaz's figure, and the copying technique was too ineffective for the energy that it depleted. The defenders needed more time, and Noah wasn't willing to deploy the powerhouses just yet. The death of only one of them would start a chain reaction that would end with their defeat. The ape god reappeared in the distance and unleashed a series of raging winds toward King Elbaz. The royal didn't hesitate to point his spear at the creature, and the golden halo covered the region again. When the light dispersed, a large fuming hole had replaced the beast's teleportation matrix, and the ape god was in a different area, ready to launch another attack. Those types of exchanges continued for a while. The creature now knew how fast King Elba's attacks were, so it could act according to that timing. Noah did the same since he ordered the platoons to attack whenever he found the right chance. King Elba's offensive had finally slowed down once the ape god had stepped forward. The quasi-rank 7 creature kept the royal busy for entire hours before he suddenly changed approach. The rank 6 copies appeared around King Elba's once again, and he began to move his spear toward them as usual. The ape god used that chance to launch its violent invisible force, but the royal stopped his movement and redirected the weapon at the creature. The copies charged at King Elba's, but the crown radiated a heat wave that turned their bodies into ashes. Then, the golden halo filled the entire region again. The golden light remained in place for a few seconds at that time, and a peculiar scene appeared in the expert's vision once it dispersed. King Elba's had left his previous position and was now in front of the ape. His hand was around the creature's neck, and he floated at a few meters above the ground, enough to lift the beast from the terrain. The ape god had lost all its limbs. Both its legs and remaining arm had disappeared while the golden halo filled the region, and its expression was empty. There wasn't even pain on it. "I guess this is your strongest asset," King Elbas said as he glanced at the ape god one last time before golden flames covered its figure. In a few seconds, the tall body of the quasi-rank 7 creature became nothing more than ashes. The world couldn't believe what it was witnessing. A quasi-rank 7 magical beast, the strongest creature on that plane, had died under King Elba's unstoppable offensive. Desperation spread among the defending troops. They had done their best and deployed every asset in their arsenal, but they had barely managed to put a dent in King Elba's technique. The royal didn't suffer any injury since Noah's surprise attack. A whole world's efforts didn't appear to be enough to stop that mighty being's assault. "I wonder what defying demon wants to do now," God's left hand said. She tried to mock Noah with her tone, but her voice carried helplessness that she didn't manage to hide. God's left hand wasn't a coward. Her initial suggestion came from a cynical analysis of their situation. King Elba's was too strong. Nothing the organizations did had brought any result. Their struggles to fight the royal had only led to the destruction of a large chunk of the new continent. There wasn't enough land for all the cultivators in the world anymore. Noah's decision to press forward had worsened the already bad issue related to the overcrowded regions. "It must be easy to live without being worried about your safety," Noah commented without looking at the matriarch. "You spent your cultivation journey under the divine aura of your patriarch, and you even shaped your character to suit your leader." God's left hand wanted to reply, but Noah's intense aura filled the room again and forced her to remain silent. The sharpness that he radiated was too threatening for her. "Tell me," Noah continued as he turned toward God's left hand, "have you ever been in danger? Did you ever fear for your life with Shandal watching over your back the whole time?" God's left hand remained speechless for a second, but she eventually stuttered an answer. What are you even asking? Every cultivator who has reached this stage has faced death many times. I was with you inside the separate reality. You were there indeed, Noah said as a sigh escaped his mouth. Why are you so afraid then? I'm not afraid, God's left hand shouted. We can't win this fight. Sealing a deal with King Elbas is the only way to ensure a future for our organizations. A future as slaves, Great Elder Diana commented. She partially agreed with God's left hand's vision, but she would do anything to avoid that outcome. Both matriarchs turned toward Noah at that point, and he remained silent as he inspected the screens in the room. The copying technique and the platoons had resumed their assault, but King Elbas directly ignored them to focus on destroying the formations. Without the ape god limiting his movements, King Elbas eradicated formations from entire regions in a matter of minutes. He appeared even stronger than before. I fell in Twilboya Cliff when I still didn't have a Danteon, Noah said at some point. The valley at its bottom was a rank 5 danger zone that nobles ignored due to its dangerousness. I fell there after my father sent me on a suicide mission. I guess he didn't like that I survived. Noah appeared pensive as memories filled his vision. He still recalled those events. Even he found it hard to believe that he had survived a direct meeting with the rank 5 albino snake. What's the point of this speech? God's left hand asked. Do you want to compare your struggles with mine? Fine, you had a worse life, but this doesn't help us. Noah recalled the helplessness felt in front of the rank 5 magical beast when he still didn't have a dantian. He remembered the condition of the weaker snakes in its pack, and he couldn't help but shake his head at those memories. That was true desperation. That was real helplessness. When Noah compared his current situation to that of the weaker snakes in the past, he didn't feel doomed. I've sneaked past a rank 5 magical beast when I still lacked a dantian, Noah said as he waved his hand at the screens to turn them off. Our enemy is only a stage above us, and we have the best assets of the world on our side. I didn't give up back then. I surely won't right now. Noah began to walk toward the room's exit, but God's left hand questioned him before he could leave. Where are you going? Noah turned and shrugged his shoulders before answering her. I'm going to fight King Elbaz. I'm not the type to manage a war from outside the battlefield anyway. That's suicidal, God's left hand complained. The ape god didn't manage to defeat him. What makes you think that you will make any difference? I've defeated the ape god before King Elbaz, Noah replied. I wasn't even in the 6th rank back then. Then he left, and the light of a teleportation matrix soon shone on the matriarchs' faces. God's left hand and Great Elder Diana exchanged a glance, but the matriarch of the council soon chose to follow Noah. You too? God's left hand asked. She couldn't believe that those leaders were so reckless. For someone who has an unshakable faith in her leader, Great Elder Diana said without stopping, you surely have no respect for the experts around you. Remember that you are alive because a cultivator weaker than you has sacrificed his life to banish King Elbaz. Great Elder Diana left, and the light of the teleportation matrix soon shone on God's left hand's face. The matriarch remained alone in the dark room inside the separate dimension. God's left hand cursed inside her head as she tried to turn the screens on again, but she eventually punched the table filled with inscriptions when she saw that they didn't answer her commands. The separate dimension didn't belong to the Shandal Empire. The hive had opened its doors to the other organizations, but Noah remained the only one capable of controlling its functions. Before she could even realize it, the Shandal Empire had become connected to the hive. His fate depended on Noah's benevolence. Nothing could stop him if he decided to kick all of them outside of the separate dimension. Even if God's left hand didn't want to admit it, Noah had become her superior. He held the keys to the only place capable of protecting them from King Elbaz, and he would share it only with those who followed him. God's left hand eventually left the room and activated the teleportation matrix that the other leaders had used. She found herself in a large area inside the separate dimension after the light vanished, and the other powerhouses were there with her. True Speed, Elder Regina, Elder Laura, and the other powerhouses of the hive were all there. Only Elder Julia was missing since she was busy managing the copying technique. Faith and Daniel were in the hall too, but God's left hand ignored why peak rank 5 cultivators would join that meeting. The cultivators' eyes were on Noah, who inspected them with a cold gaze. An icy blue light came out of his irises as the divine deduction technique pushed his mental faculties to their limits. The black hole in his chest rotated at full speed and pushed his mind toward its peak. Noah couldn't think faster than that even if he relied on specific drugs. King Elbaz might appear in perfect condition. Noah began to speak after God's left hand arrived. But that's only an act. I don't know where his limit is, but it should be quite close. We can create 2 opportunities. Unleash everything you have during those openings.